Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Who is my brother? If you leave him alone, he'll still find a way to drag you into despair. If you provoke him, he'll make sure you regret breathing. And if you dare to challenge him, he'll pick up a stick and send you flying to the other side of the moon. In short, aliens frustrate him, and his countermeasure is simple: act crazier than them. Dian Mo put on a textbook gangster smirk, tilted his head, and said, "Hey girl, yeah you. Don't play deaf. How about a drink? We'll share a glass, share some love." Silence. The air froze. Lung Yenru, the alien deacon with a body like a goddess, stared at him wide-eyed, wondering if her ears had betrayed her. The predator, tense just moments before, looked at Dian Mo with awe, as if he'd just witnessed the birth of a legend. The Burn Squad? Alfred had the same thought. FCK, ***. Even the silly girl, who thought she knew Dian Mo better than most, was stunned. Then she snapped, lunging forward like she'd seen an alien, grabbing his collar and shaking him violently. You're committing a crime. Sexual harassment. Do you know how many people are watching this right now? Tens of millions. You're ruining your image. Fix this immediately. The chat went wild. This is the classic scene of a street thug harassing a good girl. Ladies, remember his face. Avoid him on the street. 666. Chindushio reporting live. Give someone else the mic. I thought threatening a 10-year-old was his bottom line. Nope. Facts. Asking bro has no bottom line. If he sees me, I'll probably run towards him. +1. Drink Alone by the Lake donates 10 million game coins. She's a rich fan now. No saving her, someone typed. Brother wins gangster era begins. Maybe I should change my own look. Han Yenru's voice cut through. Say what you want, but do any of you even remember what Dian Mo looks like? Silence. They didn't. Not the audience. Not even his teammates. They'd seen his face, seen his grin, but the moment they looked away, it slipped from memory. No screenshots. No recordings. No proof. That was the system's doing. And it was terrifying. Lung Yenru finally managed a word. Still reeling, still unsure how to respond. Just smile, Dian Mo said lightly. Smile, your sister, she snapped, her steel tail slamming against the floor in frustration, each strike ringing out like a whip. Well, since you don't want to smile. He dragged out the words, teasing, making everyone lean in, waiting for the punchline. Then, without warning, he drew Killer Scream, leveled it at her, and pulled the trigger. Boom! A beam of white-hot energy tore across the space. The light was blinding, swallowing the battlefield. And at the exact same moment, the predator launched forward with a spear, aiming to finish the job. Holy ***T, brother one. Could you be any more insane? The silly girl's voice cracked with disbelief. Even she, who hated fighting women, flinched at how ruthless he'd been. But Dian Mo didn't blink. He just tried to erase a perfect beauty from existence. What a monster, Smith muttered under his breath, silently swearing never to cross him. The blinding light finally faded. The predator's spear clashed with Lung Yenru's tail, sparks flying, the metallic clang piercing eardrums. They were locked in a grapple. But Dian Mo's attack had landed. Her left arm was gone, severed clean, purple blood dripping onto the ground. It sizzled, but didn't corrode. Dian Mo won. Her voice was pure venom. Her gaze locked onto him with such intensity it could cut stone. I thought you were different from the others. Oh, really? Dian Mo strolled forward, smiling, Killer Scream resting in his hands. So you heard me in the tunnel after all. He stopped about 100 meters away, raised the weapon, and aimed at her head. Then you should already know, I am different. The trigger clicked. Boom. Won't spare you just because you've got a perfect face. Cool line. Delivered. Bullet. Fired. Hit. Perfect. And yet, the alien deacon stood unharmed. She had simply raised one delicate, human-looking hand and caught the shot. Burns, Dian Mo, and the others felt despair coil around their throats. Their bodies trembled. Death was closer than ever. No tricks, no schemes could cross this kind of power gap. Dian Mo let out a nasal sound, as though he were the one disappointed. Now, the deacon flicked her tail, shoving the predator back before fixing her cold gaze on Dian Mo. Do you understand the difference between us? It was telling that she spoke to him at all. She seemed to prefer conversing with this mad human over acknowledging the predator. Yes, Dian Mo said simply, lowering Killer's scream. He opened his system menu with a straight face. Hey, silly girl, where's the complaint option? 2 level, 20 rookies thrown into a raid against a level 40 boss? I'd like to report this bug to the Wanyu system. Are you seriously filing complaints right now? Silly girl's voice cracked under the weight of her own fear. The chat exploded. Brother wins dead meat. Hidden mainline quest, 100%. Run, brother. The system doesn't hand out impossible tasks. Live today, fight tomorrow. I don't care if it's just a game. I don't want to watch him die. He's a fraud anyway. Finally exposed. Shut your mouth, keyboard dog. Drinking alone by the lake has permanently revoked citizen ID. 485,794 speaking rights. The room froze. Then detonation. Permissions? WTF. Only level 80 anchors can silence people. Unless. No way. Unless she's drinking alone by the lake. I've tolerated enough. From today, anyone dares to insult brother when here. Don't blame me for being merciless. Her words whipped the fans into a frenzy. Speculation lit up every corner of the chat. Meanwhile, in a villa in City B's imperial capital, a petite girl slammed her fist into a reinforced alloy table, denting it. What do I do, Xiaoya? Brother one's going to die. The maid beside her remained expressionless. Your Highness, please calm yourself. This is the 52nd table you've broken. Royalty. Only the royal family held the system's special broadcast privileges, 3 per nation. And this girl, the princess herself, had just revealed her hand for the first time in 5 years. She'd always hidden behind the nickname female rich woman, never using her authority, never risking exposure. But for Dian Mo, she broke her vow. Her jade fists trembled as her eyes welled. What if brother one dies? The maid's cold mask twitched. Your Highness, judging from his stats, he's probably younger than you. Is it really appropriate to call him brother? But she swallowed the thought. Back in the field, Dian Mo grinned. That smile, the kind that meant he'd found the answer. Refuse all doubts, he muttered. Or, put it another way, if you're confident there's no bug, you don't need to accept reports. His voice turned low, dangerous. I see. He walked calmly toward the alien deacon, lowering his guard entirely. At the same time, 2 things happened. First, he shut down a live broadcast. Second, he tossed an electromagnetic pulse grenade at his own feet. The feed went black. What happened? Did the system crash? Idiot, this is the Wanyu system. It doesn't crash. Brother when closed the stream. LGD Way, another anchor, confirmed it grimly. Speculation flooded in. Trolls smelled blood. He knew he was about to die, so he cut the feed. Yeah, can't tarnish his god image. Don't think you'll be safe, just cost you hide behind fake fan IDs. One new ID, Tato Teo, was especially loud. Haha, disperse already. No point waiting. And then, reality slapped him. The black screen blinked, lit up again. The broadcast resumed. The live broadcast screen was restored, and all the viewers, including Gao Dui, Duin Hupan, and Tao Tao Tao, all had their own thoughts and stared at the screen. It was a dark tunnel with no decoration and no light source. It was no different from the tunnel Dian Mo and others walked through before. There was simply the light of the flashlight, allowing the audience to barely see what was happening on the screen. Dian Mo, there is no doubt about this. After all, it is his live broadcast room. Who else can it be if it is not him on the screen? He was walking alone in the tunnel, and he looked seriously injured, but even so, he still had a lazy smile on his face, walking in this gloomy tunnel as if he were walking in his own backyard. When the audience was wondering why Dian Mo got separated from the others and how he escaped from the alienated butler, some of the audience noticed what he was holding and were so frightened that they peed on the spot. It meowed. It scared me to death. LG2A. It doesn't matter if I'm scared to death. I'm scared to death. Brother One has finally gone further and further down the path of perversion and mental illness. But having said that, how did I do it? There was a ghost crying and wolf howling in the live broadcast room. As for the reason, it was very simple, because Dian Mo was holding a magnificent head in his hand at the moment. Belongs to the head of the alienated deacon. Dian Mo glanced at the barrage and showed an evil smile. Then he had a rare interaction with the audience. However, if his interactions are like this, then the audience will say that it is better not to interact in the future. Dian Mo raised his hand, pointed the alienated deacon's head at the camera, and then said with a toothy smile, "Come, say hello to everyone." Seeing that perfect and extremely beautiful head, with eyes tightly closed at the moment and purple blood still remaining on the incision on the neck, the audience was speechless. Ask Brother, "You should go to a mental hospital." I think the mental hospital may not be able to keep Brother One. Arkham Asylum. Do you know anything about it? Thinking too much. Will a man who idolizes Joker be imprisoned in Arkham Asylum? Guys, while you're discussing the madhouse, I have a bold idea. LG2A. What a bold idea. You won't even let go of your head. +1 for bold ideas. Bold idea plus 10,086. LG2A. Han Yinro. What kind of anchor there will be what kind of audience. While the live broadcast room was filled with joy, the next scene unfolded and left everyone confused. I saw the closed eyes of the alienated deacon's head actually opened at this moment. Then her lips moved up and down. "I do not understand what you are saying. Speak." Tado To, in an office building in City S, rolled her eyes and fainted. "Mom, ghost, oh my God." The speeches in the live broadcast room this time were at least half less than before, and even if there were any, they were concise and to the point. If they were just scared to pee when they saw Dian when holding his head up before, then this time they were suffering from diabetes insipidus. Especially those who had bold ideas just now. They all followed in Totoro's footsteps and were stunned on the spot. Looking at this scene, Dian Mo smiled shamefully. Dance? Keep dancing? Fight with me. He felt extremely happy. I was wrong to ask Brother. I don't dare to do it anymore. Please, Brother. I can't bear to show my noble hand. Ask my brother. If you have a lot of it, just go around the small one once. Seeing these scumbags crying and howling for mercy, Dian Mo turned off the transparent live broadcast interface with satisfaction. After that, the audience watched with horror as he held up the head and talked to the alienated deacon. A question arose in their minds. What happened in the past 10 minutes? So, let's go back 10 minutes. After Dian Mo turned off the live broadcast, he immediately smashed the electromagnetic pulse grenade on the ground. A moderate roar sounded, and the invisible electromagnetic pulse spread to a radius of 1 kilometer centered on him. I don't know what happened in other places, but all the mechanical equipment in this space emitted arcs and then emitted black smoke. Not only that, even the 2 wrist guards and mask of the Predator exploded and died. There is no doubt that this grenade is useful, and the effect is remarkable. Ask Brother, don't go there. Only then did the dissuasion from the stupid girl finally come. She didn't understand what Dian Mo meant by "I understand," but at least in her opinion, Dian Mo would definitely die if he walked up like this. A battle between 2 bosses above level 30 is definitely not something that players of more than 10 levels can participate in. However, Dian Mo seemed to have not heard her words at all and kept talking to himself. "Stupid girl, take Burns and the others away." "What?" Burns was shocked. Smith yelled, "No." Dian Mo asked, "Even if the Queen wants a delay, it should be me, the traitor. Come back quickly." Vinny also shouted, "Yes, Dian, let's run away together. With the Predator here, we might have time to escape." What a B asterisk 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 D. Dian Mo interrupted their earnest shouts with a loud shout. "Get out of here. You 2 cripples are still here and are an eyesore. Don't let me see you again. Smith and Burns were so moved. Listening to Dian Mo's words, it was clear that they were concerned about their two wounded men. However, just when their faces were full of emotion, Dian Mo cursed in a quiet voice. Beep! The four gay guys screamed so passionately. Just breathing the air in the same room with them gave me goosebumps all over my body. I'm going to vomit if I don't leave. His voice was quiet, but loud enough for the few people behind him to hear. Ah, you are indeed a warrior of our Contra. After Burns stood there blankly for 5 seconds, he suddenly laughed like a maniac, and then said the above words in fragments and in a middle-class tone. Ben bumped in next to him with his elbow in confusion and asked in a low voice, "What? Is this going on? Is a boss crazy?" I looked at him expressionlessly, unable to face reality, selective forgetfulness. The stupid girl has good hearing, so a drop of cold sweat dripped from her forehead. Although Ein usually doesn't speak, this speech was really to the point and merciless. If the silly girl heard it, Burns naturally heard it too. He turned back sharply, glared at Ein fiercely, put his hands on his hips and shouted, "Ein, do you have any opinions on our Contra warriors?" No. Very well, let's go." Burns nodded vigorously, then turned around and ran away. After that, Smith, Ben, and Ein followed without saying a word. Only the stupid girl was still hesitating. To be honest, like in that TV series, "You go first." "No, let's go together." "Stop talking nonsense. Do you want to die here?" "We will die together," etc. Funny lines. That wouldn't happen in reality, especially among this group of Contras. Instead of talking nonsense and wasting the sacrifice of your companions, it is better to leave quickly and choose other ways to kill the enemy. The Contras had already left. Dian Mo hesitated for a while and was about to leave. But at this moment, Dian Mo suddenly accelerated under the surprised eyes of the Predator and the stupid girl. "Hug it, alienated deacon." This made the Predator and Dian Mo almost think that Dian Mo wanted to eat something before death. However, if the hug was surprising enough, the fact that the alienated deacon did not fight back at all was enough to shock the two of them. In this case, Dian Mo said something in a voice that only he and the alienated deacon could hear. After he finished speaking, he was whipped away by the alienated deacon's tail and hit the wall. Under this impact, his survival value was reduced to just over 100 points in an instant. The Predator was completely confused about the situation now. Apart from lamenting that he had found the wrong ally, he could only rush forward without fear of death. Already prepared for death, he swung his silver spear and slashed at the neck of the alienated deacon, and then the head of the alienated deacon flew up like this. I beep. The stupid girl started swearing at that moment, which shows how surprised she was. Not to mention her, even the Predator who took action was stunned. Their mood now is like watching a World Cup qualifier. The Huxia team was unlucky to meet the Bashi team, but they did not perform abnormally because they encountered a strong enemy and still scored 0-4. Well, in a sense, it is considered a long-term performance. Then in the last 10 minutes, the Huxia prepared to raise a glass to celebrate their football team's performance as usual. Bashi players completed 2 headers, pushed into his own door, then 2 more powerful volleys. A strong wind blew through the door of his house. In the end, the Huxia team scored a light goal. The goalkeeper had a stomachache and fell to his knees on the spot. The ball went in. The Huxia team won. Team Bashi was confused. In this situation, the mood of Team Bashi is the same as that of the Predator and the naughty girl at the moment. That's the feeling of wanting to F***K a dog, but accidentally being F***ed by a dog. What the hell is going on? The stupid girl gave up on herself and shouted, then used her extraordinary speed to rush towards Dian Mo again, sat on the ground, and straightened him up. Since her speed has appeared several times, but has never been introduced, I will list the specific data here. Name, Godly Speed LV.3. Skill category, Active Skills. Skill effect, Wind-like Speed. Consumption, 100 magic points. Learning conditions, Agility attribute D. Note, Sunic's strongest and only ability is that it allows you to run faster than the wind, provided you can reach LV point 10, and nothing can stop you, provided you can reach LV point 10. This is the ability that the girl gained by clearing Quill Nick in the game Quill. She is very good at this game. Although she did not get the chance to fully infiltrate the game 10 times, she still won the consolation prize. LV point 3 is this consolation prize. I said, didn't I let you go? Dian rolled his eyes helplessly. The stupid girl said aggrievedly, I was ready to leave, but when I saw you were hurt, I couldn't help but. Well, okay, now you dash. Dian's expression changed, and his words stopped. He pushed the stupid girl without any hesitation, and, at the same time, he pushed hard on the ground with his other hand and pushed his body back a few meters. Almost in the next second, bang! The wall where they had just stood collapsed, and a huge amount of alien skull emerged from the hole. Alien Queen. There are two figures at the feet of this alien queen. It is the alienated Lance and Bill, the other protagonist of Contra. There is no doubt that Bill is also in a state of alienation. Bill and Lance obviously saw Dian and the others, but they did not choose to attack. Instead, they rushed towards the predator with an attitude of indifference. Oh, it's indeed here. Looking at the backs of these three aliens, Dian showed a confident smile. Hey, silly girl, hurry up and go. I'll follow you right away. Dian shouted softly, his eyes fixed on the fighting situation of the four alienated creatures. The predator is indeed strong. If only Lance comes, he will definitely win. If Bill is added, he can also tie. However, the other party has already calculated his strength, so the alien queen also comes. It's probably hanging. After confirming this, Dian had already stood up, ready to finish what needed to be done and leave quickly. While getting up, he glanced in the direction of the girl, and found that the girl was still there, and she was sitting on the ground with her hands on her heart, as if she was distracted. How to do? Was touched. Why didn't I respond at all? Am I really so small that I can't even feel if I touch it? That's right. Dian pushed her just now and accidentally touched the stupid girl's waist. Hey, Slowpoke, stop being in a daze and hurry up. Dian immediately gave the stupid girl a nickname. Who is Slowpoke? Obviously, the power of a nickname had a significant effect, and the silly girl immediately came back to her senses. Dian smiled and said, Don't worry about such a trivial matter. Hurry up and leave. I will follow right away. After coming back to her senses, the silly girl also knew her priorities and put aside the too small to feel problems for the time being. Then you have to catch up quickly. I'm afraid of being alone, said the stupid girl with a blushing face. Dian smiled and said, Okay, no problem. Hearing his assurance, the silly girl breathed a sigh of relief and then quickly ran out towards the hole opened by the alien. Throughout the whole process, Dian smiled and looked at her back until he couldn't see her anymore. He immediately turned his head and wiped his sweat. Oh my God, I finally got through it, but I didn't expect that I accidentally touched it. But the unexpected file size is okay. He glanced at his right hand, then touched his chin and said seriously, I heard her say on the road that she has never had a boyfriend, so that means she has no support. It seems that there is still development prospects. For this arduous task of serving the people, I must do my part. Perhaps God or the predator felt that he was too shameless, but the alien queen's severed arm accidentally fell towards him, interrupting his soliloquy. Dian's reaction was also quick, and he immediately kicked off his legs and jumped away. Bang! The severed arm chopped off by the predator fell and made a small crater. So close. Dian laughed, and with this interruption, he finally remembered the business. He walked slowly to the head of the alienated deacon, grabbed her hair, and lifted her head up. Hey, are you still alive? Dian said in a very low decibel. If the live broadcast room was still open at this time, the audience would definitely laugh at him for not taking his medicine. As a result, the alienated deacon's eyes opened in the next second. Well, it just hurts a little. Dian smiled and said, Just be patient. Well, now that you say so. The alienated deacon blinked, his tone less cold than before. By the way, do you still want her body? Dian pointed at the headless corpse beside him. The alienated deacon said calmly, "If you want to do any breathing exercise on my corpse, please do so." Dian was shocked at that time. "I won't do it." The alienated deacon smiled slightly and seemed very happy. Dian raised his eyes and said, "Huh, you still hold a grudge?" When the alienated deacon smiled, Dian immediately understood that she was seeking revenge for teasing her before. Simply put, her smile can be translated as, "We are even." During this inexplicable and extremely shameful conversation, Dian walked away from the broken copper with his head in his hands. During the whole process, the predator was not only shocked, but didn't even have the time to speak. The reason why Dian and the alienated deacon have such a harmony of reunion of old friends is because of what Dian said in her ear. "I know where you stand, and we can work together." And then the tale of the alienated deacon was actually the answer. It seemed like a fatal blow, but it just left him with a breath of air, and at the same time, it was accurately sent to the location where the three aliens came from. I agree to cooperate. No one can understand such subtext, except Dian. So the two of them reached a consensus on cooperation in front of everyone, with a simple sentence, without any other communication, and even without knowing each other before. As for the reason why Dian dared to do this, it was actually very simple. The system will never issue tasks that cannot be completed. At that time, he seemed to be nervous and wanted to complain, but it was actually his last test of this point. If it were other time travelers, they would definitely believe this, but Dian didn't. Yes, other people. He is skeptical about everything in the world. Who says the earth must be round? Who says fire has to be hot? Who says water must flow downward? Now that we have arrived in a brand new world, why can we apply the previous concepts as a matter of course? After all, he has only played the game twice, and such a number of times is not enough to serve as a basis. So after he said that, he immediately opened the live broadcast interface. He was not sure of this until he saw all the viewers saying that the system would never go wrong. There's only one question left to consider. Did he accidentally trigger the death flag? Or was the situation at that time simply not assured death? Looking at the anger and disappointment shown by the alienated deacon about his sneak attack, the answer is obvious. Only by having expectations will one be disappointed. Only if you believe that he will not make a sneak attack will you be angry. After the alienated deacon heard what Dian said in some way, he had planned to cooperate with him. Definitely, the above 2 points are still somewhat arbitrary, but there is another crucial reason. That is it just a head? Dian asked towards the head of the beauty. Oh no, the head of the alienated deacon. Yeah, just press down the third iron plate on the left. The alienated deacon opened his mouth to give guidance. At the moment, about 10 minutes had passed since Dian started the live broadcast. These 10 minutes are basically a high degree of torture for the audience, but Dian himself is very comfortable. Oh, it's worth mentioning that he didn't go to the naughty girl as agreed. After all, he deliberately turned off the live broadcast just to say something to the alienated deacon that no one else could hear. As for what would happen if the silly girl stayed alone in this environment for 20 minutes, Dian shamefully forgot about it. Following the instructions of the alienated deacon, he pressed the iron plate, and suddenly the wall was dented first, and a random, rather advanced-looking display screen was pushed out. This was also the reason why Dian walked for 20 minutes. After all the electronic products within 1 kilometer were paralyzed by his grenade. There was no way to find usable equipment without walking further. Laugh. The screen suddenly lit up, and then a face that could make a child pee or an adult cry appeared on the screen. Hey, brother, do you have no sense of public morality or shame? You have such an ugly face, and you are so forward. The person Dian was teasing was an iron-blooded alien, and he was also the final boss of this Contra world. The Predator's intelligence was wrong from the start. Dian continued, I'm not telling you. A handsome person like me would never do such a thing. Can't you have some secrets in your heart? The scene fell into silence for a while. The iron-blooded alien originally wanted to start with a loud roar to give Dian a punch, but in the end, he was choked back and his face turned a little blue. Definitely, This green primate creature cannot be discovered by the audience. Only the alienated deacon noticed this and snickered inwardly. 5 seconds later, although the aesthetics are different, I'm also the most beautiful among my race. The iron-blooded alien was stunned for a while and choked out these words in a voice that sounded like a terminal stage of throat cancer. You beep are holding your shit in. You've been holding it in for a long time, and then you said something like this. Who cares whether you are handsome or not? No matter how handsome you are not as handsome as me. The iron-blooded alien was really deeply shocked by Dian Mo's shamelessness. Angry, it tried to yell again, but Dian Mo suppressed it again. Well, speaking of which, I do know a handsome guy with a voice similar to yours. Dian Mo touched his chin thoughtfully. Oh, who is it? The iron-blooded alien seemed to want to find an argument from this that he was also handsome, so he couldn't wait to answer it immediately. However, he did not realize that, unknowingly, the direction of the conversation was completely controlled by Dian Mo. Have you two strayed too far into the topic? Seeing the expression of the iron-blooded alien, the alienated deacon couldn't help but roll his eyes. Cough, cough, cough. Dian Mo cleared his throat, then moved his face forward a little, revealing a twisted, crazy smile. People who wear bat suits are mentally ill. The iron-blooded alien was silent for a long time, trying to understand this sentence, but in the end he couldn't figure it out. Sorry, I don't understand what you mean. What are you apologizing for? The alienated deacon was shocked at that time. You may not believe it, but an alien boss apologized because he didn't understand the DC joke. Silly beep. Dian Mo cursed immediately. 2333, Brother Chi is unhappy. Ask me. Damn it. You don't even know my idol's lines. Let's go back to the drawing board and recreate it. LGD way. It's hard for the iron-blooded alien to be scolded, even though it's a joke that's completely impossible to hear. The banter in the live broadcast room came in droves, but stopped the next moment. Roar! A deafening roar came from the mouth of the iron-blooded alien, and it finally raged after enduring it until now. Although its conversation with Dian Mo just seemed a bit ridiculous, when it was truly angry, the audience in the live broadcast room deeply realized that this was a boss that could scare them even through the screen. Dian Mo asked, "Do you think I dare not kill you? I can help you complete the task, or I can let you go back to your own world now." The audience immediately panicked, and some even asked Dian Mo to apologize quickly. After all, this is a boss that is likely to be level 40. However, that's right. That's what I think. Now that you say that, let's talk. An evil smile appeared on the corner of Dian Mo's mouth. You are not afraid of me, nor are you afraid of the iron-blooded aliens, but you are afraid of the iron-blooded elders behind the iron-blooded aliens. You identified my player identity from the beginning, but you didn't take it seriously and thought I couldn't pose a threat to you, so you sent aliens to kill me. Then you soon discovered that I, an extremely weak and, in your opinion, did not die in the alien army, and even killed them all. You must be surprised by this, right? Dian Mo paused, raised his hands, stretched out his index and middle fingers, and slightly bent them twice to add quotation marks for the ant in his mouth. The iron-blooded alien snorted angrily and said, "So what? Not so much." Dian Mo shrugged. Ants are still ants. Even if we survive, we will only be stronger ants at most. So you immediately changed your plan and sent out Lance and giant aliens. Well, the academic term on your side should be hybrid aliens. The expression of the iron-blooded alien changed slightly. It was obvious that what Dian Mo said was absolutely correct, so the more important next sentence was even more correct. Dian Mo smiled and said, "But you never expected that the Predator appeared at this time and once again saved us. Our survival is nothing but..." He took a step forward with an arrogant smile on his face. "Our rendezvous with the Predator has become a big problem, especially since the Predator and I have reached a deal." What I said, is that right? You're smarter than any primate I've ever met. The iron-blooded alien said with a gloomy face, although Dian Mo couldn't see the change in his expression at all. "Since you have expressed your admiration for me so sincerely, I will consider the words to avoid making you feel ashamed and want to commit suicide by swallowing feces. Dian crossed his arms across his chest, raised his chin, and said, "Come and thank me." The corners of the iron-blooded alien's mouth twitched slightly, and the alienated deacon couldn't help but roll his eyes. But now both of them have learned that the best way to treat Dian is to treat him coldly. Otherwise, if you answer one sentence from him, his next sentence might make you want to kill him. Ignoring the two people's reactions, Dian continued his explanation mode. Although I don't know what level of technology your aliens have reached, but since they're the same type of creature as the Predator, I guess it can't be much lower. So, in this underground base, there should be a lot of surveillance systems set up by you, and you should also know the contents of the transaction between me and the Predator. Cooperate to kill you. If we can't do that, I will immediately destroy the nearby electronic equipment and use my own methods to turn this underground base into an open-air state. He will use a non-electronic form to report the situation here to the tribe. After hearing such a cooperation policy, you panicked. As a B****************** D who completed the oral blast, your life was originally something that Iron-Blooded could not tolerate, so the Iron-Blooded Elder would definitely come in person. The alienated deacon said with empty eyes, "I promised you to pay attention to your wording. Little Fistone, don't interrupt." Dian immediately glared at her and shook her head a few times as punishment. After that, he looked at the iron-blooded alien again and sneered. "So stop threatening me with beep. Otherwise, I will use my method now. Since you chose to talk instead of directly killing me, you represent the iron-blooded alien. The soldier is still alive. All hit." The iron-blooded alien once again lamented in his heart how terrible this Dian Mo question was. He obviously didn't understand the world at all, and even knew the concept of 13 types of creatures not long ago, but he could guess all his thoughts and situations. In this three-party game, he is obviously the weakest player, but he has become a crucial factor. Both himself and the Predator need to rely on his power to completely complete their goals. After taking a deep breath, the iron-blooded alien said gloomily, "In that case, according to what you said, your mission is to drive us away, and I can cooperate with you to complete it. And you only need to use special means before the iron-blooded warriors have time to kill him." Huh? Dian raised his eyebrows. "It seems that your current state is very inconvenient, right? Humph, if I hadn't been caught when I came to this planet dash." The iron-blooded alien stopped mid-sentence and looked at Dian with gritted teeth. Unexpectedly, with such a casual sentence, another important piece of information about me would be obtained by him. "Don't glare at me. Who are you to blame?" Dian smiled contemptuously, then straightened his face. "Sorry, I'm not satisfied with your request." "What did you say?" The iron-blooded alien didn't care that he was scolded by Dian again, and only reacted to his last sentence. "Well, maybe he's used to being scolded." Dian laughed angrily and said, "Did you make a mistake? Who do you think is the leader of this transaction? Huh? Do you want to get rid of me just because you gave me the same chips as the Predator? Do it to me. It's clear. I have the final say on this deal." Roar. The iron-blooded alien roared, but he was unable to refute Dian's argument. After a long time, "What do you want?" Dian raised 3 fingers. "I have 3 requests." On the other side, 10 minutes ago, for hurried running sounds echoed in the dim tunnel. Smith said, 2. Do you think epilepsy can survive?" "I don't know." Burns shook his head. "All we can do now is pray to get back to the ground as soon as possible to seek support so that we can save them." "Maybe we can't do it." Ben, who was leading the way, stopped with a look of despair on his face. The other 3 could only stop in confusion. They didn't need to ask questions. Ben gave the answer. "Without epilepsy to lead the way, I can't find the way back at all. The underground base has passages extending in all directions." Originally, they didn't think anything about it with Dian leading the way. But now, they realize that when their team loses Dian, it will be difficult to move forward at all. "Damn it," Burns growled angrily. At this time, a cold voice came from the darkness ahead. "You guys, there's no need to think about going out." "Who is it?" The four Contras all felt tense, raised their guns, and stared into the darkness. And under their gaze, the person came out. It's Lance. No, not just him, but Bill and man in a white coat. Burns hesitated for a moment, then tentatively said, Lance, Bill, do you really not know us? Mwaha. A standard villain's middle-class laugh came from the mouth of the white coat. But compared to other villains, he at least has a brain, and at least he knows how to hide behind Lance and Bill. After a burst of laughter, he started to explain the work very responsibly. It's useless. The moment they received the alien cells, their sanity was completely destroyed, leaving only instinct. The reason why they can resist the urge to kill you now is just because the iron-blooded aliens want to capture you alive. The reality is not a brainless chuny anime. After hearing the sentence, Burns did not try to awaken Lance and the two with mouth escape, but directly raised the gun. Following him, the other three people also made the same judgment. Da-da-da. Continuous gunfire echoed in the tunnel, but to their despair, it had almost no effect on Lance. He just walked slowly for a while facing the bullet, and the next moment his figure disappeared. When Burns sensed something was wrong, a tail had already whipped him in the chest. With a bang, Burns flew backwards, knocking down the three people behind him along the way. Lance turned around and looked at the white coat and said, Capture completed. In the dim tunnel, the ground is covered with a dark green carpet of bacteria. When you step on it, there will even be a weird stinging sound, which is particularly scary. This is a must-have phenomenon wherever the alien lair is located. And in such a weird and horrifying environment, a petite figure slowly advanced in fear. Because of the influence of fear, she even forgot the way she came, and had no idea that the way she thought she was leaving was actually the alien's lair. The silly girl held the flashlight tremblingly, and because she was trembling with fear, the light from the flashlight kept shaking, which made the terrifying atmosphere even more intense. In order to be brave, she did not hesitate to start the live broadcast. However, these viewers are no better than her. Don't look at them. They were quite relaxed most of the time while watching Dianwen's live broadcast, and they even joked a few words from time to time. But that's all due to Dianwen's influence. Emotions have a contagious effect. Just like when you're nervous, if there's a calm and charismatic person around you, you will unconsciously calm down. Dianwen is this kind of person, but the silly girl is not. So what she infects is only fear to the audience. Although this group of viewers cannot be said to be more timid than her, they're not much better. The silly girl whispered, Did you remember it correctly? Why do I feel that this direction is a bit wrong? That's right. It must be right. Oh my God, I just saw a shadow. Don't scare yourself, be calm. Calm. What the hell? It's so scary. This group of hopeless spectators is basically unreliable. If they hadn't pointed the wrong way, she might still be in a safe position and head toward the alien lair. The silly girl sighed and discovered this, but she did not turn off the live broadcast. After all, now there was someone to talk to, so she would not be alone in thinking. This was also the first time she secretly hated the system's rule that she couldn't talk about other anchors in the live broadcast room. Otherwise, at least the audience can clearly tell her the situation and location of Dianwen. Just like that, after she walked for a while, suddenly there was a quacking sound, and the sound of a creature that could not be heard at all sounded from the front. Ah! The stupid girl screamed. Her mind went blank, and her whole body began to tremble. What to do? What to do? Is it an alien coming, or is it a facehugger? I'd better retreat. She was completely in a state of shock. Her legs, which were capable of running very fast, seemed to have taken root, and she stood there numb and weak. However, as if God thought it was not enough to scare her, the strange noise just now sounded one after another and frequently. Just hearing how dense it is, the number of things that are coming is probably no less than 10. Oh! A scream that could penetrate the eardrums rang out, and in panic, the flashlight in Daime's hand fell to the ground. She didn't bother to pick it up, and immediately took out her energy pistol from the space backpack, closing her eyes and pulling the trigger as hard as she could. The B asterisk 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 G gunshots continued to echo in the tunnel, and the strange noises actually decreased accordingly. But this was not a blind cat encountering a dead mouse. If the silly girl still had the energy to distinguish at the moment, she would have found that there was another completely different gunshot echoing in the sound of her own gunshot. And every time the gunshot sounds, there will be one less strange sound. I don't know how long it took, but the bullets in the silly girl's pistol were all gone, and the strange noises had all disappeared long before that. She stayed for a while before she noticed this phenomenon. Huh, the sound is gone? Is my casual shooting skill so strong? She laughed stupidly on the spot, and now that she was out of trouble, her whole body suddenly relaxed. At this time, stab! The unique sound of footsteps on the fungus carpet sounded from behind her. Just as the silly girl was about to scream, she fell into a warm embrace. She struggled desperately until a lazy voice penetrated into her ears. Okay, don't move. Even if you tempt me like this, I won't give you candy. Hearing this voice, the silly girl immediately stopped struggling. At the same time, Dianwen's expertise in tempting people to complain once again played an extraordinary role, even overshadowing fear. The silly girl turned her head with tears in her eyes, and then shouted, "Who seduced you? And even if you were seduced, it can't be for candy." While drinking, she turned around and buried her head in Dianwen's arms without saying a word. Like a frightened little rabbit, she cried and trembled while beating Dianwen's chest with her fists. "Who wants candy? Who wants candy? Who, oh? Why did you come here?" Looking at the crying silly girl, the lazy expression on Dianwen's face gradually disappeared, and a gentle expression appeared instead. He gently patted the silly girl on the back and said, "Sorry, I'm late." Not even a second after he was serious, he immediately showed a playful expression. But it's understandable. Even ants will be late, let alone it's about giving the old woman the warmth of the community. The air was still, and even the audience who had just posted, "I don't agree with this marriage," in the live broadcast room were shocked by Dianwen. Ask me, "Brother, do you know how to read the atmosphere?" This is their common thought. The stupid girl raised her head. Her big eyes were as wide as copper bells, and her teeth were clenching. Dian Mo asked, "You beep. Die for me once." "Stupid girl, are you still angry?" Looking at the stupid girl angrily walking in front, Dianwen smiled shamefully. Snort. The silly girl breathed out through her nostrils without turning her head. She was not just angry now, she was so angry that she walked in front, not knowing the road at all, and walked closer and closer to the alien lair. Dianwen walked a few steps quickly and came to Daime's side. He smiled and said, "Hey, don't be angry. How about I show you something good?" Hearing this, the silly girl's footsteps paused slightly, and her face immediately softened. But the softening didn't last more than a second, and she immediately returned to her straight-faced state. However, this time it was fake. In fact, which girl has not had the dream of Prince Charming and a hero saving the beauty? Although the silly girl has passed the stage of being a girl, at least she has had it. Therefore, when Dianwen showed up to save her at the critical moment, she felt not only a pounding of her heart, but also the throbbing of a deer jumping wildly. So what she was angry about was not Dianwen's mouth that could make people mad, but because he didn't understand the atmosphere at all and failed her girlish heart. Now that Dianwen is coming to coax her, she will naturally be happy. Humph, don't think that just anything can make me happy. The silly girl's little mouth curled up in an arrogant manner, almost writing the words "come and coax me" on her face. Dianwen chuckled and said, "Don't worry, it's definitely not anything. I dare say this thing is unique in the world." Hearing what he said, the silly girl immediately became interested, and her heart was sweeter than eating honey. However, contrary to her good mood, the audience in the live broadcast room had already guessed what it was, and they all gloated and mourned for the stupid girl. There was definitely a moment of silence for Dianwen. Norwin raised his right hand and raised the object in his hand to a level with the silly girl's head. "Look, this is it." When the silly girl heard this, she immediately turned her head and faced a magnificent head. At this moment, her mind shut down. This wasn't the end yet. When she was almost in a state of being frightened, that head showed a smile. Hi, we meet again. What a friendly greeting, just like the beautiful sister next door. However, the beauty is true, but she is not the girl next door, nor is she the sister. The stupid girl gave a dry smile like Blacken. Her eyes were dull. I am indeed dreaming, he. After saying this, she rolled her eyes and fainted. Dian quickly held her waist with quick eyes and hands to prevent her from falling. Then he raised the head of the alienated deacon without any consciousness and said, "You are wrong, little alien. How can you scare my companions? Oh, do you dare to be more shameless?" The alienated deacon rolled his eyes. "Also, what's the matter? Joke, xiaohua, xiaozi, xiaoji, xiaoxi, little things. You choose one." Finally, the alienated deacon was also defeated by Dian Wen's shamelessness. It's still a little weird. Dian Wen touched his chin and said, "Xiao-yi doesn't sound good. Xiao-yi, which one do you choose, Dian-yi, Dian-yi?" Well, let's go with Dian. Not only was she given nicknames and names, but she was also taken advantage of. What was even more helpless was that the word different was used in the end, which made people feel as if Dian Wen was just teasing her. Xiao-yi sighed feebly. "I know you want to lure me into complaining, but I won't be fooled. The alienation butler is worthy of being an iceberg goddess with the appearance of a goddess. Under Dian Wen's ability, no need to look up the dictionary. This is a new vocabulary I invented in 0.01 seconds. She still firmly maintains the style of a goddess." Refused to complain, Dian Wen smiled and said nothing more. "If there is a book, it will be long. If there is no book, it will be short." Half an hour later, Dian Wen took the awakened girl and walked in the tunnel where the fungus carpet was getting thicker and thicker. The tide of fear and weirdness enveloped the two of them and the audience in the live broadcast room. Neither of them spoke, which was definitely because the stupid girl was still angry. She kept a straight face the whole time and turned her head to the right, leaving Norin with the back of her head. However, as the saying goes, if you say no, your body is still very honest. Although she ignored Dian Wen, she firmly grasped Dian Wen's sleeves with both hands and did not dare to leave Dian Wen for even half a step. However, even such an atmosphere could not make Dian Wen feel the slightest sense of crisis. He even raised Xiao Yi's head from time to time and chatted with her, which brought an exponential sense of horror to the audience and the silly girl. This be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. I'm so scared. Don't you know how to talk to me? Am I not as charming as a head? The stupid girl was so resentful that she even stopped calling her brother. And just when she was thinking this in her heart, she felt Dian Wen stop his steps, followed by Dian Wen's lazy voice. "Arrive." Arrive? The stupid girl instinctively shined the flashlight forward, and then she, as well as the audience in the live broadcast room, all gasped, their heartbeats stopped, and they almost peed. Ahead is a huge space similar to the one they met before when they met the alienated deacon. The difference is that there is no experimental equipment here, only a surface completely covered by germ carpet, and no more than 200 alien eggs. As if feeling the light of a flashlight, the alien eggs all squirmed a few times at the same time, and then the opening above the alien eggs slowly opened like a flower blooming. If they're flowers, then they must be harvesting lives, piranha flowers. This shocking and horrifying scene made the girls and the audience tremble with fear. Fear was like a vine, wrapping around their bodies, strangling their hearts, making it difficult for them to even breathe. More than 200 alien-shaped eggs were opened collectively. This scene was a double impact on the vision and the soul. The textured alien-shaped eggs seemed to vibrate gently to show their existence, like a perfect picture of postmodernism. All right, that's pretty much it. In fact, it was clear that no aliens or facehuggers appeared, but this scene was enough to make any self-proclaimed bold person's legs weak. At the moment, all the viewers and girls in the live broadcast room had their lips trembling, their pupils dilated, and they were extremely frightened. And Dian Wen, his lips were also trembling, but his trembling was different from others because he was still swallowing saliva, and his eyes were looking at the very fleshy alien egg that glowed green. At the moment, what he was thinking about was, I wonder how the alien eggs taste. So, Brotherwin is not an ordinary person. Vomit. As soon as he finished saying this, the stupid girl who was already so frightened that she was clinging to him retched. Dianwen asked curiously, Huh? Are you pregnant? You're just pregnant. How could I get pregnant if I don't even have a boyfriend? The stupid girl's eyes widened. She was so scared and angry. She released the fear in her heart with loud decibels. Definitely. There also dissatisfaction with Dianwen. Dianwen looked horrified and said, I didn't do anything when you were unconscious. Suck. Call. The silly girl took a deep breath and then screamed several times louder than before. Ah! Dian Mo asked. Go to hell. Can't you be serious even for a minute? How long have I been unconscious? What can you do? Even if no matter what I do, I can't get pregnant right away. The silly girl scream that probably scared away even the aliens echoed in the tunnel. Dianwen only felt that his eardrums were hit hard at this moment, and his head was buzzing. What's interesting is that after this scream, the fear in the girl's heart dissipated a lot. Dianwen shook his head dazedly for a while, then smiled and patted the silly girl on the head and said, Look, this won't make you scared anymore. The stupid girl was stunned for a moment. Then a warm current surged in her heart. She looked up at Dian, one with a different meaning in her eyes. Ah, it's so delicious. I want to give birth to a monkey for Brotherwin. LG2A. Not to mention, if Brotherwin becomes gentle, the effect is really outstanding. Han Yinro, because he is usually too mean, drinking alone by the lakeside. People are tough and can't be broken down. 2333, as expected of great God Han. His speech hit the nail on the head. By the way, there's something wrong with the way the old woman looked at Brotherwin. Brothers, draw your sword. The 40-meter-long sword is already hungry and thirsty. Brotherwin is mine, old woman. Get out of here. Putting aside the fighting between Dianwen and Dian Mo in the live broadcast room, Dian Mo is indeed in a much calmer mood, and she does have a favorable impression of Dianwen that is different from the way fans face their idols. However, Dianwen himself had no idea about this. He pointed to the front and said, Stupid girl, take out your rocket launcher and dash. The word stopped because triggering serial tasks. The first step of the chain mission, collect 5 alien eggs. Huh? Serial? Dianwen was a little confused about this new vocabulary. What's wrong? The stupid girl obviously didn't receive this system prompt, so she didn't understand why he said half of what he said. Dianwen shrugged and told the girl about the series of tasks. After hearing this, the silly girl immediately showed a happy expression and said, That's great. Generally, the rewards for serial missions are quite good. Like Gao Dewey, he got perfect quality equipment that time. Seeing her happy look, she was even happier than getting the series of tasks. She even forgot about her anger, and she guessed that she was not far away from being defeated. That's it. Dianwen strode forward and walked forward without saying a word. However, before he could even take a step, he was grabbed by the stupid girl. Be careful. She looked nervous. That's a face hugger. If your face is hugged, it will be over. Dianwen smiled and said, Don't worry, didn't I tell you? I have already colluded with the alien. Go to hell with your complicity. Xiao Yi couldn't help rolling his eyes as he was being lifted up. How abnormal are you? You won't even let yourself go in order to harm others? Huh. Dianwen smiled. If I were normal, would I be able to work with you? As soon as he said this, Xiao Yi was really speechless. But no, a normal person in an alliance with the Predator are already considered cowardly. Dianwen is better off. As soon as he formed an alliance with the Predator, he turned around and sold him out, and then got involved with an alien who was not compatible with his own race at first sight. Anyway, don't worry. Dianwen patted the silly girl's little hand. The iron-blooded alien has given orders to these facehuggers, and they won't do anything to me. That's right. The voice of the iron-blooded alien, who had not spit in a lifetime of smoking for 800 years, sounded over the radio. But you have to pay attention. Facehuggers have very limited intelligence and act completely on instinct. I can only suppress it by force. If you expose your face to their sight, there is nothing I can do. Oh, this is the setting. Dianwen replied casually, but in actual actions, he was much more careful. He hunched over and walked quickly in the same posture as when he was spying on Princess Peach and Bowser. Then he touched the nearest 6 alien eggs and put them into his space backpack. Although the mission requirement was only 5 pieces, when he touched the first one, Dianwen found that this thing could be taken out of the game. So he took 6 pieces without hesitation. If it weren't for the fact that the backpack needed to leave an empty column, he would have wished. Thinking of this, he immediately turned around and whispered something into the ear of the stupid girl, then pulled her with a reluctant face to the alien eggs, grabbed her hand, and touched 5 more alien eggs. If we have a chance to meet in real life in the future, please give me the egg. When the silly girl heard this, her face that originally looked disgusted turned into joy. The first step of the serial task is completed. Do you need 5 sacrifice? Dianwen touched his chin, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The madness and some unknown meaning contained in it looked particularly strange in the dim light. In particular, it was clearly just a task, but he used words that were even worse than the system. Sacrifice. The silly girl said with empty eyes, "Brother Q, please don't laugh like that again. I'm panicking." To be honest, she was very lucky. Fortunately, there was no mood swing setting in the game this time. Otherwise, she would have been kicked out of the game a few times ago. Dianwen put away his smile when he heard this, then raised his right hand and made a strange movement. If I had to describe it, it was like grabbing the front edge of a peak cap and then turning it back. When the silly girl and the audience were confused, his next action and words revealed the meaning of this action. He stretched out his right hand with great momentum, pointed forward, and then shouted, "The decision is yours, Slowpoke. Use RPG to attack." You beep. Regarding these words that were full of flaws, the stupid girl could only say this. Dianwen turned around and said doubtfully, "Yes, mentally ill. Didn't your companion Zayazongman already ask about it?" God beep. As companion. How did Digimon become companions with Pokemon? The stupid girl was shocked at the time. She really couldn't understand why someone could be so nervous in such an environment. But, obviously, she didn't realize that under Dianwen's training, she had also... I want to say that it is probably abnormal for someone to complain about Pokemon and Digimon under such circumstances. Mental illness is contagious. Please be careful. List of victims: dumb girl. Current situation: mental pollution. List of those being trained: Dumayer. Current status: training completed. LGD Way. Haha. God's training is complete. Hanyenro. Don't laugh, little dog. Return to the elf ball. Drinking alone by the lake. So you were in COS, Xiaoxi? The inexperienced princess came back after checking and found that the discussion here had entered another stage. A moment of silence for the princess. Huh? Dianwen raised his eyebrows. Are you dissatisfied with being put in a pokeball? The stupid girl got angry and was about to reply, but after fully infiltrating this time and having a deep understanding of Dianwen, she gave up. She would never have a chance of winning if she argued with Dianwen. The silly girl said with empty eyes, Okay, don't talk about this. You just want me to blow up these alien eggs, I understand." After saying that, she took out the rocket launcher and put it on her shoulder. Without aiming, she directly pulled the trigger. Boom, boom, boom. After a roar, Daime's side mission was also completed, and Dianwen's mission had been completed long before he came to find Daime. Where shall we go after that? The stupid girl looked up and asked Dianwen. Dianwen smiled, and a glimmer of unknown meaning flashed in his eyes. He looked at the beauty head in his hand and said, "Definitely, to complete the deal and end this game." Facing his gaze, Xiao Yi's lips revealed a charming smile. Yes, it's time to complete their deal and end their game. Dianwen and Daime were on the road again, heading deeper into the underground base. Although the germ blanket is still there, Dianwen's expression is always calm and lazy, as if he was taking a walk in the sunshine in the afternoon. As for the silly girl, because of Dianwen's series of special comfort methods, she is not as scared now as before. Half an hour later, the two stopped. In front of them was a laboratory in the deepest part of the Red Eagle underground base. In an unfamiliar environment like this, one should be cautious, but Jianwen held his head high and kicked open the door of the laboratory. He didn't say check the ward or check the water meter this time, not because he wanted to give face to the people inside, but because he just felt tired of it. The stupid girl was a little scared looking at the people inside, so she grabbed Dianwen's sleeve and followed him closely. There are 8 people in the laboratory. To be precise, there were 5 people and 3 aliens. Definitely, 4 of those 5 people would have turned into aliens within a few minutes if Dianwen hadn't come. Burns, Smith, Iron, Bing, Lance, Bill, Whitecoat, Iron-blooded alien. Except for the Predator, all the famous characters in this game are here. Dianwen didn't take action immediately, but looked at the stupid girl. He was confirming the look on the silly girl's face, the expression of fear. Obviously, the iron-blooded alien that the silly girl saw was the same as her. Did the radiation effect disappear? Or is this iron-blooded alien different? He smiled and said, well, it might also be because the gender of this alien is male. He made a joke in his mind. Even he himself didn't believe the reason. Although the voice produced by this iron-blooded alien is male, its way of speaking is different from that of the alien. It uses a ring-shaped machine worn around its neck. It itself has not evolved a human-like vocal cord system. After thinking about this irrelevant question for a while, the next step is to get to the point. Then, let me make sure again. Dianwen walked up to the iron-blooded alien without changing his expression. After killing the iron-blooded alien, you will blow up this base and then leave the planet. Let me finish it in this way. Dry mission. That's right. Yes. As long as you don't lie to me about the mission content, you can complete the mission. The iron-blooded alien laughed. Although in the eyes of normal people, he looked more like a roar. Very good. Dianwen patted the silly girl's hand, gave her a reassuring look, and then walked into the culture tank in the center of the laboratory. Then let's get started with my second request, alienation. That's right. Among the 3 requirements put forward by Dianwen, the second one is alienation like Lance. When he proposed it, let alone the audience, even the iron-blooded aliens were shocked. But now, the silly girl who just learned about this is naturally not much better. Ask brother. You said you want to be alienated. The worry about Dianwen in Daime's heart defeated her fear of the iron-blooded aliens. She originally wanted to stay away from the iron-blooded aliens as much as possible, but now she took the initiative to step forward. Just because Dianwen is beside the iron-blooded alien. Dianwen leaned against the glass of the culture tank and said with a smile, yes. Although this power cannot be taken out, I would like to try it. Even the NPCs couldn't understand what he said, but the silly girl understood it. So, she was even more confused. The mission is obviously about to be completed, and it's obvious that it can't be brought out, so why take the risk to do this? That's what she was thinking, and that's what she asked. The iron-blooded alien also looked at Dian and asked, actually, I also want to ask this question. He pointed at Lance and Bill, who were expressionless. You have also seen their appearance. After completing the alien transformation, you will also become just like them. Once you become like this, your mind will be occupied by the killing instinct. Even you will definitely not be able to resist this instinct. It sounded like the iron-blooded alien was trying to persuade Dianwen to give up, but in fact, he was a little anxious when he saw the silly girl try to persuade Dianwen, and wanted to use this clumsy approach to make Dianwen persist. To say why, it is definitely because after Dianwen's alienization, even if he is a player, the iron-blooded alien can control him. In this way, his plan will be foolproof, and he can even avoid the trouble of going around the outside of the planet. He is having a good dream here, and Dianwen is here. Oh, that's it, forget it. He gave up suddenly. I wipe it. This is different from what was promised. The iron-blooded alien's eyes widened. If there weren't others around, he would have wanted to slap himself for letting him talk so much. Haha, look at your expression. Dianwen suddenly laughed, and then patted the iron-blooded alien on the shoulder very familiarly. I am definitely joking. After saying that, he looked at the iron-blooded alien with a half-smile, which made him feel terrified. Stop talking nonsense. Let's get started. We'll solve it in 5 minutes. Girl, stay aside first. Seeing how determined he was, Dume couldn't say anything, and the four Contras also looked worried. Soon, the culture tank was closed, and then a large amount of purple translucent liquid was poured in, flooding Dianwen's mouth and nose at an extremely fast speed. The strange thing is that he can breathe freely in this liquid, but soon he had no time to care about it. As the liquid completely submerged him, pain worse than being quartered by 5 horses came like a flood. Dianwen tightened his fists, and the muscles all over his body bulged in an instant, as hard as stones. This was the same pain that Lance and Bill had experienced, but the difference was that it took Lance and the others a full 2 hours to transform. As for Dianwen, in order to solve the problem quickly, he requested to solve it within 5 minutes. This means that 2 hours of continuous pain will be condensed into 5 minutes. This is enough pain to defeat any normal human being. Time passed minute by minute, and under the eyes of the stupid girl, Norwin's body, which was still shaking violently, stopped completely at the beginning of the 3rd minute. His eyes were closed tightly, and his head was bowed. If the status bar didn't show that he was alive, the girl would have thought he was dead. 5 minutes later, the purple liquid was slowly drained out, and Dianwen lowered his head and sat on the ground, leaning against the glass. Laugh. The glass was opened, but Dianwen remained motionless. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him, but for a full minute, he still didn't move. The silly girl was a little restless, and the white coat was probably afraid that Dianwen would die and the iron-blooded alien would blame him. He stepped forward cautiously and stretched out his hand to detect Dianwen's breathing. At this moment, a blurry black shadow flashed past, and a hand was raised as fast as lightning, clasping his wrist tightly. That's Dianwen's hand. Let go. Let go quickly. The white coat let out heart-rending screams. Clicking sounds continued, and his arm broke at a speed visible to the naked eye. Blood spurted out, and a few seconds later, Dianwen actually pinched off the white coat's arm. Perhaps it was because Xian's white coat was shouting too loudly, so Dianwen waved his hand and threw the white coat out. Bang! With a loud noise, the white coat hit the iron wall, a huge amount of blood spurted out from his pores, and a bloody mess was printed on the wall. If I had to describe it, he was as pitiful and pathetic as a mosquito that was swatted to death on the wall. Haha, it's really unexpectedly strong. It's almost as good as these 2 guys. It turns out that shortening the transformation time has such an effect. The jagged alien didn't react at all to Whitecoat's death. He laughed and walked up to Dian and ordered condescendingly, Dian Mo 1, although I have an order to give you, but before that. He looked at Lance beside him mid-sentence. The silly girl suddenly felt a little nervous. She glanced at the door secretly with her big eyes, hesitating whether she should run away immediately. As for the 4 Contras, they understand more deeply than Dume how terrifying it is to be on par with Lance, and more importantly, in their minds, the alienated Lance and the alienated Dian Mo are not on the same level at all. Even the beautiful head placed aside on the ground looked at Dian nervously. Let me see who is stronger and weaker between you and Lance now. Under the gaze of everyone, Dianwen slowly raised his head. His eyes were as cold as weapons. Dianwen stood up slowly and walked out of the cultivation tank. He didn't look at anyone else from beginning to end. It was as if at this moment, he only had Lance as his opponent in his eyes, the opponent he had been ordered to arrange. Lance also received the order from the iron-blooded alien, walked out from Bill, and came to the opposite side of Dianwen. Looking at these 2 people, the iron-blooded alien walked aside with a smile. Contra also took a few steps back, not sure if it was to make room for the 2 of them or because he was afraid. As for the silly girl, she was the same as them, but she still held Xiao Yi's head in her arms. If it were normal, the audience in a live broadcast room would definitely complain that the stupid girl was not normal after being mentally contaminated, but now they all looked at the 2 people in the middle with wide eyes. In the field, Dianwen shook his neck, and his neck bones made a cracking sound. Bah! There was a sound of tearing cloth, and a tail as thick as an adult male's thigh protruded from his waist. The long metallic tail was 2 meters long, and the sharp tip at the end shone with a dazzling cold light under the light. At the same time, a layer of black exoskeleton similar to Lance, but slightly different, spread over his body, exploding all the clothes on his upper body, revealing his strong and streamlined figure. The exoskeleton did not cover the entire body, but left a V-shaped area from his neck to his heart, which looked like a vest covering his body. Sisters, draw your swords. Get out of here upstairs. Brother Wynn's 8-pack abs will be guarded by me. Drinking alone by the lake. You guys step back and ask me if it's mine. A group of women in the live broadcast room had all forgotten the crisis of Dian when at the moment. They stared at Dian Mo with their eyes fixed on him and almost drooled. Don't talk about them. Even a silly girl who is personally in this crisis. Her current expression is not much better than that of a S***T. When the eyes of a group of female viewers glow green and the male viewers feel envious and jealous. Snapped. Dian Mo kicked his legs, his cold eyes filled with boundless killing intent. Remember to order until the end. The iron-blooded alien interrupted at the right moment. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Dian Mo punched Lance hard in the chest. The exoskeleton on Lance's body that couldn't even be penetrated by firearms cracked under his punch, and purple blood spurted out and sprinkled on Dian Mo's body. Laugh! The sound of corrosion sounded, and a stream of white smoke emitted from Dian Mo's black exoskeleton. It was obvious that Lance was different from Xiaoyi. However, this corrosive effect was of little use to Dian Mo. After the white smoke dispersed, only slight traces were left. Generally speaking, if you're hit hard, you will fly upside down to offset part of the force, but Lance didn't do that. After gritting his teeth and taking the punch, he swung his long tail towards Dian Mo. Boom! There was a muffled sound, and Dian Mo turned out to be forced to answer. His claw-like hands covered with black exoskeletons tightly grasped the tail, and he took a step back, that's all. Under everyone's gaze, an evil smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The muscles in his hands suddenly swelled. A low growl came from his mouth. He twisted his waist, clasped Lance's tail with overwhelming force, and then spit on the spot. Hoo-ho-ho! Violent wind sounds rippled through the room. Paper materials in the laboratory were flying all over the sky. Various equipment fell to the floor, and even cracks appeared on the culture tank. But even so, the iron-blooded alien still had no intention of stopping it. 5 laps, 10 laps, 20 laps. When the acceleration reached the extreme, Dian Mo suddenly let go, and then Lance flew out at an extremely fast speed. Bump! With 2 loud noises in a row, Lance was accurately thrown out of the door and then crashed through 2 walls. Dian Mo's character of eradicating the roots seems to remain unchanged even if he becomes an alien. After throwing Lance out, he immediately stood up, then rushed out, and was in front of Lance in the blink of an eye. Lance was also angered. Half lying on the ground, he punched Dian Mo in the face. In contrast, Dian Mo also made the same attack. But at this moment, that's it. The iron-blooded alien opened his mouth. Lance and Dian Mo's movement stopped. Daimei, Contra, Xiaoyi, and the audience in the live broadcast room all sighed. It wasn't until this moment that they confirmed that Dian Mo was really possessed by the killing instinct and controlled by the iron-blooded alien. Under the disappointed eyes of these people, Lance stood up slowly, past Dian Mo, and walked towards the door of the laboratory. The iron-blooded alien looked at this scene with satisfaction and began to look forward to the future of occupying this world and killing all primates. However, puff! His sweet dream was interrupted by this sound. Under everyone's gaze, a hand penetrated Lance's chest from behind. Between the slender fingers, there was a heart beating for the last time. Dian Mo asked. The iron-blooded alien's eyes suddenly widened, and his heart was filled with anger. Hurry up and stop it. I order you to stop. Okay. A frivolous voice came from behind Lance, which made everyone present except the iron-blooded alien, and Bill look surprised. Puff! Dian Mo squeezed hard with his right hand, and the living heart suddenly turned into blood and mud. At the same time, his other hand stretched out from the wound, and then tore hard on both sides. Stab! In the sound that sounded like cloth being torn, Lance was torn in half, with blood spurting in the background, and Jinwen's face, full of evil smile, appeared in front of everyone. Order? Please figure out who you were talking to first. I am epileptic. Don't ask. The words Dian Mo asked echoed in the air. Iron-blooded alien at the moment, there was nothing but shock. For some reason, he actually understood the meaning of Dianwen's words. Yes, after transformation, the killing instinct will rage in the brain of the person being transformed, destroying all reason and thinking. What is left is only the crazy killing instinct. But Dian Mo asked differently because originally, he is a madman. As if declaring the height of madness, a maniacal smile broke out on Dianwen's face. 666. The anchor did not disappoint me. With the blood rain as the background, and the arrogant prince strolling over, this is simply the scene in my dreams. Auntie, please be conscious and call the police. Such a dream is not normal. LGD way. Is it normal for people to worship Dian Mo? Haha, Gao Dui knows the truth. Drinking alone by the lake presented the anchor with 5 million game coins. Drinking alone by the lake. At this moment, let us shout a name. After the huge gift, Her Royal Highness used high-profile, colorful fonts to type out this barrage of unknown meaning for the first time. But for this moment, for fans who crazy about Dianwen, is it really unclear? Definitely not. Delirium. Mo. Ask. Episode. Mo. Ask. Episode. Mo. Ask. Han Yinro. Crazy. Don't. Ask. As if driven by the atmosphere, Han Yinro shouted out the name, and she smiled knowingly. I remember that there seemed to be such a scene at the end of Mario World. Dian Mo asked. He really gives everyone a surprise at the end every time. A stunning smile appeared at the corner of Han Yinro's mouth. The audience was chanting Dianwen's name, and at the same time, Wanyu coins were constantly being given away in a crazy manner. Just stepping on the highly corrosive purple blood, Dianwen strolled towards the iron-blooded alien. It was obviously much stronger than Dianwen, but at the moment, the iron-blooded alien couldn't help but take a step back. He is timid. This emotion that should not appear in an alien actually appeared in him. Dian Mo asked, "Do you want to break the contract?" The iron-blooded alien has a ferocious expression and is ready for battle at any time. Dianwen smiled softly. How is that possible? Am I that kind of person? Isn't that what you are? The stupid girl rolled her eyes. The cheated predator will definitely BP************* D to death when he hears this. Xiaoli couldn't help but vomit in his heart. Okay, let's get on with the deal. Dianwen smiled and walked to the side of the iron-blooded alien, then stretched out a hand towards him. The iron-blooded alien hesitated for a moment, and finally took out an injection filled with dark purple liquid and placed it on Dianwen's hand. This is Dianwen's third requirement, an alien transformation syringe that can bring out the game. Okay, he put the injection into his space backpack, then clapped his hands. The deal is done. Let's go kill the predator. After he finished speaking, the iron-blooded alien breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time, a roar came from outside the door. Dian Mo asks you despicable person. Everyone looked around, and a rather miserable figure appeared in their field of vision. It was the predator who barely escaped being beaten by the alien queen, Lance, and Bill. At the moment, his face was full of anger, and his eyes almost burst into flames when he looked at Dianwen. It should be said that eyes are indeed the windows to the soul. Even primates like Dianwen can see in his eyes the desire to bite Dianwen to death. No one can make the predator so angry. However, Dianwen, as the culprit, has no such awareness at all. Dianwen's tail slapped the floor hard, and his expression looked even angrier than that of the predator, so much so that it gave others the illusion that he was the one who was betrayed and wronged. Are you beep? Stupid? Originally, I was planning to secretly stab the iron-blooded alien in the back. Just because you showed up, everything was ruined. The predator was stunned. What? The iron-blooded alien was frightened. Dian, Burns, Bing, Smith, Ein, and the audience were all stunned. The air was quiet for a moment. When he came to his senses, the iron-blooded alien immediately moved a few steps to the side and looked at Dian Mo warily. And he was looking at Dian Mo. He smiled at the iron-blooded alien and said, "Hey, don't be nervous. I was just joking." Dian Mo walked up to Dume, took the beauty head from her hand, and then walked to the iron-blooded alien with a harmless smile. "Look, Xiao Yi and I have such a good relationship." He picked up Xiao Yi's head and raised it to a position that was level with his own. "Ask her, have I ever had this thought?" The iron-blooded alien really looked at Xiao Yi, and then Xiao Yi smiled back at him, as if to comfort him and reassure him. "Call." Seeing this scene, the iron-blooded alien breathed a sigh of relief, and his originally vigilant body also relaxed. Dian Mo continued to smile and said, "Besides, look, if I really wanted to sneak attack you, why would I say it out loud? In fact, I'm just teasing the stupid beep over there." While saying this, he also put his arm around the iron-blooded alien's shoulders in a goodbye brother's gesture. That happy expression is exactly like a picture of a student going home with his gay friends. That's true. The iron-blooded alien was finally completely relieved, and even Dian Mo's familiar gesture didn't take him to heart. He grinned and said, "Ha." Dian Mo asked, "Your sense of humor is so unique. I hope you won't make a joke at a time like this next time." "Ha, what are you talking about? I can—" Puff. Blood spurted. The iron-blooded alien trembled, lowered his head in disbelief, and looked at the tail that penetrated from his chest. Then, his neck turned around like clockwork that hadn't been oiled for too long. At the same time, facing his gaze, a strange and crazy smile appeared on Dian Mo's face. "I would never joke at a time like this." "Ha ha 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 ha." Puff. The iron-blooded alien leaned forward, forcefully pulled its tail out of its chest, and then ran to the other side of the room in panic. At this point, Dian Mo, the iron-blooded alien, and the predator warrior stand in three directions, forming a tripartite status quo. "Huh? Isn't the chest wound fatal? You are really a little strong." Dian Mo smiled and raised his eyebrows. The iron-blooded alien gritted his teeth and looked at him and said, "You despicable and shameless villain. Did you agree with the predator from the beginning to do this play?" "Ah." The confused predator heard his name and looked over silently. His "I'm already an idiot" expression clearly stated a fact. This was not planned from the beginning. "I also wanted to ask if this is the two of you acting." This is what he complained about. "Uh-huh." The four Contra people nodded in unison 4-2-0. Obviously, when things have developed to this point, everyone present has no idea which of what Dian Mo did was acting and which of his true thoughts. It was impossible to guess what he was thinking. Anyway, the four Contras have completely emptied their minds. Even if Dian Mo suddenly commits suicide by swallowing feces at the next moment, they won't find it strange at all. Hey, old man, you've made me sad. I stabbed him for you." Dian Mo complained with a smile. Daimei complained with empty eyes. "Well, old man, there's nothing wrong with me." Forget it. Seeing your expressions of hunger and thirst, I will tell you righteously." Dian Mo said this using strange words, and then smiled and raised the beauty's head in his hand. "I didn't plan to act from the beginning. I made this decision after reaching a deal with Xiao Yi." The iron-blooded alien snorted angrily. "Are you trying to say that the alienated deacon lied to me because he was threatened by you?" "Stop joking, I dash." "No kidding." The iron-blooded alien was interrupted, but it was not Dian Mo who interrupted him, but Xiao Yi. She said with a cold smile, "Please die here." The iron-blooded alien was stunned. Bing dog, Dian Mo snapped his fingers with inexplicable joy. "Let me announce the answer. I am not on the predator's side, but on Xiao Yi's side." "Then you want to take action against me too? Isn't my way the best for you primates?" The predator couldn't help but speak. He was really scared. No. Dian Mo shook his head with a smile, and then blinked. "Please, one drools 24 hours a day, and the other is always giving people a blow to the head. In contrast, I am on the side of the beauty." "What's wrong?" His words are definitely due to his unique sense of humor. If Xiao Yi's purpose was not what he expected, he would definitely shoot her in the head without mercy. Definitely don't worry. Xiao Yi's ideas do not conflict with yours. She and the iron-blooded alien came to this planet not to exterminate the primates, but to take the opportunity to kill him so that he could stop his plan. The path Xiao Yi chose was not to improve his ranking by killing primates, but to evolve himself to enhance the strength of alienated creatures. Although she is the only alienated type like her so far, this also proves the evolutionary direction of your alienated creatures. That's right, during the time when they avoided everyone and even turned off the live broadcast, Dian and Xiao Yi discussed this matter. The fundamental reason why Dian used the electromagnetic pulse grenade was to destroy the surveillance in that area so that the iron-blooded aliens would not know their plans. All in all, bang, bang, bang. Dian clapped his hands happily and then smiled evilly at the iron-blooded alien. I'm still very merciful. If Xiao Yi wants to kill you, that's her fault. I can let you go. Anyway, my mission is just to drive you away. Xiao Yi looked at him and said, Do you want to keep him to contain me? You will understand me, right? After all, at this point, I have to be careful. Dian replied with a smile. In response, Xiao Yi just snorted and didn't say much, but his mood was a bit complicated. Everyone present had the same mood as her. They looked at Dian with their eyes, whether they were wary, angry, or admiring, but they all contained an uncontrollable admiration. This is a very strange scene. There are 4 alienated creatures above level 30, including Bill. 4 Contras are also at level 20. Even Dian Mo is higher than Dian. However, who would have thought that, as the lowest level existence, Dian has absolute dominance? Whichever side he favors will lead to that side's victory. After a moment of silence, the iron-blooded alien exhaled as if giving up and then asked unwillingly, I have a question. Even though I have been with the alienation deacon for so long, I still haven't been able to discover her thoughts. How did you know? After hearing his words, everyone looked at Dian with the same doubts, especially Predator and Dian Mo. Now they both understand that the reason for the alliance between Dian and Xiao Yi lies in Dian Wen's seemingly inexplicable and even fatal hug toward Xiao Yi. What was the reason for him to confirm Xiao Yi's thoughts and dare to take such a gamble? This question, Dian smiled enigmatically. It's actually very simple, because of the mission. This was the crucial reason why he made such an incredible judgment at that moment. The system will not issue tasks that cannot be completed. The system will not issue duplicate or conflicting tasks. The moment I entered the underground base, as a player, I received the message, completely destroy the Red Eagle underground base and drive away or kill the aliens. Then when I saw Xiao Yi, I received another mission, kill or expel the alienated deacon. Dian didn't care how much his 2 sentences would make the NPC understand under the system's shielding. He just said it for himself, for his own sake, to show off. Just kidding, it's the end of the game. If you don't show off your wise and mighty side, what's wrong with you? He spread his hands and said with a smile, This is an obviously repetitive mission. Logically speaking, we players will not receive such a mission. Then the question is simple. Leave out all the wrong answers, and what is left in the end, no matter how unbelievable it is also the only possible 3.8. This island has not been a tripartite force from the beginning, but a 4-party force. The alienated deacon and you are not in the same camp. You actually did it just because of this. The iron-blooded alien looked at Dian in disbelief, then lowered his head and let out a deep laugh. I know. I didn't lose to the player. I lost to you, to Dian Mo. Ordinary people would never dare to make such a decision, even if they were sure. But you are different. You are a madman, a confident person. Jinping is an arrogant lunatic. He suddenly raised his head and laughed ferociously. But I just lost this round, and I won in the end. Boom, boom, boom. Violent vibrations sounded, and the solid wall collapsed in an instant, revealing a huge amount of alien head. It's the alien queen. Under that wall, Dian Mo raised her head in horror. Everything happened too suddenly. The wall collapsed suddenly, the alien queen suddenly appeared, and the huge right foot stepped down quickly. All these things made Dian Mo's mind go blank. After all, she was just an ordinary girl. Facing this situation of approaching death, her whole body was filled with fear, and she froze in place. The original situation was broken at this moment. The entire laboratory was filled with a murderous atmosphere, and the appearance of the alien queen was the clarion call. Everyone moved at this moment. "Stupid girl, hide now." There was a rare, anxious look on Dianwen's face. He swept his long tail and swept away the huge equipment on the side, hitting the alien queen's feet accurately, trying to slow down its offensive. At the same time, he pushed his legs on the ground and rushed towards the stupid girl at an extremely fast speed. The predator had figured out Dianwen's position and knew that the two were still in an alliance, so he immediately rushed towards the alien queen. But before he could take a few steps, a strong wind suddenly hit him from the left. Bill hit him with great force, and the two of them crashed through the wall and rolled into a ball. Contra also raised the gun in his hand at the same time, spitting fire, and shot at the alien queen. Everyone on Dianwen's side was trying to save Doomsday, but strangely, the iron-blooded alien, which was the enemy's strongest combat force, rushed in the completely opposite direction, with no intention of attacking them. 0-1. Boom! The mechanical equipment hit the alien queen's leg, causing her body to shake a few times, making her stand unsteady. In comparison, Contra's attacks seem to have insufficient attack power. A weapon that can hit the head of ordinary aliens with one shot has a very weak effect on the alien queen. The alien queen's unsteady stance only lasted for a second, and the next moment its giant foot suddenly stepped down. Bang! The ground shook, and a huge amount of pothole appeared, but there was no body inside. People saw a figure flash past, and finally stopped in a corner on the side of the laboratory. "Are you okay?" Dianwen lowered his head and asked the stupid girl paralyzed in his arms. The stunned, silly girl responded slowly. When she answered this sentence, what she looked at was not Dianwen's face, but Dianwen's bloody left hand. "Are you hurt?" she asked with a complicated expression. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely act like a tough guy at this time and say coolly, "I'm fine." But Dianwen is no ordinary person. He grinned and said, "Yeah, it hurts so much. You owe me one more time. I'm going to do it 7 times to see if I can let Shenlong evolve you into a dumb hippopotamus." Normally, the stupid girl would have complained loudly, but she didn't this time, because she knew that Dianwen was just using his way to relax herself and relieve her fear. "I don't want to do it so many times." The silly girl smiled and replied. Dianwen saw that she had recovered and immediately put her down. "I'm going to deal with the alien queen." After saying that, he had already rushed over. At the moment, the situation was very clear. Originally, Dianwen and the others were 2 against 3, and the Contras were almost negligible. The situation was considered to be a 50-50 split. But I don't know why the iron-blooded aliens didn't mean to join the battle. So Dianwen had time to send the stupid girl to a safe place. Otherwise, Contra and the others would have died. But even so, they're not much better. Burns was swept against the wall by the alien queen's tail and was knocked unconscious on the spot. Smith was killed by a sharp claw piercing his chest. Sitzman was not a fireman. He stayed behind and was not injured. As for Ein, the flamethrower in his hand had some effect on the alien queen, but it also angered the hesitation queen. "Am I going to die?" Looking at the giant tail from top to bottom, the slow-moving, Ein had no time to dodge. Just when he closed his eyes and waited for death. Boom! The ground shook for a while, but he didn't feel any pain. He opened his eyes and saw the back of a figure who was not tall compared to a white man. It's Dianwen. At the moment, Dianwen raised his hands high to support the alien queen's tail, causing dents in the iron plate under his feet. "Hey man, it's your turn." Dianwen turned around and smiled at Ein easily. The power he gained from his layout is no joke. If calculated based on system level, his current physical fitness is equivalent to a level 30 player. Even if he joins forces with the Predator in a 2-on-3 matchup, he has a chance of winning, let alone a head-on attack on the alien queen. One move. Okay, be careful. AI and spoke concisely and to the point, knowing that staying here would only hinder him. So he immediately retreated to Bin's side. Seeing him leave, Dian Mo could finally let go. He pushed hard with both hands. Then the queen of figure was pushed back a few steps by him. By now, Dian Mo finally had time to take a closer look at the alien queen. It was huge, at least 10 meters long. Although the huge head had many wounds left by the previous predator, this did not affect its strength. On the contrary, make it more ferocious. It's just that this ferociousness has no effect on Dian Mo. It will be solved in 1 minute. Dian Mo moved and ran out. At this time, the alien queen had also stood firm. After seeing him rushing towards her, Fubu hesitation made another move. Regarding the upcoming attack, Dian Mo had no intention of slowing down at all. He just leaned down suddenly at the slightest distance and stretched out his right hand to pull out the protruding black spines on the alien queen's tail. The tail carried him quickly for half a circle. The alien queen reacted and wanted to slap the ground, but Dian Mo had already turned over flexibly and was half crouching on the tail. He grinned and became excited. To be honest, he likes close combat very much, but his skills in this area are far inferior to long-range sniping. Now that he has such a powerful body, he must give it a try. With the completion of the mission being a foregone conclusion and the safety of Dumb Girl and others being ensured, he didn't mind having a good time at the end of the game. Bang! Bang! The sound of the giant tail slapping the ground overlapped with the sound of Dian Mo kicking his legs suddenly, and his whole body rose from the ground like a rocket, heading straight for the alien queen's head. Call! As he was flying in the air, the wind howled. Alien Queen 020 was smart enough to predict his actions and slapped him. You're so bold and evil. I'm the only one who slaps others. Although it was very dangerous for Dian Mo to be unable to turn in the air, he himself was not worried at all. Even the audience in the live broadcast room superstitiously believed that he must have a solution. In fact, he just has a way. His tail, which was not there a few minutes ago, was thrown out like an arm, and before the slap hit him, it wrapped around the alien queen's fingers and then slipped through the fingers so easily. No one can survive more than a minute in my BGM. With a casual remark that he didn't know where it came from, he let go of his tail and used the strength of the alien queen to fly to its shoulder. Do you still remember Kuba's daughter by the Daming Lake? Not to mention remembering the alien queen, it doesn't even know who Bowser is, but it will soon receive the same treatment as Bowser's daughter. Dian Mo jumped, then raised his hand and slapped the alien queen. Bang! The alien queen tilted her body and took 5 steps back. Dian Mo once again had nowhere to use her strength and slowly fell towards the ground. In the process of falling, his hands turned into claws, and the tiger's mouth merged and placed on his waist. Eat my epileptic qigong. After shouting with great momentum, he moved his hands forward, and a fireball appeared, flying towards the alien queen's head. DB, a beautiful landing, a chic landing for Dian Mo. His combat power is only 5. He is a scumbag. Ask me. I'll come up with all kinds of jokes, and I'll ask you if you're afraid. Pa bang bang. 2333. Brother one is hopeless at the end of his 2nd year of high school. Obviously, I'm such a badass, and I'm obviously full of trash talk, but I feel very angry. Is there no way to save me? Dian Mo asked the cult to welcome you. LGD way. I also feel very angry. It seems that I have been mentally polluted. Drinking alone by the lake. Who do you think is mentally polluting you? LGD way. I was wrong. The live broadcast room was very happy, and Dian Mo was the same here. He held a pistol in one hand and a sniper rifle in the other. He had no intention of aiming carefully and wildly pulled the trigger towards the alien queen with a happy face. He couldn't take these 2 guns with him anyway, so he might as well have some fun at the end. However, before he finished shooting the bullets, a sound like a moving door appeared from behind him, attracting his attention. He turned around and saw that it was the wall facing the laboratory door, but at the moment it was no longer a wall, but a huge amount of moving door, and even the color changed from white to white. Black. Xiwan frowned slightly when he saw the scene inside the moving door. That's the cabin. Dian Mo asked, Don't be nervous. The iron-blooded alien stood in front of the moving door. While talking, he took a step back and entered the space that looked very much like an airplane cabin. Then he pressed on the wall, and the positions on both sides of the moving door that originally looked like walls suddenly changed and turned into two turbines. "I see. Is it a spaceship?" Dian Mo touched his chin and nodded calmly. The iron-blooded alien continued, "I'm not as shameless as you. I will let you complete the mission well." He hadn't said this yet, but as soon as he said it, Bin, Ein, and Dian Mo all became nervous. Will the iron-blooded alien just escape like that? Will he pilot the spaceship to continue killing people elsewhere? If he is allowed to escape, will he and others have the chance to get so close to him next time? Questions flashed through their minds, making them very nervous. On the other hand, Dian Mo didn't worry at all. The iron-blooded alien was a very cautious and even abnormal person, or rather very timid. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked for cooperation with him when his side's strength was obviously higher than that of the predator. Therefore, based on his understanding of the iron-blooded aliens will only make the choice that he expected, and that is, take the spaceship out of the Earth. Let yourself complete the task to ensure that you won't mess with him again, and then head here. After he and Dian Mo left, the predator was taken away, and he could come back to continue his plan. "TSK, let's go now. I want to play some more." He was a little dissatisfied with the fact that the game was about to be completed, not to mention how abnormal his idea was, and more importantly, he completely forgot that the current situation was entirely caused by himself. As if God heard his inner voice, the situation suddenly changed in the next second. I saw the three people in the corner whispering a few words, and then Dian Mo took one thing from Bin's hand. "I must help Brother win this time." Dian Mo held something in her hand tightly, and the struggling expression stayed on her face for a second, and then turned into determination. At this time, Dian Mo happened to look over. Although he didn't know what she wanted to do, looking at her expression, an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Just as Dian Mo was about to speak to stop him, Dian Mo's figure suddenly rushed towards the iron-blooded alien at an extremely fast speed. It's going to happen. Dian Mo's speed after activating her skills is indeed very fast, but it is definitely not enough to make up for the level gap of more than 20 levels. Otherwise, there is no need for Dian Mo to spend all his efforts to obtain the power of alienation. In the flash of lightning, Dian Mo had rushed to the front of the spacecraft, but before she could enter the spacecraft, a hand had already pinched her neck tightly. "Well!" She moaned in pain, kicked her legs around, but to no avail, and her wide eyes were filled with disbelief. It was unbelievable that I had no power to fight back against the iron-blooded aliens. The iron-blooded alien glanced at something in her hand and sneered. "You want to blow up my spaceship? Just you? How ridiculous. That's why I hate you primates. You always think that as long as you try your best at the critical moment, you will be rewarded. It's so stupid." "You're right." To everyone's surprise, Dian Mo calmly agreed with the iron-blooded alien's words at this time. He continued, "I have always felt that those who rush forward with a loud roar every time there is a life-or-death crisis are stupid. You are indeed different from ordinary primates." The iron-blooded alien smiled. Dian Mo said calmly, "Thank you for the compliment." Contra, the audience, and even Xiao Yi all looked at Dian Mo with indescribable eyes. His calm performance at the moment was unacceptable to many people, as if he didn't care about Dian Mo's life or death at all. The old woman went there to complete the task, and you're just here to make fun of her? Even if Dian Mo is dragging you down throughout the game, you shouldn't have this attitude. Brother Wen, this time it is indeed. Haha, do you see clearly? This is your brother Wen, drinking alone by the lake. Don't say that. I must have a reason for asking. LGD Wei. Yes, I've played games with him. He is not that kind of person. Don't be provoked by trolls. I also believe in asking brother. There was chaos in the live broadcast room, with the anger of Dian Mo's fans, the trolls taking advantage of the opportunity to provoke, and the persuasion of the fans. Yes, they all know that death in the game is not real death, but they still can't accept it. If it were normal times, Dian Mo's diehard fans would have rushed forward mercilessly and ridiculed all those who dared to scold Dianwen, making them unable to take care of themselves. But now, they can only look at the picture and say firmly but slightly palely that they believe in Dianwen. May die. When there was a lot of commotion in the live broadcast room, a voice came out. It's a Dian question. When Dian Mo heard his voice, okay, she instinctively wanted to turn her head and look, but with the iron-blooded alien choking her neck, she couldn't even do such a simple action. Dianwen's words continued. Remember to watch the live broadcast after you get out. I will. He looked at the iron-blooded alien. Kill him. The calm tone was full of determination. The corners of his mouth split open, and he smiled maniacally. But the dark eyes were full of coldness. Facing such a look, the iron-blooded alien couldn't help but feel his heart tremble, but he recovered immediately. I'm looking forward to it. The words fell pregnant. Puff. Just like to anger and retaliate against Dianwen, the iron-blooded alien used Dianwen to sneak attack him in the same way, and penetrated Dian Mo's chest with its tail. His hand loosened, and Dian Mo's body slipped down and gradually turned into white light. There was such a faint voice coming out of the white light. As Dian Mo's body disappeared, the door of the spacecraft was completely closed. The originally angry and disappointed audience all stopped sending barges. They were shocked by Dianwen's last words, and now they just wanted to see if Dianwen could fulfill his promise, cross more than 20 levels of obstacles, and kill the iron-blooded aliens. Violent vibrations spread, and then the wall that was part of the spacecraft began to rise, and that side of the entire room began to crack. Seconds later, the spacecraft broke through the land. Dianwen smiled and took out a button for his pocket and pressed it. Dee. In the underground tunnel, at the entrance where the 6 Dianwen people entered the underground base, 3 small iron boxes made a rushing sound. The sound only lasted for a second, and the next moment, terrifying heat energy erupted. Boom, boom, boom. The air wave spread rapidly with the iron box as the center, and the vibrations that were 100 times stronger than before spread to the entire island. The ground collapsed, the mountain peaks collapsed, and in just an instant, 1/5 of the island's area was reduced to nothing, and all of Red Eagle's above-ground bases were destroyed. This is the little thing Dianwen brought from the contrabase. When he first took this, Ben warned him in a very, very solemn manner that he could just play with it and never use it. In fact, he had already thought of how to use this thing before entering the underground base. This is his plan for 047. Once the situation is out of his control, he will directly use this thing to blow up Red Eagle. However, the technology of alienated creatures is really not something to boast about. Even if the iron-blooded alien spaceship almost met the explosion head-on, it still failed to crash the spacecraft, but the speed was indeed much slower. For Dianwen, this is enough. Ben looked at him almost blankly, not expecting that he would dare to use this bomb when he was underground. Is this what you call your method? The predator who finally dealt with Bill walked over with a wry smile. Such a simple and crude way was really beyond his expectation. He looked up and saw that dirt was pouring down from the entire collapsed and sloping ceiling. When the dirt almost covered half of the laboratory, a ray of sunlight shone in from the outside. It's truly an open-air state. Dianwen smiled and said, I need your spaceship. You want to catch up? The predator said in surprise. Roar. Dianwen's words were interrupted by the roar of the alien queen. He frowned slightly and turned to look at the alien queen who was facing him like a tank. Abka, I don't have time to play with you right now. While speaking, he took out Mario's hammer from his space backpack and then threw it towards the alien queen with all his strength. Whoosh! The hammer rotated rapidly, causing a violent sound of wind. Bang! The head is pierced, special effects are activated, and blood spurts out. There was no suspense at all. The alien queen, who had been fighting Dianwen just now, was now defeated in one move. Without even looking at this boss, who was at least as good as Bowser, Dianwen walked aside and picked up Xiao Yi's head. Call the spaceship over and help me get them out. He said this to the predator, and the they here definitely refers to Contra. Already here. As soon as the words fell, there was a vibration. A spaceship with a triangular head broke through the ceiling and got stuck on the ground. The next second, The door below the spacecraft opened. Good luck. Looking at Dian when walking towards the spaceship, the Predator sent his blessing. After that, he was stunned and said quickly, "No. Can you fly a spaceship?" "I can't, but she can." Dian smiled and shook his head. The Predator said, "Okay, I will send them out safely. Don't worry and go about your business." While speaking, he made a farewell move unique to Ironblood. Dian Mo asked, "I sincerely thank you. You will be our iron-blooded friend forever." At the moment Dian had already entered the cabin, he turned back and said with a smile, "I hope your iron-blooded friends don't need to participate in any hunting activities." "This, I really can't tell." The Predator took off his mask and revealed a smile that could scare a child to tears. The last words ended and the door of the spacecraft closed. Dian glanced at it, then left and walked towards the driver's seat, sitting on it. He put Xiao Yi's head on his lap and said, "Come and give me some instructions." Xiao Yi didn't waste any time and immediately told Dian which buttons to press. "The hidden main quest has been completed. You have completed this full dive into the game and will be automatically transferred after 180 seconds. The system prompt sounded in his head, which meant that the iron-blooded alien had broken through the atmosphere and achieved the driving requirement. But this did not stop Dianwen's movements. His hands formed a shadow, and every time Xiao Yi finished speaking, he would press the button accurately. These parts that should require the assistance of a spacecraft program were quickly completed by him as a novice, just to save a few seconds. "Okay." The spacecraft started and rose rapidly. "Your mission should have been completed, right?" At this time, the little genius finally had time to ask this question. "Yeah." Dian relaxed and leaned on the backrest, called up the live broadcast interface, took a look, and said with a smile, "There are still 163 seconds. "Xiao," he said in confusion, "I still don't understand what you want to do. Do you think you can kill the iron-blooded alien in 163 seconds? Her question is also what the audience in the live broadcast room wants to know. Xiao Yi and the audience all looked at Dian with curious eyes, looking forward to what kind of answer he would give. Facts have proved that the answers Dian gives every time are beyond everyone's expectations. "I don't know either." That's what he said, and he still shrugged his shoulders with a relaxed expression. "So, I need your help to answer a few questions for me." Before Xiao Yi could speak, he immediately continued. "Does this spaceship have weapons? Can it automatically aim? Is there a pop-up function? Also, if I throw you in this spaceship, can you survive?" Faced with Dianwen's barrage of questions, Xiao Yi answered despite being confused. "The iron-blooded spaceships all have weapons, but the weapons are not powerful enough to destroy the iron-blooded alien spacecraft. There is also an automatic scanning function, but objects with high-speed movement in space will definitely not be hit. The pop-up function is quite advanced. Basically, you can play wherever you want. As for me, don't worry, we aliens can survive even in space, let alone in a spaceship." Dian nodded and fell into deep thought. 10 seconds later, he raised his head and showed a creepy smile. "Now I know what to do." Transmission time, 137 seconds. The spacecraft vibrated slightly, which meant that Dian had broken through the atmosphere. In a vast starry sky, he saw a black spot in front of him, which was the iron-blooded alien spacecraft. Due to being affected by the explosion, the iron-blooded alien spaceship had some minor problems. For example, one of the turbines was damaged, which caused the spacecraft's speed to be less than half of its usual speed. This is also the reason why Dian can catch up. Get it done. Pressing the last button, he completed all the settings required in the plan. At the moment, Xiao Yi, who already knew his plan, was looking at him with an expression like looking at a monster. Well, being looked at by a monster like a monster made Dian quite happy. "Then, I'm going to set off. By the way, how will you press that button for me?" He stood up and showed a mean smile. "Could it be with your tongue?" "Shut up." Xiao Yi rolled his eyes and interrupted Dianwen's next words with a yelp. Dian raised his eyebrows, but he didn't expect the alien to care about his image. If not for the limited time of the moment, he would have really wanted to tease Xiao Yi. "Okay, then let's say goodbye forever." As he spoke, he stood up and walked toward the tail of the spacecraft. Looking at his back, he showed a smile. It's not goodbye forever. There are several life-saving capsules in the tail device of the spacecraft, which are used to save lives when the spacecraft crashes, but Dian Mo now wants to use these things as death props. Sit on your seat and close the door of the rescue cabin. About 10 seconds later, after reaching a certain distance from the iron-blooded alien spaceship, the little alien pressed the button, ahem. Through the glass of the rescue cabin, Dian Mo and Xiaoyi looked at each other for the last time. Subsequently, whoosh, the rescue capsule ejected and headed straight towards the turbine of the spacecraft in front. Bang. The rescue capsule was like a kitchen knife, inserted into the interior of the spacecraft. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for the rescue capsule to penetrate the outer shell of the spacecraft so easily. But because the spacecraft had suffered an explosion before, the condition of the turbine was already very bad, so Dian Mo succeeded. Remaining time for transmission, 89 seconds. Dian Mo shook his head, which was slightly dizzy from the shock, and then used his tail to cut off the door of the rescue cabin. After walking out of the rescue cabin, there's an iron wall in front of you. As long as you break through this, you can enter the interior of the spacecraft. Warning. The rescue capsule is seriously damaged. It is expected to explode within 1 minute. Please leave immediately. Repeat, the rescue capsule is seriously damaged. It is expected to explode within 1 minute. Please leave immediately. Yes, I know it's really noisy. Dian Mo smiled and complained, then punched out. Bang! An indentation from a fist suddenly appeared on the iron wall. Bang! Another punch, and the dent expanded, but there was still no sign of breaking. Dian Mo stopped his useless efforts. He felt that if he relied on his fists, even if the rescue capsule exploded, he might not be able to break the iron wall. Hey, do the people inside hear you? Open the door for me, or I will blow up your house. Hearing his shout, the iron-blooded alien standing inside the iron wall with a livid face was also shocked. He has never seen such a shameless person. The current situation is like an uninvited guest knocking on your door. He hammered it twice and found that the iron door could not be opened by itself, so he took out a bomb and threatened the owner of the room. If he does not open the door, I will blow up your home. If it were anyone else, there would be 100 iron-blooded aliens who would not believe that the other party would do this. After all, if it were to explode, the other party would definitely be the first to die. But standing outside is Dian Mo. Nothing is impossible for this lunatic. Dian Mo asked, "Why are you bothering? You players won't really die anyway." The iron-blooded alien gritted his teeth and prepared to delay. Although he didn't know the specific time when Dian Mo was teleported away, based on the players he had met before, he shouldn't have long left. Dian Mo asked how he could not understand his thoughts. Without saying anything, he sat back on the seat of the rescue cabin, took out his pistol and sniper rifle, opened his bow left and right, and started shooting. The sound of gunshots continued to echo in this small space. In terms of effect, it was indeed stronger than Dian Mo's fist, but it was also limited. Soon, all the bullets were poured out, but the damage to the iron wall was still insufficient. Throwing the two guns on the ground, Dian Mo launched Killer Scream and pulled the trigger directly. Bang! After all, Xiaoyi once broke off her arm when she was unprepared. The power of Killer Scream was so powerful that a deep bullet hole appeared in the iron wall. Zero, please give me flowers. But correspondingly, Dian Mo's original survival value of only about 80% was also deducted by 10%. It's a bit of a loss. He calculated that if he wanted to completely penetrate the iron wall, he would have to shoot at least 5 times. Not only would his survival value be at the bottom, but the bullets of Killer Scream would also be almost exhausted. And even if consumption was not considered, the bullet would only break a small hole, and he still had to smash it open with his fist. So, under the shocked eyes of the audience, he put away the Killer Scream and took out the rocket launcher. They were not surprised as to why Dian Mo had a rocket launcher. After all, before entering the laboratory, they also saw Dian Mo ask Dian Mo for this. Zero. The reason why they were shocked was that by using a rocket launcher in such a small space, even if Dian Mo was not killed by himself, he would at least lose his skin. More importantly, the rescue capsule is likely to escape due to the impact of the explosion, and Dian will fly into space. No matter how shocked they are, Dian's actions will not change. However, before launching, he still made some safety precautions, such as using his tail and hands to firmly grasp the breech in the spacecraft to connect the two sides of the rescue capsule to prevent the rescue capsule from escaping. After doing all this, inside the spaceship, after hearing the gunfire, the iron-blooded alien immediately panicked, ran back to the cab without looking back, and activated emergency measures to cover the breach in the spacecraft and the outside of the rescue capsule with a layer of special material. The strength of this material is definitely not as strong as an iron wall, not even 1/10, but at least it can be used in emergencies. After doing all this, he came back again and then heard a boom. The cabin wall is broken. Smoke caused by a large amount of explosions poured out from the breach, and the iron-blooded aliens looked at this scene in disbelief. The next moment, he couldn't care less about the disbelief. A bloody hand was placed on the breach, and Dian, covered in blood, came out. Like an evil ghost, he looked at the iron-blooded alien and smiled happily. "Hey, are you ready to die?" Remaining time for transmission, 57 seconds. Dian Mo. The iron-blooded alien gritted his teeth, his tone filled with anxiety, anger, and wariness. Don't be so nervous." The bruised Dian smiled and waved his hand. "In my current state, as long as you give me a tail, I will die." He is telling the truth. At the moment, his survival value is only a pitiful 310 points. Basically, as long as the iron-blooded alien touches him slightly, he could be sent out of the game. But even so, there was still no trace of worry on his face. And similarly, the iron-blooded alien did not dare to relax at all after hearing these words. Even the audience had a similar mood. Ask why, because he is Dian Mo. You never know if he has really reached his limit or if he is just talking crazy and has other plans. Since you won't come up, do you mind if I delay for a while to treat the wound? As he said that, Huan picked up his left hand that was completely dislocated and felt like it would fall off the next moment. The iron-blooded alien took a look and confirmed 270 that his hand was indeed dislocated, and it was bloody and bloody. More than a dozen metal fragments were deeply embedded in his flesh and blood due to the explosion just now. But precisely because of this, the iron-blooded aliens became even more vigilant. Because at the moment, it was him who should be delaying time, not Dian. What are you paying attention to? I can apologize for my previous behavior, and if we meet again next time, I can compensate you. The jagged alien actually apologized. This was something no one expected, including Q. He looked at the iron-blooded alien with a half-smile, while pulling out pieces of metal fragment from his flesh and blood without changing his expression. "Are you really too careful? I really can't do it anymore. I won't be fooled." "All right." Dian smiled meaningfully, then tore off his sleeve, tied one end of his left wrist, and the other end to a steel pipe nearby. "Actually, I'm really stalling for time." As he spoke, he kicked the wall hard, and then his whole body stood upright in the air for a short time. The heartbreaking sound of bones returning to their original positions was heard, and the audience in the live broadcast room was all shocked. If you're cruel to others, you are a cruel person. If you're cruel to yourself, you are a cruel person. Moreover, Dian's behavior caused his survival value to drop by 100 points. Teleport countdown, 35. Dian grinned and uttered a word. Bang! The iron-blooded alien trembled, and then realized that nothing happened. Thinking that he was frightened by just one word, he suddenly became angry and yelled. Dian Mo asked, "What do you want?" Bang! A real explosion occurred, and a crazy smile appeared on Dian's face. "What do you want to do?" "I will definitely send you to death." Boom, boom, boom. The rescue capsule completely exploded and shattered the special material wrapped around the iron-blooded alien. An extremely strong gravitational force came from the hole. Everything in the cabin was sucked out in an instant. Dian and the iron-blooded alien also shook their bodies. Outside its space, the iron-blooded alien widened his eyes, and looked at Dian Mo in disbelief. He was not shocked that he would fall into space, because even in the space environment, he could survive even if he was corporeal. But Dian Mo can't do it. If a human body is exposed to space for 3 seconds, he will faint and die. Even if he is alienated, his body structure is still human, and he can only last a few seconds longer. Sound cannot be transmitted in space, so the iron-blooded alien cannot ask. He can only hold on to the iron sheet on the side to prevent himself from flying out. However, his actions were in vain after all. Dian Mo used the sleeve wrapped around his wrist to spin half a circle in the air, and then kicked the iron-blooded alien. The next second, the sleeves on his wrists burst apart, and Hua Wen rushed into space with the iron-blooded alien. What the hell? What's going on? Are you crazy to ask, brother? Brother Qian, you've tried too hard. There are still 20 seconds left on the countdown. You definitely can't hold on. LG Wei. Brother Wen didn't even complete the task in order to avenge Dai Mei. The audience in the live broadcast room were all shocked. Dian Wen's behavior was simply seeking death. Now that Dai Mei was dead, if he died before teleportation, it would also be a mission failure. While they were expressing their opinions, a pantomime was playing on the screen. Dian Mo and the iron-blooded alien were floating in space respectively. Because Dian Mo kicked the iron-blooded alien immediately after going out, the distance between the two was quite far, and the angry iron-blooded alien was unable to perform the final blow on him. But in terms of the situation at the moment, it really doesn't matter whether it's near or far, because no one thinks he can survive. After only staying in space for 2 seconds, Dian Mo's face began to turn purple. His brain, which had always been extremely calm, was now very blurry and might get dizzy at any time. At the same time, his survival value is also falling by 30 per second. However, under such circumstances, all the audience saw him making an action of taking something out of his clothes, and when they couldn't help but wonder if Dian Mo had any tricks up his sleeve, Dian Mo took out a wooden board and pointed it at the iron-blooded alien. That is a piece of paper that says, "You are going to die soon. Do you have any last words?" This action lasted for a second, and then he turned the board over, and it read on the back, "Ah, sorry, I forgot that you can't speak," laughing. "Dai Mei, Dian Mo asked you what on earth are you doing?" Dai Mei, who quit the game, went to the live broadcast room as scheduled, and what she saw was such a scene. She was completely stunned. How bad does a person have to be to not make fun of others when he is about to die? Teleportation countdown. 13 seconds. Dian Mo's survival value, 110 points. At a time when every second was touching people's hearts, in the distance, an aurora appeared near the Predator's spaceship. The iron-blooded alien turned his head with difficulty, as an emotion called fear that should not exist as an alien spread in his heart. Xiao Yi on the spaceship opened his mouth and smiled. The particle cannon set by Dian Mo fired as promised. A beam of light burst out, and the expression of the iron-blooded alien froze forever, and then disappeared into nothing. "I'm sorry. Brother Wen's last resort is here. Damn it. Who said Brother Wen can't avenge Dai Mei? Stand up. Asking Brother to be mighty. I apologize, Brother. I doubted you just now. From today on, I am a fan. Even if you say shit is sweet, I will believe it. Dai Mei, is shit sweet? Are you afraid you ate too much honey yesterday? Tato Oteo, haha, are you happy too early? Dian Mo is about to die. Paralyzed, who can kill this beast upstairs? Han Yinro, don't let me see you. No matter how angry the audience is, they cannot deny what Tato Teo said. I wonder if there is really nothing I can do this time. The same thought ran through the minds of viewers glued to their screens. In fact, it is 4.6 Dian Mo will never be powerless. When there were 80 points left in his survival value, he took something out of his space backpack and held it in his arms. That's an alien egg. The action took him a second. Survival value, 50. After the alien egg was taken out, the top immediately opened, and Dian Mo lowered his head with difficulty, completely exposing his head to the opening. The next moment, the facehugger inside jumped out and wrapped his head instantly. The facehugger will do everything possible to keep its host alive, and for this it can sacrifice its own life, and the simplest thing it can provide is oxygen. The drop in survival value stopped instantly. Time passed slowly as tens of millions of viewers were stunned. 10, 5, 2, 1, 0. In the iron-blooded spaceship, the carpet is densely covered throughout the spacecraft, and at a glance, it is almost impossible to see any color other than dark green. And in the center of the spacecraft, an object as tall as a person and as tall as a silkworm chrysalis hung there. Time passed by minute. After an unknown amount of time, the silkworm chrysalis began to tremble slightly, as if something inside was about to wake up. After a while, a pair of hands as white as jade pierced the silkworm chrysalis, tore the silkworm chrysalis apart with their sharp nails, and then pulled it to both sides. A minute later, a perfect body like God's creation walked out of the silkworm chrysalis. Her long dark hair hangs down to her ankles, and there is no clothing on her curvy body. It really took me a lot of time. Xiao Yi breathed out gently. His cold face showed no other expression. Let me see how long it's been since I've been here. While muttering to herself, she walked to the driver's seat, reached out, and wiped away the germ blanket on the screen, revealing the display below. The year 2636. 5 years have passed. Although she used this tone, her expression had not changed at all because of such a long time. She quickly operated the spacecraft with her slender fingers. 5 minutes later, all settings were completed 01. She leaned on the armchair and looked at the scene of space with distant eyes, and a figure flashed in her mind. I don't know, Dian Mo asked how it is now. Beautiful curves blossomed at the corners of her mouth. Complete infiltration has been completed. The rewards are as follows. Get Anchor Experience. 7,500. Get 1 U points. 375. Get 1 U coins. 3,750. Get rewards for clearing levels. Proficient in firearms, pistols, LV +4. Proficient in firearms, rifles, LV +4. Proficient in firearms, shotguns, LV +4. Cold weapon proficiency, daggers, LV +4. The nerve reflex is improved by 1 level, and the reward is Anchor Experience. 50%, 1 U points. 500 1 U coins. 5,000. Congratulations to the host for unlocking an achievement. In Contra, discover 8 underwater levels. Reward. Randomly increase an attribute lower than E level by 1 level. Completed tasks. 4. Choose one of the 3 rewards as follows. Randomly select a piece of general quality equipment that matches the level. 1 U points. 400. 1 U coins. 20,000. Complete the hidden main quest. Reward. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds VR version disc. The above are all rewards. Your anchor level has been increased to level 13. The upper limit of survival value and magic value has been increased, and the current experience is 4250/13,000. There's no need to say more about the explosive rewards as always. Even the audience has become accustomed to it. If they have to shout when go every time, it will be awesome. This will make when go not awesome enough. After all, basic operations. Explain to me what happened just now. How did you survive? LGD way. Because the facehugger provides oxygen to the host, plus brother wins physical fitness after being transformed into Superman, he survived. Oh my god. So that's how it is. Brotherwin is so G awesome. He actually thought of such a way. Dumb girl. So asking brother is asking brother, and you can only watch the live broadcast squint. Brotherwin is so awesome. He is worthy of being the man who wants to rule Wanyu. Drink alone by the lake and give the anchor 5 million gaming coins. Drinking alone by the lake. Come. I'll give you a wave of Wanyu coins. In fact, there's no need for Princess to tell you that from the end of the game to now, the gift of Wanyu coins has not stopped. Dianwen did not go to the live broadcast room for the time being, but collected the reward this time. His skills have been doubled, and in terms of attributes, although they're said to be random, the only ones he has below level E now are insight, so it doesn't matter whether he is random or not. As for the reward for choosing one of the three, he found that every additional task completed seemed to add 100 game points, which was a good reward, but because he was in a hurry and didn't take out Mario's hammer. After killing the alien queen, he now has no melee weapons. Definitely, under the circumstances at that time, even if he went to retrieve it, the hammer would probably be corroded by the alien blood. Choose your equipment. Clicking to confirm, Dian Mo prayed in his heart, hoping for a longer weapon, at least not as weird as Mario's hammer. Melee does not count as melee, and long range does not count as long range. White light shone in front of his eyes, without too much sensation. A minute later, the white light disappeared, and another non-mainstream weapon appeared on the table. However, Dian Mo's eyes lit up when he saw this weapon, and he was obviously very satisfied. He reached out and picked up this mid-range melee weapon and waved it vigorously, causing a gust of wind to sound in the air. That's right, that's a baseball bat with the word "goodnight" printed on it. Name: Suicide Baseball Bat. Type: melee weapon. Quality: average. Attack power: weaker. Special effect 1. Are you my dinner? Every soul killed by this baseball bat will be sucked into the baseball bat and become food for the soul of its former owner. Special effect 2. Crazy, and then die. Has an attack bonus effect on people with intense emotions. Special effect 3. Madness is my food, because it will make me stronger and crazier. The crazy soul being sucked into the baseball bat can permanently increase the power of the baseball bat, and also make its impact on the user more serious. Special effect 4. Madness cannot be destroyed. With the protection of the crazy soul, this weapon can never be destroyed by 993. Conditions of use: Madman. Note: a baseball bat hosted by a crazy soul will drive everyone who holds it crazy. One day, you will also commit suicide with this baseball bat, just like its former owner, Harley Quinn. This is a weapon of average quality and weak attack power, but it has 4 special effects. Damn it, look at the usage conditions. Wu Jian is a perfect match for Brother One. Brother One, who admires Joker, got Harley Quinn's weapon. This is Fate. It's good, but it's a bit weak and has negative effects. That's true, but Brother One has become even crazier. Why am I a little creepy? LGD Way. I'm very curious. If I meet Harley Quinn in the future, will I use this weapon to kill Harley Quinn or snatch his idol's woman away? Laughs. Han Yinro. I can't say for sure. Both are possible. Drinking alone by the lake. Well, because Brother One is Dian Mo 1. Different from the audience's point of view, Dian Mo felt extremely satisfied after reading the introduction of weapons because this is a growth weapon. As long as you kill more crazy people, the power of this baseball bat will be stronger. Satisfied, he put the suicide baseball bat into his space backpack, and Dian Mo looked at the last reward. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds VR version. Only thumb file-size discs can be inserted into the Wanyu wristband, so you can play it even without the body. The rewards this time are a little worse than Mario's. Not full immersion, but VR. The reason Dian Mo also knows is because he killed the iron-blooded alien after the mission was completed, so the reward he received was only the driving reward. But even so, this is enough to make 90% of anchors jealous. However, Dian Mo showed a wry smile. As a patient with severe game addiction, is there any game that Dian Mo is not good at? The answer is yes. Although he is very slippery with his sniper rifle when fully submerged, that is mainly due to his calmness and skills. In his previous life, he played shooting games, but he was really not very good at it. Usually, it would take him twice as long to clear the level of this kind of game. During this period, he basically didn't use firearms, but used a knife to slowly kill the boss in close combat with his skills. Definitely, what is not good for Dian Mo is considered average for ordinary people, at least not a novice. But even if he wasn't a novice, he didn't like playing this kind of game, especially the battle type, such as CS Crossfire and PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. It's not like he has never played this popular game in his previous life. He used Superman's memory to memorize the map roughly, and then stopped playing it. After 3 games, it entered the recycle bin. Oh, forget it. Let's play it when you have time next time. It doesn't cost any money to try anyway. As he said that, he put the CD away casually. Speaking of which, what made him most dissatisfied with the rewards this time was not PUBG VR Edition, but the experience upgrade. Although for others, upgrading the game to 2 levels at a time is simply a fantasy, Dian was still a little dissatisfied after trying to upgrade to more than a dozen levels at a time. It seems that Bully can no longer play. He has too little experience. Dian, while thinking about what kind of machine to buy with 1U points, I opened the 1U coin store and found the backpack expansion option. One slot of 100 million gaming coins, that is 100,000 renminbi, can buy a backpack slot, which is like grabbing money. However, after this live broadcast, Dian is no longer short of money. Because of the corresponding relationship between the space backpack and the level, he only opened 3 spaces. By the way, the upper limit of space backpack is 50. After everything is done, Hua asked to open his status bar. Parallel Universe status bar. Anchor name, Dian Mo asked. Level, 13, experience value. 4250/13,000. 10,000 points. 3,300. 8,342,500 coins. Attributes: Strength D, Agility E, Magic E, Toughness E+, Insight F+, Nervous Reflexes D-. Backpack 8/13, Suicide Baseball Bat, Screaming Killer 7/10, Opposite S** X Transformation Injection, *1, Alien Egg *5. Equipment: Space 1/10, 120 gold coins. Skills 5 out of 10. Fireball LV.3. Proficient in firearms, pistols LV.8. Proficient in firearms, rifles LV.8. Proficient in firearms, shotguns LV.8. Cold weapon proficiency, dagger type LV.8. 8 million 1U coins is equivalent to 80 million renminbi, which is simply a pleasure. The 300,000 to open a backpack is a drop in the bucket. Huan is already considering whether to buy a villa in the center of S City. As for the car, in view of the fact that he might get sick at any time and want to hit someone to death for the sake of the personal safety of citizens, he thought it was better not to buy it. Well, actually, he just can't drive. Game Otaku driving doesn't exist. The maximum skill level is level 10. It seems that I need to go to PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds to max out the level. I just don't know if there are any rewards for proficient in firearms. Dian opened the live broadcast room interface while touching his chin. At this time, in the live broadcast room, the audience ignored Dian because they thought he was angry because of what happened before and had already begun to confess. Dian Mo fans came to report and asked me if I was wrong. Remember the formation below. Dian Mo fans came to report and asked me if I was wrong. Remember the formation below. Dian Mo fans came to report and asked me if I was wrong. Remember the formation below. Dian Mo, by the way, what did you do? Dian Mo's fans scolded Dian because of Dian Mo, but when they apologized, they also apologized because Dian Mo had distorted the formation, and a group of people suddenly became angry. It's all your fault, an old woman, for making me doubt the wise and mighty Brother One. Yes, it's all the old woman's fault. Brother One has arranged everything, but you have to go up and die. Brother Qian, please forgive us if we leave the flat-chested old woman to your disposal. Seeing these guys playing tricks in the live broadcast room, Dian was immediately amused. This is a relationship between most entertainment anchors and the audience. They usually focus on the anchor's shortcomings and keep talking about them. When it is time to sell, they are not ambiguous at all, but this is exactly the expression of their love for the anchor. As for Dian's relationship with his fans, it is said that he is a cult fan. He is definitely fanatical and will only harm him in rare circumstances. The reason why they didn't quarrel with Dian Mo's poor fan base before was because they knew that Dian and Dian Mo had a good relationship, and if they quarreled, it would probably cause trouble for Dian and Wei. And now, you're a bunch of scum. How can an apology be enough? Let's kneel on the keyboard for an hour. I'll give you another 10 million coins as a gift. Then live the Fenjiujing thing. Finally, he swallowed feces and committed suicide. The same kind of anchor will have the same kind of audience. After following Dian for a long time, his fans are also talking meaner than Zhao's and more cruel than the other. The first two are okay, but the last two are something that 10,000 May fans would not dare to do. So they could only ignore Dianwen's fans and continue to post barrages to apologize. As for those trolls, they must be silenced, and no one dares to come forward. After carefully watching the barrage on the screen, Dianwen finally understood the situation and then showed a sinister smile. Although he doesn't mind this, it doesn't stop him from using the topic to his advantage. Yeah, he pretended to be expressionless and said, "You actually doubted me and criticized me. I was very unhappy, so I decided." He drawled a long note, and Dian Mo's fans listened with fear. I've decided to go off the air for 5 days. Goodbye. Say goodbye. Dianwen closed the live broadcast without saying a word, leaving the live broadcast room filled with wailing. His fans said that they were shot while lying down and were completely innocent. Ignoring the cries of his own fans, Dianwen immediately shut down the live broadcast. However, he did not quit 1U Space, but sent a private message to Dian Mo. Dian asked, "How does it feel to die once?" As expected of asking brother, he was obviously concerned about Dian Mo's discomfort due to the 100% pain simulation, but what he said seemed to be a mockery. Dian Mo's reply was very fast, almost 2 seconds. Dian Mo, because I died so quickly, I didn't feel any pain. #nervous face hashtag. Dian asked, "Well, that's good." After saying this, he planned to quit 1U Space, but Dian Mo immediately sent another message. "Dian Mo, by the way, what should I do with the alien egg you put here?" When she was typing this sentence, Dian Mo's pretty face was already blushing, and her words were almost an invitation for an offline date. Dian asked, "Oh, there's no hurry. It won't be airing recently. I'll contact you in a few days and let me know." Dian Mo felt anxious when she saw this paragraph. As a result, before typing a few words, the prompt, "The user has exited 1U Space," appeared. Snapped. Dian Mo angrily threw the snack bag in her hand on the ground. "You're such a lonely soul." After cursing, she picked up the snack bag again and looked at the reward for completing the full infiltration of 317. Her heart echoed with the figure of Dianwen, who would not hesitate to enter space to kill the iron-blooded alien in order to avenge herself. She was a little crazy for a moment. The other side, Dianwen exited 1U Space and looked at the time. He found that it was almost dinner time, so he walked to the living room. At this time, the door of the room opened, and Yu Yanran came home from school carrying a bag of vegetables from the deli in her hand. "What, you're not cooking today?" Dianwen asked casually. "Yes." Yu Yanran put the bag on the table, then raised her head and said, "My coronation ceremony will be in a few days, so I asked the Imperial Kitchen to prepare some dishes." "Speak to someone else." Dianwen rolled his eyes. Even he couldn't understand the meaning of this sentence, especially the enthronement ceremony that he had no clue about. Yu Yanran smiled. Her expression softened and said, "I have to prepare for the grade skipping exam these days, so I don't have time to cook." Skip the grade exam. For Dianwen, this word is not much easier to understand than enthronement ceremony. Yu Yanran explained that she was currently in the penultimate year of graduating from 1U College. In this year, the college allowed skipping grades, so she applied. "The reason is definitely because I want to graduate with Dianwen." Dianwen touched his chin and said, "Come to think of it, I'm about to take the graduation exam." "Well, the graduation exam will be 1 week after the solid level exam." Yu Yanran took out the cooked vegetables from the bag and put them on the table while talking. However, she was stopped by Dian when just halfway through. He smiled and said, "Okay, don't put it away. I will eat this for lunch tomorrow. We will eat out in the next few days." Yu Yanran frowned slightly and said, "It's better not to waste money." "What a waste of money." Dianwen smiled and rubbed her head. "The money spent on you is never a waste, and your brother and I are not short of money now." As soon as he mentioned that he was now a multimillionaire, Yu Yanran stopped talking and simply went into her room to change a set of clothes and then followed Dianwen out. I asked for a private room in a nearby hotel, and the two of them chatted and ate. During this period, Yu Yinran mentioned that the grade skipping exam will be in 3 days, and the content of the exam is a written test, which will test the student's understanding of various games. Upon hearing this, Dianwen immediately decided that he would tutor Yu Yinran for the next 3 days. In this regard, Guan Yinran definitely cast a suspicious look. After all, Dianwen had slept for 3 years. Even though both of the games he broadcast had achieved extreme records, these theoretical knowledge was different from actual operations. Then when she got home, Dianwen tutored her for half an hour, and she no longer had any doubts. Time flew by. Ouch! 3 days later, Yu Yanran successfully skipped the grade with full marks. Dianwen was naturally proud to say that his hard work had paid off, but in fact, he knew that this was not his own credit. Yu Yanran was definitely a top student at Wanyu Academy, and his tutoring was at best the icing on the cake. Even without him, Yu Yanran could have scored 99 points in the exam, and his contribution was only that 1 point. Although this 1 point allowed Yu Yanran to break Wanyu College's record for skipping a grade and attracted much attention. Time continues to pass. Brotherwin said that if the broadcast is not broadcast for 5 days, it will not be broadcast. For the next 2 days, he stayed at home like a salty fish, either watching the live broadcast or studying the Wanyu system, which also gave him a lot of gains. Tuck, tuck, tuck. Come in. Yu Yanran walked in. Brother, don't stay at home every day. Let's go out for a walk. Don't want. Would you like me to ask the other me to ask you this question again? I was wrong. Dianwen admitted his mistake simply and without moral integrity, put on his clothes obediently, and followed Yu Yanran out. As soon as she went outside, Yu Yanran transformed into the queen's state again, and her arrogant look made those who looked at her on the roadside feel stressed. By the way, Dianwen suddenly said, how are you preparing for the graduation exam? Yu Yanran glanced at him and said, are you stupid in your sleep? The graduation test of Wanyu Academy is actual combat. As long as any game is produced, it will be destroyed by Wanyu's system, and there is no way to prepare for it. Oh, Dianwen nodded. He was basically used to the change in Yu Yanran's tone and expressed that he was very calm. Not to mention fully infiltrated, right? He still knew that the graduation exam was completely submerged. Yu Yanran nodded. Because this matter was mentioned, Dianwen also had some ideas in his mind. Maybe he could help his sister prepare for the exam. As for whether he will participate or not, he has not yet decided. While he was thinking about this, there was a loud noise in front of him. He looked up and saw a dragon of traffic ahead and countless high-end cars parked on a building. When I looked up again, there was a KOF banner hanging on the building. The King of Fighters Tournament, the battle for the strongest boxer king in the world. See you in 5 days. The banner read this. Dianwen was immediately interested. He thought back then, he was the person who had won the title of the strongest boxing king. Let's go and take a look. Yu Yanran nodded coldly and had no opinion. But when they came to the door, they were stopped by 2 people wearing overalls with shark icons printed on their chests. Show me your invitation. One of the staff members stretched out his hand towards Dianwen. Invitation? What is that? Dianwen murmured in his heart, but his eyes were looking at the 2 staff members in front of him. The logo on their chests was quite familiar to him. It was the symbol of a fighting fish from a previous life. Speaking of which, because the live broadcast in this world is completely controlled by the system, things like Diyu, Panda, Huya, etc. have all changed their careers. Their main business has become organizing various battle game events. For example, the several competitions that Han Yinro participated in were organized by Panda. At the same time, they will also open clubs, recruit various anchors to form teams, and form teams to play games together. Let's not mention the latter for the moment. As for the former, the activities they hold are approved by the system, provide a large number of mechas, and the rewards are quite generous. I heard that Han Mist Rouge once obtained the ability of a certain hero in LOL. However, if they dare to use those machines for anything other than holding events, they will be immediately banned by the system and will no longer have the right to hold events. After recalling these memories for a while, no, Dianwen said simply, if not, get out. This is not the place for you rookies. One of the staff members was quite arrogant and domineering. After all, in a sense, working in Douyu was barely considered to be working under the system. Dianwen narrowed his eyes. Yu Yanran's eyes showed a cold light. When the two were about to speak, a young man dressed like a dog with blonde hair walked over. This lady is with me. He stood between the two staff members and Yu Yanran with an indifferent expression, and his calm demeanor was like a domineering male protagonist from a novel. And the male protagonist is now preparing to rescue the beautiful woman. Dianwen stood aside and touched his chin, expressing great interest in this kind of plot that only appeared in Long Outyan's novels. It turns out to be Mr. Wu. I made a mistake. We didn't know this was your teammate. The staff, who had been very arrogant just now, suddenly smiled flatteringly. It's really a standard development of Long Outyan, Dianwen said with a smile. Yu Yanran said coldly, well, it's too vulgar. After listening to the conversation between the two staff members' eyes suddenly burst into flames, but due to the presence of Mr. Wu, they did not have an attack. And that Mr. Wu, he turned around and looked at Yu Yanran politely, but there was a certain aggressive light deep in his eyes. Miss, you may have misunderstood me. Shut up, Yu Yanran shouted coldly and disgustedly. If you talk again, I will pull out your tongue. If you look again, I will gouge your eyes. Dian Wenbin nodded with satisfaction. The reason why he kept watching the show was that he knew his sister was in a good state, so he didn't need to take action himself. After Yu Yanran finished speaking, she took his hand and walked away. But before they took a few steps, Mr. Wu stepped in front of Yu Yanran. At the same time, the two staff members also took a few steps forward from the left. Generally speaking, when encountering this kind of situation, ordinary people will choose to calm down and leave. People who are more domineering and have the aura of the protagonist will definitely let them finish their words and pretend to be cool. Then slap him in the face. Dianwen and Yu Yanran are not normal people. It was so late and so fast that there was no chance for the three of them to speak. The two brothers and sister raised their legs and kicked out twice at the same time. 0, please give me flowers. Click, click, snap, snap. Yu Yanran kicked Mr. Wu's legs off with 2 kicks, and Dianwen kicked the 2 staff members away with 2 kicks. And after doing all this, the 2 mentally ill people, the 2 of them still looked calm, as if they had done something insignificant. Get in my way, and I'll kick your feet off. Yu Yanran looked down at Mr. Wu with a cold and arrogant face. You've already kicked it off. Mr. Wu, whose foot was kicked off and paralyzed on the ground, looked confused. Dianwen knelt down, took out a small square box, and placed it on the chest of Mr. Wu, who was lying down. Then he said with a smile, don't open it. It will explode. Also, don't ask anyone to check us. Beat the son and beat the father. This plot is too cliché, although I can't help but break it. Something. After saying that, he and Yu Yanran left side by side. But the moment he was facing the door, he saw a familiar figure at the door. After walking a few more steps, the man turned around because of the movement, but because Dianwen had already walked some distance away, he only saw Yu Yanran's side face. The man frowned, as if he thought of something, and his expression changed slightly. Does he have an invitation? Dianwen, who was gradually walking away, touched his chin with an intriguing smile on his lips. Yu Yanran stood aside and looked at him. Although she didn't know why her brother was smiling like this, her understanding of Dianwen meant that once he smiled like this, it meant someone was going to be unlucky. Why are you still stunned? Why don't you help me take this thing off quickly? After hearing that the thing on his chest was a bomb, Mr. Wu, who was lying on the ground, lost his pretentiousness. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He reluctantly raised his neck and looked at the square box, not daring to move. Move. The 2 staff members covered their chests and got up with ugly faces. Their whole bodies were trembling and their chests felt tight. It was obvious that the kick Dianwen had just given them was not strong enough. They walked to Mr. Wu and tried to take the square box with trembling hands, but Mr. Wu stopped them sharply. Don't drag me if you want to die. There's a bomb inside. What do you want to do with it shaking like this? Do you want to kill me? The 2 staff members looked even worse when he scolded them, but they could only apologize profusely because they were scolding them in their hearts. In fact, Mr. Wu's caution was not unreasonable, but it was a pity that he met Dian Mo. A minute later, several other staff members with unshakable hands came over. A leader commanded from a distance, and one of the staff stepped forward. And the moment the staff member's finger touched the square box, the small lid above the square box opened, a small stream of smoke spewed out, and quack, quack. A joker ejected with a weird smile. Mr. Wu, who was already extremely nervous, was frightened by this and fainted immediately. A group of panicked staff members came forward to press chests, pinch people, and perform artificial respiration, not to mention. The words are divided into two parts. On the other side, Dian Mo and Yu Yanran strolled around outside. What just happened did not affect the mood of the two siblings at all. An hour later, the two went home, ate, bathed, and slept. Dian Mo got up at noon the next day and didn't know what to do in the living room. He was busy all afternoon. 6 p.m. Dian Mo, who was staying in the living room, heard Yu Yanran's cold voice coming from outside, so he walked to the door and opened it. The moment he opened the door, he saw a person flying upside down from left to right, then hit the wall and slowly slid to the ground. He had a rather strong-looking man with a stern hair and a scar on his face, which reminded people of his status as a gangster. Ban Cun2's physical fitness is really good. He didn't faint after being kicked by Yu Yanran, and he didn't feel any discomfort on his face. Instead, he got up quickly. In the process of getting up, he turned his eyes and looked at Dian Mo at the door calmly, and then said to Yu Yanran, "Miss you. My young master is very sincere. I hope you will think about it again." After saying this, he left immediately. During the whole process, Dian Mo looked at this flat-headed man with a half-smile. Others might not notice his furtive glance at him, but Dian Mo was no stranger to him. "Is it really here?" After reciting something in his mind, he calmly asked Yu Yanran, "What's going on?" "It's okay," Yu Yanran said coldly, and the next second she said softly, "They're just some unscrupulous suitors. I don't need to pay attention to them." Dian Mo nodded. "Then let's eat." "Okay. I prepared a nice dish today." The two brothers and sisters entered the house, casually chatting with each other. Midnight. The sound of a door opening broke the silence in the house. The door of Dian Mo's house was opened. Then two figures walked into the house quietly. "Did you really see Dian Mo?" one of the young-sounding voices asked. "Yes, master." The other voice was much older, short and powerful, and very military-like. The man called the young master nodded, then strolled forward. There is definitely something wrong with this question. His words came to an abrupt end, and what interrupted him was the sound of a wire being torn apart. "What?" The two of them were shocked, but before they could react, smoke sprayed out towards their faces. The two fell to the ground, unconscious. Then the bedroom door opened, a person walked out, and the sound of various dragging objects sounded in the dark living room. I do not know how long it has been. The two woke up from their sleep in a daze. What happened? The man with a rather military temperament was the first to wake up, looking around and looking at his own situation with an ugly expression. He and his young master were each tied to a chair. In front of them was a table with a lamp placed on it, and their hands were locked with handcuffs. Normally, he would be able to break even the chains, let alone the handcuffs, but the person who tied them up obviously knew this, so they still had syringes stuck in the backs of their right hands. The liquid injected into their blood vessels was a substance similar to a relaxant, which made them weak and completely unable to exert any strength. Dian Mo stopped pretending. The young master seemed to wake up and looked across the table coldly. There were two chairs there, and there was a person sitting on one of them. Because of the backlight, the young master and the soldier could not see the person's face clearly. But even if he thought with his toes, young master 5.4 knew who was sitting there. The man leaned forward and showed Dian Mo's intriguing smile. "It's been a long time no see, Li Wenbin." That's right, the people who sneaked into Dian Mo's house late at night and were brought down by him were Li Wenbin and his bodyguard, Ban Cun2, who appeared at the door of Dian Mo's house in the afternoon. And the person Dian Mo saw at the door of Douyu building that day was also Li Wenbin. Li Wenbin sneered and said, "I don't remember that we have met." No. Dian Mo shook his head. "Although we have never met formally, We have met under various circumstances without the other party knowing. For example, everything you planned behind your brother's back, and how I saw you fainted with my own eyes. Rear. Li Wenbin spoke halfway, and then stopped when his eyes touched the Wanyu bracelet on Dianwen's wrist. At the same time, his brain was running at high speed in an instant. Doubts, speculations, disbelief, expressions gradually changed, and finally solidified into shock. "You are," Dian Mo asked. He said Dianwen's other name almost word for word. "Oh." Dianwen raised an eyebrow and smiled. "How did you guess it?" He didn't mean to deny it at all. Li Wenbin took a deep breath to calm down, and then said, "After my brother's accident, I investigated the Wanyo bracelets he sold recently, and Dian Mo was among them. This is one of them. Secondly, the scene of my brother's accident has obvious traces of magic power fluctuations. Combined with the fire, it is not difficult to guess that it is a fire skill. This coincides with the Fire 01 ball skill obtained by Dian Moen. Thirdly, the words left after warehouse clearly have your Dian Mo style. Last, and most important point, your name, Dian Mo, Dianwen. I don't believe there is such a coincidence in the world. The time when this popular anchor appeared coincided so well with the time when you woke up, and the name is so resemblance. Bang, bang, bang. Wonderful and wonderful. If nothing else, the last point was what you thought of after seeing my bracelet, and the above 3 points were guessed in the moment just now." Dianwen laughed and clapped his hands, his face full of approval. Although the two people seemed to have nothing in common, Li Wenbin guessed Dianwen's identity based on only a bracelet and many details. It has to be said that he does have extraordinary wisdom and insight, which is not a bit better than his smart aleck brother. "Haha, thank you." Li Wenbin smiled proudly. No matter how much he wants to deny Dianwen in his heart, with his current achievements and many performances, getting his praise is equivalent to being recognized by him as a wise man of the same level. This alone is enough to make him happy. However, the next sentence Hua asked made his expression stiffen. Norwin was seen leaning forward, showing a contemptuous smile. "You are so unexpected. So stupid. You." Li Wenbin, whose mood was up and down, suddenly became furious. "Isn't it?" Dianwen leaned back in his chair. "Really smart people have to learn to play dumb and speak out immediately after thinking through it. That's just a child showing off." Li Wenbin snorted coldly and said, "Pretending to be stupid? Do you mean yourself?" No. Dianwen shook his head repeatedly, then smiled maliciously. "That's just my personal interest. Okay, enough chatting. I already know your level." He ended the pre-game mobilization by clapping his hands. It has to be said that his mobilization this time was quite successful. At least Li Wenbin was successfully provoked to death by him. Now let's talk about the important points. "You seem to have forgotten me." After Dianwen finished speaking, Yu Yinran's cold voice came from behind. Dianwen didn't turn his head, but chuckled and said, "How could I forget my dear sister? Isn't she just waiting for you?" Yu Yinran was not surprised at all when she discovered the situation here. Snort. Yu Yinran snorted dissatisfiedly, and then sat down on the chair next to Dianwen. Dianwen glanced at her, and then continued. "Do you know the gambling mode of the Wanyu system?" He said this to Li Wenbin. In response, Ji Wenbin nodded. "I still like fairness very much. Even if your dog's life is already in my hands, I can still give you a chance." As he spoke, he raised his left hand that had been on the table, revealing a key and a thumb file-size CD underneath, and slowly pushed it to the middle of the table. "The key can open your handcuffs, and the disc is my bet, PlayerUnknown's Battleground VR version." Li Wenbin frowned and immediately thought of something. "I see. You saw me at the door of Douyu building that day, and you set up this trap. That's what you want." "That's right." Dianwen nodded with a smile. "So, please slowly take out the KOF invitation letter from the space backpack. If you dare to take other things, you will be injected with relaxants now. You can't match my speed. You don't need to tell me that." Although Li Wenbin was very dissatisfied with being plotted by Dianwen, the situation was stronger than others, and he didn't think he would lose. "Since you agreed." Dianwen's mind controlled the Wanyu system and started the gambling mode. The next second, a ring-shaped white light appeared and then spread, and the 4 people entered the Wanyu space. Welcome to gambling mode. Please select the method of gambling mode 080. Double confrontation. Dianwen said calmly. Please select the game for gambling mode. For ghosts, enter the house. Ask the host to confirm teammates and equivalent bets within 5 minutes. This time, Dianwen didn't speak. He teamed up with Yu Yanran through mind control and set the VR version of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds as a bet. The disc disappears. Li Wenbin also carried out similar operations. Afterwards, under Li Wenbin's instruction, Ban Kuntu set a prop as a bet and successfully entered the game. Only those of equal value can enter the game, which shows that his props are quite high level. Finally, it's Yu Yanran. Because she had never done a live broadcast, Dianwen originally planned to make a bet for her, but he didn't expect, "Bet my life." She spoke these 5 words in a cold and indifferent tone. Dianwen frowned suddenly. He didn't expect that Yu Yanran would do this. What shocked him even more was that the system actually accepted and approved the bet. Seeing his expression like this, Li Wenbin showed a sneer. He said, "It seems that you still don't know what's special about Yu Yanran. Her life." He looked at Yu Yanran with a strange expression on his face. "It is far more valuable than your CD." Dianwen had a flash of inspiration and said, "So, what you really want from our family is not Fong Yu's experience. It's my sister. You've been lying to you all this time." Li Wenbin stared at Yu Yanran with a greedy expression and said, "Yes, as long as I get her, and let her give birth to a child for me. I can control the Li family, and soon I can lead the Li family to become one of the 4 great families in Daxia." "Idiot's dream." Yu Yanran said 4 words in disgust. "You're going to die in this room." Dianwen rarely became angry because Ji Wenbin sentenced him to death, but he quickly suppressed this emotion. "As long as either of you 2 wins the game, you can use the key to leave this room." Ban Kunta frowned and said, "We have all been injected with relaxant. Even if the handcuffs are opened, we are still no match for you. Do not worry." It was not Dianwen who answered him, but Li Wenbin. He raised his head and glanced at the liquid in the infusion bottle and said, "The injection is still up to half an hour away. With our physique, the effect of the medicine will only last for 2 hours. By the time the game is over, the effect of the medicine must have passed. You really calculated everything accurately." He looked at Dian and asked, "But have you ever thought about whether you would win the bet, even if you won the game without the effect of the relaxant?" Dianwen showed a strange smile and said, "I believe in you. You will definitely abide by the rules, right?" Li Wenbin smiled and said nothing. The smile on Dianwen's face became even stronger. "The matter has come to this, and it is useless to say more. Let the game begin." Dianwen opened his mouth like a declaration. The next moment, the vision of the 4 people went dark, and their consciousness fell into darkness. The words are divided into 2 parts. The time goes back to 6 days ago, the day after Dianwen announced that it would stop broadcasting for 5 days. There is no doubt that his achievement of Contra's ultimate record and his completion of Contra's complete infiltration and hiding mission have once again become the talk of the town. If it was the first time, some people would say it was due to good luck or a bug, but the second time, it is no longer as simple as good luck. Fans of Dianwen went crazy for it, and once again there was a storm and battle on the internet. And that was 5 days ago. Because Dianwen's slogan that governs Wanyu is so hate-inducing, it is not an exaggeration to call it the public enemy of the anchor. The narrow-minded anchor was jealous of him, and the arrogant anchor expressed disdain. Therefore, it can be said that the internet is polarized. Fans versus trolls are really interesting to watch. But no matter what, the name Dian Mo is still recognized by a small number of people around the world. The reason why there's only a small group of people is because in the eyes of many high-ranking players, Little Overlord is really a bit inferior. Even if Dianwen achieved 2 consecutive extreme records, they still felt that it was nothing. In this way, the war lasted for 3 days. Another incident occurred 2 days ago, attracting the attention of netizens. What's interesting is that this matter obviously has nothing to do with Dianwen, but it was still related to it. Serial murder case in S City. The crime scene was quite bloody, so someone jokingly said, Dian Mo asked this mentally ill person to do it. After hearing this, Some people actually said it was possible, which shows how bad Brother Win's image is in the eyes of netizens. However, in the end, I still asked my fans to understand him. They immediately saw through everything and said one thing. Are you kidding me? Will you kill ordinary people? Come to me and ask me when the royal family becomes dead man one day. Asking brother is very vivid. What makes people speechless is that this sentence has really become the main argument, because the person who said this sentence is Dian Mo's #1 fan, Princess. Then today, 13 million viewers poured into Dian Mo's live broadcast room. They no longer paid attention to other things. They just wanted to wait for a certain inflated anchor who had been off the air for 5 days to start broadcasting. As a result, I waited until 0 o'clock and saw no one. Hey, Brother Win won't broadcast live today, right? We agreed to stop broadcasting for 5 days, and the 6th day has passed. It's all your stupid fans' fault. It's all my fault, stupid girl. On the outskirts of City, yes, a girl raised her lips and made the above comment out of anger and joking. That, oh, it seems Brother Win won't be broadcasting live today. This girl looks to be about 21 or 22 years old. She has short hair with slightly curled ends. She has a delicate face. Although her figure cannot be said to be curvy, she is at least better than the stupid girl. If anyone who often watches the live broadcast passes by her at this time, they will definitely recognize her identity. After all, she is one of the few powerful female anchors. Miss. Anchor name, Chishin Haidang. It's rare that I have a day to spare, and I want to watch Brother Win's live broadcast. Miss shook her head helplessly. As a powerful female anchor, her live broadcast is much more serious than that of Dian Mo, an entertainment anchor. Therefore, although she knew Brother Win's reputation a few times before, she was unable to watch it because she also had a live broadcast. Today, I finally put everything aside and stayed in the live broadcast room of Brother Win. But in the end, I asked Brother Pigeon, forget it, I'll do the live broadcast. Shaking her head in frustration, Miss took out Qian Zhao, 10 props that looked like big brothers from the space backpack. This item is called Game Finder, and it is a precious item that Miss finally obtained. The effect is to search for nearby games within 500 meters and force them to join. Theoretically, if you're lucky, you might be able to search and infiltrate completely. Definitely, if you're unlucky and find a little Overlord game, you'll have to go to the corner and cry by yourself. Miss started the live broadcast. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of people poured into the live broadcast room. Brother Win, I can't wait any longer. Today you can only watch the live broadcast of a novice like me. Miss laughed. Because I'm outside, I plan to try my luck using the game search engine. Everyone, please protect me. After speaking, she pressed the button of the game searcher. In almost a second, the status bar popped up, and the team bar below completely caught her eye. That day, you came home, and the busy day made you very tired. So, the moment you lie down on the bed, you fall asleep quietly until, dang, the bell rings at midnight. You wake up in your own room. But are you sure? Are you still you? Or are you sure your house still belongs to you? Ghost crying in the dark. The chastity between the ugly and the ugly. Yin-yang gap, evil soul madness. Chaos ghost laughs in the dream. Let's start the game. The main mission has been triggered. Kill blue team members. Side mission has been triggered. Survive until dawn. Side mission has been triggered. Leave the room. This game has a mood swing setting, and you'll be forced to log out after 10 times. Just as he regained control of his body, a series of system prompts sounded. However, it should be said that it is a horror decryption game. The introduction of this game is surprisingly serious, so much so that Dian Mo became interested and wanted to finish the game. 740 your physical fitness, skills, and space backpack are sealed. Ouch! He almost wanted to shout that it was exactly what I wanted. Well, can a horror game in which you shoot ghosts with a gun be considered a horror game? He has a strong grudge against those shooting horror games. Wow. Brother Win is live broadcast. I just called my buddy, and he's already getting up as he's getting ready to do something with his wife. Wow, what a huge fan. He was kicked out of bed by his wife. Now, his wife is holding the computer, and he is holding the pillow. 6666 The Show of Tihua. Drinking alone by the lake gave the anchor 100 million game coins. Drinking alone by the lake. Speaking of which, this should be the one who completely sneaked into the house among the four ghosts, right? What happened to the blue party? After all, it's Her Royal Highness. Please give me 10 WRMB before speaking. LG Dewey. Yes, I remember that for Abch, ghosts entering the house is not a battle game. Don't Gao Dewey even need a live broadcast? Han Yinro. Puppy Beast has become die-hardly loyal since he was successfully trained. Han Yinro's words are quite heartbreaking. Normally, everyone would have made fun of Gao Dewey, but now the audience's attention is no longer here. Dian Mo smiled at the camera and said, "Sorry, I have something to do today, so the live broadcast is late. Actually, I am in the United States, so today is still the 6th day." He started talking nonsense again, but the key is others really believe it, especially the team leaders of the United States. Each of them seemed to be trying hard, saying that the chance of their team joining the team was much higher than that of other countries. Dian Mo's casual nonsense actually made them feel a lot of superiority inexplicably. As for their expressions when they knew that Dian Mo was talking nonsense, well, it's better not to expose other people's scars. What? Miss in the other room jumped up, and her big eyes almost turned into crescent moons when she smiled. In fact, Miss is a bit of a workaholic anchor who can live broadcast almost 365 days a year without missing a beat. However, in order to watch Dian Mo's live broadcast, she broke the habit for the first time, which shows how obsessed she is with Dian Mo, and she is simply a little fangirl. In fact, many people don't know that Miss is actually a cadre of the Dian Mo asking cult organization. That's incredible. Sister File Size's luck is incredible. Yes, I actually sneaked in completely by mistake. Get out of here upstairs. It's obviously a game where lessons are combined with painting, so you'll be blessed with great luck. Miss File Size Sister, this wave is stable. Please hold on to Brother Win's thigh. In fact, it doesn't need to be told by the audience. Miss will definitely hug Dian Mo's thigh tightly. Even if Dian Mo wants to kick her away, she will shamelessly hold on tight. No, the search range of the game searcher is 500 meters. That's right. Sister File Size, please report the address. Our army of hundreds of thousands will arrive immediately to find Brother One. I just asked my brother, and he said he was in the United States. He was talking nonsense again. I feel sorry for the leader of the United States team for a second. Cough, cough, cough. Miss pretended to cough a few times to interrupt the topic. She did not intend to reveal her idol's address. At the same time, she beamed with joy and made up her mind to wander around the neighborhood every now and then. Maybe one day, she would meet her idol. Let's take a look at the situation of this game first. I'm a little panicked about horror games, and it seems there are enemies. Red Square. Dian Mo asked, level 13, surviving. Shuang Yinran, level 0, surviving. Blue Square. Li Wenbin, level 34, surviving. Montessori Wu Shuang, level 32, survival worker. White Neutral. 7 Core Begonia, level 25, surviving. What the hell is level 0? I've never done a live broadcast before, so I was asked to get involved in the game. Han Yinro. So that's it, it's a gambling mode. Dumb girl. Looks like someone is going to be in trouble. Someone is going to be unlucky +1. Speaking of which, the name Li Wenbin sounds familiar. He seems to be the genius from the Li family in S City. LG Dewey. No matter he is a genius or not, he is still a scumbag in front of Brother One. The most active person in the past was drinking alone by the lake, but this time he did not speak. To say why, she must have noticed that Dian Mo lived in S City, and at the moment she had already arrived on a private plane. Oh, Shuangyin Yanran? Xin Chiji's Rui Hexian Fume, right? The queen is really the same as before. Dian Mo touched his chin and smiled, and then began to recite poems in the gloomy room, shaking his head. The wild goose frost penetrates the curtain. The clouds protecting the moon are light, and the tender ice is still thin. The stream bed is combed and swept. It is difficult to learn to wear makeup with fragrance and powder. The jade skin is thin. It is heavier and lined with dragon silk. leaning on the east wind, with a beautiful smile. I hope that thousands of flowers will fall in shame. Good poetry, good poetry. After reading half of the poem and feeling good about himself, he continued to complain. Oh no, look down. This kid should use his real name. He is indeed the second generation of rich people. Well, that flat bun hair looks so serious. I didn't expect it to be a middle school disease. In Montessori, why don't you say buys? I, the god of killing, will crush you to death with one hand. When he saw the end, he let out a light sigh. Why is there one more person? And Chishin Begonia. This name sounds a bit familiar. Because I watched a lot of live broadcasts in the past few days, Dian immediately remembered that this was the name of MISSS anchor. Then combined with the barrage sent by some fans in the live broadcast room, he knew that the other party had used some kind of prop to enter the game by mistake. He didn't care much about innocuous things. After taking a final look behind the barrage, he closed the live broadcast interface and looked around. And seeing this, he was speechless. This is really his room. Because of the ghostly atmosphere, he just took a look and didn't even notice it. Look what I said before, a horror game based on my own room. I'm so excited just thinking about it. Brother Win's brain circuit is so amazing. The others were probably crying with anger at this time, but he was extremely happy. He climbed out of bed and looked around. The layout, furniture, and even the order of the books were exactly the same as his room. He walked to the window and looked outside. It was dark outside, shrouded in thick fog, and raining continuously. In addition to the vague shadows of some buildings, there were also some strange sounds coming from outside. He tried to turn on the light, but there was no response. The room was dark without even moonlight, especially in a few corners. It was so dark that one couldn't help but wonder if a ghost would suddenly emerge from there. Absolutely, this kind of thinking does not exist in law. After observing for a while, he walked to the door, grabbed the door handle, and turned it. The next moment, snapped. The door shook slightly, as if someone tapped the door, and a bloody handprint suddenly appeared at Dianwen's line of sight. The door cannot be opened. At the same time, standard horror game prompts pop up. I'm scared to death. Damn, I'm scared to death. Luckily I had expected it. It would be so scary to play Contra and Mario completely, let alone a real horror game. I really envy you for being so bold at times like this. Meow, why are you so brave? I just prepared diapers. In sharp contrast to the howls of ghosts and wolves in the live broadcast room, Dianwen was so calm that he was almost inhuman. Not only was he not frightened, he even moved his head forward, sniffed the blood fingerprints with his nose, and then touched it with his hands. Finally confirmed, well, it is indeed blood. Again, Brother Wen is not an ordinary person. Escape rooms, right? I'm good at this. The frightened audience wanted to ask Brother Chiao what he was not good at. Dianwen stared at the bloody handprint for a while, then suddenly raised his right hand and covered the handprint with his palm. Perfect match. That's it. Do you want to imply that I will die here today? Or do you mean that decryption requires a bloody fingerprint? He made a standard gesture of a 10,000-year-old elementary school student, thinking that this might have nothing to do with the puzzle at all, and was simply a bloody handprint meant to scare him. It's also possible that the one who just tapped the door was actually my soul, wanting to warn me not to go out. It has to be said that mental patients have a broad mind, and even this possibility has been thought of by him. Anyway, let's investigate the room first. Putting this question aside for the time being, Dianwen began to search his room busily. In fact, it is much more difficult to search and investigate your own room than that of others. For example, there's always a situation where someone wants to find something one day and ends up rummaging around in his room for a long time and finally finds it within easy reach. This is because the human brain has a protective mechanism that filters out useless information, and the place within reach is classified as useless by the brain. There's no way I wouldn't have noticed that thing if it were placed here. Zero, please give me flowers. Such thoughts work almost subconsciously, causing us to ignore searching for that place. For another example, can you remember in an instant that there are 9 keys hanging on your keychain? Can you remember how many drawers you have in your room in an instant? Definitely. Having said so much, in fact, it is only for ordinary people, and we are not ordinary people. So half an hour later, he confirmed that there were no changes in his room, except that the optical notebook he placed on the table could not be opened. It seems that the key to decryption is to open the computer. Need a password? Blood fingerprint? Room? Rain? Fog? Dian sat cross-legged on the ground, deep in thought in this eerie environment. A few minutes later, it turns out the hint is here. His eyes lit up. He stood up immediately and then took off his clothes without saying a word. Definitely, he still had some moral integrity and didn't take off his pants. So, while a group of idiots were drooling and their eyes were glowing green, he completed an examination of his whole body and finally discovered the problem. Nail! Everyone look. He raised his right hand and gave the camera a middle finger. Just when the audience thought he was mocking, his next sentence arrived. The nail on my middle finger is a little longer than the nails on the other fingers. He stretched out several other fingers for comparison. After he said this, the audience really discovered the subtle difference. I'll go. Who can discover this? Asking brother is going against heaven. I'm asking, brother, have you been looking at your nails at home these days when you have nothing to do? Asking brother to be mighty. Dian strolled to the front of the optical notebook and said with a smile, the system prompts are already very obvious. It's just that I have always ignored that the game introduction can also be used as a prompt. You wake up in your own room, but are you sure? Are you still you? The first tip is to find out what's different about me. He stretched out his middle finger and pressed the fingerprint unlock button on the optical notebook. This different middle finger is the password. The door is open. No one can solve such a secret room escape except Brother Q, right? Han Yinro. Yes, Dian Mo's thinking is really different from ordinary people. Even if ordinary people can find the system prompts on themselves, they can't find the subtle differences in their nails. LGD way. I suddenly feel that Brother One is more suitable for this type of game than those that require fighting. Drink alone by the lake and give the anchor 100 million game coins. Drinking alone by the lake. You have overlooked one thing, even if it is a game that requires fighting. What did you not pass the game by relying on your wits? The princess is still the same as before, giving away 1U coins without saying a word. At the same time, what she said was unanimously recognized by Dian fans. But no, Mario and Contra, there are actually very few elements in fighting, and more of them are scheming the opponent before the battle begins. Dian didn't look at the barrage and walked directly to the door of 903. He opened the door completely, but it was pitch black inside and nothing could be seen. Such a scene is enough to make people feel terrified, but Brother One's actions were as simple and straightforward as ever. He took a big step and walked in. The moment he entered darkness completely, bang, the door behind closed, the dark environment disappeared, and in front of me was, in other words, it is still too, his room. The sound of stab, stab, stab came from the ground. Dian lowered his head and saw that 2 or 3 10-centimeter-long centipedes crawled out from the gap between the bedboard and Simmons. The eerie atmosphere was even more eerie than before. What's going on? Why are you back again? Oh my God, it's so scary, I can't even look at it. I've already watched it with my buddies who share the same dormitory. I wish you happiness. Roll. Dian smiled without changing his face and said, I understand. This is the second item in the game introduction. Or, are you sure your house is still yours? His first reaction was to turn around and open the door to see if there would be bloody fingerprints again this time. It turns out that there is no such thing, and even the system prompts are different from before. An evil force has penetrated the door. Are you sure you want to open it? Needless to say, this is a death flag. Dian shrugged and honestly began to search the room again. However, contrary to his guess, this room was still no different from his real room. This game is a bit difficult. I haven't even left the house yet, and it made me stop and think twice in a row. He smiled happily and sat on the chair in front of the table. The optical notebook in this room is open. At present, this may be the only difference from the previous room. Is it possible that the password is hidden in the notebook? Dian touched his chin, pondering this possibility. However, if I really want to check the notebook one by one, wouldn't my treasures inside be exposed? Dumb girl. Oh my God, what a treasure. I asked my brother if he could have some snacks. This is a horror game. Is this really okay for you? Dian stood up and gave up the idea just now. Definitely, this is not what he said after seeing the stupid girl, but because he feels that the system will never do such a non-technical thing, and he's extremely narcissistic about his own IQ, and he doesn't even bother to do it. BB. He wandered over to the bookshelf. There were 5 rows of bookshelves, neatly filled with no less than 100 books. These are the books he purchased through the Wanyu system in the past few days. This is not to show off, but because he feels that these books can help him play the game. Arrow. 100 Ways to Release Handcuffs. Police Thinking Flaws. The Autobiography of a Highly Intelligent Criminal. 100 Ways to Avoid Death by Jumping Off a Building. 6 Vulnerable Parts of the Human Body. It's almost like a bookshelf for a highly intelligent criminal. Book page password. Hu Xiao and English correlation. Spine text acrostic. Dianwen's fingers traced the spine of the book while talking to himself, his brain running at high speed at this moment. BA. His fingers stopped on a book. Blood handprint. This is a detective novel written by Cheng Xiaoqing, who is known as the Conan Doyle of the East. Dianwen had read this book in his previous life, and it was the only book by this author that he had read. It was indeed considered good for that era, but he had to choose. Anyway, he would rather watch Sherlock Holmes 100 times again. All in all, he took out this book now not to review it, but to solve the mystery. He pulled the book out from the bookshelf, put it in front of his eyes, flipped through it quickly, and then smiled. That's true. On one page of the book, an adult male's palm is printed in the middle. This didn't exist originally, and the following pages cannot be opened. The next step is simple. Dianwen directly covered his bloody hand. Perfect match. Click. There was a sound like opening a lock, and the book was turned. But instead of pages, there lay a key. Then the question is, where should I turn this key? While saying this, he had already walked to the bed and happily trampled 3 centipedes to death along the way. After searching the entire room, there are really not many places to hide things. There is almost no hesitation, not even a centipede crawling out from under Simmons' mattress. He just put his fingers in and lifted Simmons up. No. Dianwen was stunned for a moment. This was an expression he would only appear on rare occasions. Not to mention a dark room or a keyhole. There wasn't even a centipede. Some are just a piece of wood. He didn't believe in evil and jumped up for a long time. The wooden board only made a bump bang bang sound, which meant that the bottom was solid. There's nothing under the bed. He did not shy away from the fact that this was room 5.4 of the game, based on his own room. He directly threw Simmons on the centipede corpse, and then sat on Simmons to think. Time passed slowly, and his eyes kept scanning the room, while constantly reminding himself not to regard this as his own room. Finally, his eyes stopped on his built-in wardrobe. You are very good at playing the system. Ha, but I'm still better. He laughed loudly in the ghostly room, then quickly rushed to the closet and threw all the clothes, quilts, pillows, and so on the floor. Then he climbed in. The moment he entered, the wardrobe door closes automatically. Darkness invaded in an instant, and a silent sense of gloom came over him like a tide. This portends 2 things. He triggered the plot. 2, he found the right one. In the closed, narrow, dark closet, Dianwen couldn't even see his hands. Not only that, not long after he entered the closet, a strange cry of a child was heard, echoing in the closet, making the atmosphere of terror reach its peak in an instant. The live broadcast room went silent, with only a few garbled barges passing by. The timid audience members were frightened to death. Although the bold audience members could type, their trembling fingers made them unable to make any sentences. However, Dianwen, who experienced all this personally, did not panic at all, although what he did in the next second was no different from ordinary people. He leaned his back against the wall, bent his legs, and kicked hard at the closet door. While kicking, he kept shouting, "Cry, cry, cry, you beep. Open the door quickly. I tell you, boy, I have a disease called when I am locked in a closed environment, I will self-destruct and transform into a superhero. I will tell you whether you believe it or not. Well, although my behavior is no different from normal people, my words are 01 in short. After hearing his extremely shameless words, the audience was shocked, and even ghosts were so shocked that they forgot to cry. I count to 3. If you don't open it, I'll explode. Equals. E. The countdown stopped. The cry didn't appear, and the ghost didn't appear either. Tisk, didn't you get cheated? Dianwen glanced at his mouth in displeasure. Han Yinro. Who would be deceived by such nonsense? Even Han Yinro, who had always been calm, couldn't help but complain. Now that he couldn't open the space backpack, Dianwen couldn't do anything except verbal threats. He could only explore the closet according to the system's instructions. In fact, this is very obvious. The closet is closed, and the ghost just cries but does not appear. This is obviously a plot to scare the player. Next, just conduct a carpet-like search inside the closet to find a way out. Definitely, many players may be scared off the line here, let alone search. Fit. It took 10 minutes for Dianwen to tap the wooden boards under his feet and around him with his knuckles, but all the sounds were solid. Then that's all that's left. When he thought this, he had already started to take action. Unexpectedly, he was very lucky this time. As soon as he knocked on it, the wooden board made a click, click, click sound. This indicates a hollow above. After reaching out and groping for a while, he found a very imperceptible depression. He reached out and pressed it, and a piece of wood was removed, revealing a keyhole. Even the audience knew what happened next. The key was inserted. With a crisp sound, the secret room above the wardrobe was opened. Dianwen raised his hand, and the board turned to one side. At the same time, the closet door behind him also opened. Without looking behind him, he stood up straight and stuck his head in, even though he knew that there was probably a ghost up there. Looking at it, he found that the space above couldn't really be called a secret room. It was just a secret locker. X1/09. Dianwen's eyes flashed, and he immediately thought of something. After hearing from Li Hao that his father had a book on Wanyu, he searched for it at home for a while, but found nothing. If you really have this secret locker in your home, then the notebook is probably hidden here. In this dangerous situation, he was distracted, but fortunately, the ghost did not appear. Putting Wanyu's thoughts aside for the time being, he glanced into the darkness and found a black leather glove at the opening of the locker. With almost no hesitation, he just reached for it. The moment his right hand touched the glove, a system prompt sounded in his head. Side mission has been triggered. Obtain 4 spiritual weapons. Side mission has been triggered. Seal the 4 ghosts. Oh, that's it. Dianwen said something without any tension and was about to take back his hand. Sudden, a green hand stretched out and firmly grasped his wrist. It was a child's hand. Then, a figure gradually became clear in the darkness, with blue skin, mushroom head, and black eye whites. It was Toshio, the kid in the grudge. The air became still, and the live broadcast room was stunned. Dianwen and Toshio looked at each other. Son, are you overestimating this expression of bitterness and hatred on your face? Yes, this was his first sentence. Ah! A sharp and shrill howl came from Juinxiong's mouth. Somehow, when they saw this scene, a small number of viewers who had watched the first live broadcast were suddenly not afraid anymore, because they had already thought that this scene seemed to have happened before. Sure enough, Dianwen lived up to expectations. Without saying a word, he grabbed Juinxiong's arm with his backhand and pulled it out. Probably because Juinxiong has been a ghost for so long, and he has never seen anyone who was pulled by a ghost, but in turn pulled the ghost. So he didn't resist at all, and was directly pulled out by Dianwen and dragged from the locker to the room. After getting out of the closet, Dian asked if he was talking nonsense. He picked up Toshio and smashed him on the ground frantically, shouting while doing so. Let you scream again. Have you forgotten that you are Fonger and I am Sha, the little monster on the shore of Daming Lake? Juinxiong was shocked at that time. Is this a human being? Then he was disobedient and let out the terrifying cry 533 that had been so useful in the past. Oh, you're still screaming. Dianwen's eyes widened. As a mentally ill person who tricked two naughty children, Kuba's two sons, to death and scared one naughty child, Kuba's daughter, to tears, he felt that his majesty had been questioned. So, I only use the nunchucks, hee haxy. Use the nunchakus quickly, hee haxy. He suddenly started singing nunchucks. Not only that, but at the same time, his hands were so slippery that he used Toshio as a nunchuck. The audience in the live broadcast room were all stunned when they saw this scene. Damn it, Brother One is so amazing. Honey, come out and see God. 1 second I was so scared that I peed myself. Now I am so scared that I peed myself. Dumb girl. I was hiding in bed and shivering, but now I can't help it. Cold Miss Soft. The reason why our Hondashin put a colon is because she was embarrassed to say that she also hummed along. Those who practice martial arts must remember that the benevolent are invincible. Whoever is practicing Tai Chi is prosperous. Dianwen's singing voice was still echoing in the live broadcast room. After finishing the song, he threw Juanxiong to the ground with satisfaction. In this way, the originally extremely terrifying atmosphere was completely shattered by his making such a fuss. You are AF asterisk 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 G psycho. These are the first words of the dizzy Toshio after he recovered. Huh? Do you know who you're talking to? Dianwen's hooligan tone appeared again. He raised his right foot and then stepped on it towards Juanxiong. However, what was embarrassing was that his foot actually passed through Juanxiong's body and missed the point. Huh? Juanxiong sneered. You're a primate scum with no spiritual awareness. You're hundreds of years too early to attack me. Oh, Dianwen raised his eyebrows, glanced at the gloves in his hands, and then threw them directly on Juanxiong's chest. Then, he raised his foot again and stepped on it. Bump. This time was solid. Juanxiong's face, which was arrogant just a second ago, suddenly became extremely ugly. Although his original expression was already ugly, Dianwen bent down, resting his elbows on his knees, and said with a sneer, Boy, you are quite arrogant. From your tone, could it be that you have not been a human being for many years? It was obvious that he had been a ghost for many years, but Brother One said that he had not been a human being for many years. Although the meaning is the same in the same context, it can also be seen that Brother One has mastered the essence of ridicule. Sure enough, after hearing this, Juanxiong was filled with bitterness and hatred. No, 10 rays of anger suddenly appeared on his gloomy face. Humph, I died more than 30 years ago. What do you think? That's it. Dianwen nodded seriously, then grinned with an extremely evil smile. Originally, I thought you were a child, so I showed mercy. Since you said so, I can feel free to do it. Did you show any F asterisk King mercy just now? Juanxiong's first reaction was to be shocked. He had never seen such a bad and shameless person. Then his second reaction was fear. Although the contact time was less than 10 minutes, well, to be precise, it was the time of one song. In every sense. In short, this time was enough for him to deeply understand the fact that the person in front of him was a madman. So where do we start? Dianwen rubbed his hands excitedly. Suddenly, Juanxiong let out a heart-rending scream, and then his completely black pupils left a stream of blood and tears, looking extremely terrifying. His statement made Dianwen stunned for a while, and he hadn't done anything yet. Before he could figure out what was going on, his feet fell to the ground, and Juanxiong's figure completely disappeared. It only took him a second to understand what was going on. There is no doubt that Toshio was really afraid that Dianwen would play some more nunchucks, so he chose to escape in a way that was quite traumatic for him. 23333. If you scare the ghost away, there will be no one left. LG to way. Last time I scared the little monsters into unconsciousness. This time, I scare the ghosts away. Brother One's level of terror is gradually upgrading. Han Yinro. The level of madness is also at the same level. Just upgrade. Tisk, TSK. I haven't had enough fun yet. Pouting his lips, dissatisfied, Dianwen bent down to pick up the glove and put it on his right hand. And when he actually put on his hands, he realized that the gloves were not made of cowhide. The material was very unique and comfortable, and there was no sense of isolation at all when wearing gloves. It is usually inconvenient for people to do some fine movements when wearing gloves, but this problem does not exist with this glove at all. Name: Black Demon Gloves. Type: equipment. Quality: excellent. Defense: normal. Function: the ability to allow people without spiritual consciousness to contact things in the negative side. Conditions for use: agility attribute E. Can this game be taken out? Yes. Can be brought into reality? No. Remarks: this glove is the first work of the master tailor Marisu Sibusu. Because it uses the fur of creatures like the ink demon, the person wearing it can come into contact with undead creatures. Definitely, as a glove, it was a pair at first, until Mary Sue took it and confessed to her first love. After being rejected, she threw it into the fire and then left one behind for some reason. That's understandable, right? After all, not all Mary Sues are like Mary Sues. I always feel like the system just wants to say the last word. Dian Mo, while complaining, touched the black demon glove happily. This is the first piece of armor he has equipped on his body. After gathering himself, he went back to the closet, reached out, and touched the locker for a long time, and then came to the door after confirming that there was indeed nothing. He stretched out his hand with the Mo demon glove and turned the door handle, and then, just as he expected, the door opened. And the moment he opened the door, a check mark appeared behind the side task of leaving the room, indicating that it had been completed. At the same time, he also noticed that the side task, obtaining 4 spiritual weapons, was actually divided into 4 tasks, and now he has completed one. As expected, Originally is a completely immersive game. There are so many side missions. It is not difficult to imagine that the task of sealing the 4 ghosts must be divided into 4. After calculation, this game has at least 10 side tasks. The side mission rewards obtained by clearing the game will definitely be quite generous. While thinking this way, he was also very concerned about the surrounding environment. There is no doubt that this is the walkway of his home. The other side, let's say that Li Wenbin is still immersed in solving the puzzle in the bedroom of his villa. Looking at the distressed look on his face, you know that the solution of the puzzle is not going well. Because the One U live broadcasting system has been around for quite some time, although countries still don't understand it well enough, they still have some superficial understanding. For example, even if it is the same game, the difficulty will be different when played by different players. For PC and console games, the difficulty adjustment is still subtle, let alone Little Overlord. However, full infiltration takes this mechanism to the extreme. In other words, the game that Brother Ewan participated in undoubtedly raised the average IQ much higher. So now that Dianwen has completed the Leave the Room side mission, little comrade Li Wenbin hasn't even opened the door for the first time. Damn it, how can this game be so difficult? Even the hints are so sparse. Li Wenbin also knew the mechanism of Wanyu system, so his face was full of unwillingness. The more difficult it is for him to solve the puzzle, the greater the gap between him and Jianwen. How on earth should I leave the room? Bump! He roared angrily, and at the same time he made a fist with his right hand and slammed the table hard. But at this moment, ripples like water appeared on the surface. Zhao's! Immediately afterwards, a green face of a boy with blood and tears appeared. Mood swings 1/10. Li Wenbin's face turned pale for a moment. Cold sweat flowed down unconsciously, his Adam's apple rolled. His lips opened and closed several times, but he did not make any sound. Mood swings 2/10. He didn't scream, but showed another expression of extreme fear, as if his neck was being strangled by invisible hands, and he couldn't even make a sound. Mood swings 3/10. However, he was also a level 34 player after all. After a few seconds, he finally regained his composure, and out of fear and anger, he suddenly raised his right fist and punched the face. Bump! He definitely didn't hit Jiuanxiong, because Jiuanxiong had disappeared. After confirming this, he leaned back on the chair, breathing heavily, and his entire back was soaked with cold sweat. If he knew that Toshio, who was supposed to deal with Dianwen, was scared away by Jianwen, so he resorted to the next best thing to deal with him. Would he faint from anger? The two people on the blue side have a total of 5 mood swings, and the player on the red side has the right to take out an item from the space backpack. Dian Mo had just taken a step forward, preparing to go to Yu Yanran's room to check out the situation, when he was stunned by the sudden system prompt. Huh? Are you so timid? He smiled and mocked, completely unaware that he was actually the one who had tricked Li Wenbin invisibly. If he knew, he would definitely feel as good as drinking a big bowl of ice sour plum soup on a hot day. As mentioned before Dian Mo did anything, he had already calculated everything. He always wins before the game starts. So he didn't pay much attention to this system prompt. Especially since this game was so difficult, he basically had no interest in talking to Li Wenbin and just wanted to enjoy the game. Walked to the door of Yu Yanran's room. Dian Mo knocked on the door first and then shouted, Yanran, are you inside? After waiting for a few seconds, there was no response inside. He turned the handle and found that the door was locked. And it's still the kind of lock without system prompts. There are 2 possibilities. First, like most games, this room just exists like a background wall. The system is too lazy to design it and just locks it. Second, Yu Yanran originally locked the door in reality, so when the system is based on reality, it also locks the door. However, from Dian Mo's point of view, the correct answer is quite obvious. With the system's vast magical power, the first possibility is slim to none. Well, then there's no need to go in. Dian Mo hesitated for a while, but gave up the option of breaking in. Although this is not a real room, he still has a psychological shadow because of something that happened in the past. In this case, the scope of the next search is very limited. Dian Mo's home is a relatively ordinary one with 2 bedrooms, 1 living room and 1 bathroom, plus a small storage room of 2 to 3 square meters. So the only things that need to be explored are the living room, bathroom, and storage room. First, he went to the living room and tried the door. The system prompted that it was sealed by some evil force. Then he started a carpet-like search. It took him nearly an hour and found nothing. Then there is the bathroom. Because the space is relatively small, the search was completed quickly, and there was nothing worthy of attention. The only gain from searching these 2 places is probably that Dian Mo found that there seemed to be more centipedes. And if the first 2 wasted a lot of his time and gained almost nothing, then the last storage room could be said to be an insult to his average IQ and clearly told him to read things here. Written in blood on the storage room door, help under screen, these 2 English words. Hey, is there anyone inside? Your water and electricity bills haven't been paid for half a year. Dian Mo stood 1 meter away from the door and shouted loudly. There was a muffled sound in the storage room, but Dian Mo didn't understand a word he said. TSK, if I had to describe this sound, it would be the sound made by stuffing smelly socks in a mouth, putting a big sack on the outside, and then being submerged in a basin of feces. Dian Mo used his rich imagination to imagine what happened to the person inside to be extremely bad, and even more so when it was over. Brother inside, although I sympathize with your situation, even if you drown and die, you still have to pay the utility bill. Although the audience couldn't understand what the people inside were saying, they somehow understood the meaning. It's nothing more than beep, beep, and beep. The joke was over. The temptation was over, and Dian Mo was sure that the person inside was not luring him over, but was really locked inside. So he walked forward confidently and boldly, stood at the door, touched his chin, and thought for a while. Then he took off the glove on his right hand and pressed the door with the right hand that had been stained with blood before. The next second, the text on the door changed, ME slowly disappeared, and the P at the end of help was distorted. Finally, the text became hell. The dense sting, sting, sting sounds continued to sound, and dozens of centipedes swarmed out of the crack in the storage room door. This scene is enough to make anyone without trypophobia feel numb. Which fellow Taoist is outside? A weak voice came from the storage room, and it also used a strange title. Dian Mo smiled sinisterly and said, whether I'm a Taoist friend or not depends on what reward you can give. Fellow Taoist, as long as you rescue me, Everything will be easy. I don't know if it was because I heard the response or because I haven't talked to anyone for a long time. In short, the people inside seemed to be quite excited, and even the weak voices were a lot more excited. Dian asked, "First tell me your origin and what is going on here." The people inside were silent for a while, and then began to talk. 0. Asterisk. I'm a Taoist priest from Maoshan. My Taoist name is Wuye. I chose a pretty domineering name, but ended up being locked up. Dianwen made a casual remark, which was a shame. When the Wuye Taoist said this, he suddenly felt his blood boiling, his vision turned black, and he almost fainted. After waiting for a while, he pretended not to hear anything and continued. One day I heard that there were 4 ghosts running rampant here, so I wanted to come to slay the demons and defend the way. Just save it. I was trying to ward off demons and defend the law. I failed to ward off the demons, but ended up being locked up. Dianwen said again. Taoist Wuye suppressed his anger and continued to pretend not to hear, and continued. But I didn't expect that one of these 4 ghost kings was so insidious that it actually tricked me into the Yin realm, causing great damage to my strength. However, the 4 spiritual treasures I collected are not simple treasures. They correspond to the 4 ghost kings. As long as they correspond, they can be sealed. You spoke so powerfully, but you ended up being locked up. Dianwen said this 3 times, but it was extremely effective. He just took an awl and poked Taoist Wuye's wound, making his eyes pop out with anger. He roared loudly. Do you want to listen anymore? Listen. Dianwen laughed playfully. You say it, you say it. Stop interrupting? Yeah, don't interrupt. I will never talk about you being locked up again. Taoist Wuye was silent for a long time, and then he choked out a sentence. I ended up getting locked up. You beep. Are so stupid beep. I don't know if the Wuye Taoist priest was laughing at himself, or was a little insane because of the excitement of Dianwen. He said what he didn't let Dianwen say. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Dianwen was not interested in playing anymore. The 4 spiritual weapons you mentioned need to correspond. How to correspond? Taoist Wuye said, I don't know. He laughed dryly. If I had known, I wouldn't be in this situation. It seems there is no useful information left. With this thought in his mind, Dianwen asked, By the way, what is your approximate height now? I mean your head. Taoist Wuye asked doubtfully. Why do you ask this? Dianwen took a few steps back, and then said casually, Nonsense. What if I accidentally hit you when I broke the door and you died? 73. Oh. Taoist Wuye immediately thought of this. I didn't expect fellow Taoists to be so careful. Well, about 1 meter. Okay. While speaking, Dianwen used the power he had just gained to take out the killer scream from a space backpack. The sound of loading was heard. Although Taoist Wuye was very weak, he was still considered to be half an expert, and he immediately keenly captured the subtle sound. What are you doing? Definitely. Dianwen raised the killer scream, aimed at a height of 1 meter, and then grinned. I'll kill you. Bang. Bullets fired. The door of the storage room was instantly penetrated, revealing a hole as big as a rubber ball. Inside the cave entrance, a head had disappeared without a trace. Taoist Wuye died without even having time to scream. At the same time, densely packed centipedes crawled out of the storage room. The audience in the live broadcast room felt their scalps numb, and many girls even screamed and fainted. Complete the hidden side mission. Kill the demon Road Wuye. Dianwen raised his eyebrows in surprise, and then a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind, and he wanted to understand many things in an instant. A shrill scream came out, and a ghost rushed out from the hole and rushed towards him with its teeth and claws. He smiled disdainfully, holding the killer scream in his left hand, and stretched out his right hand, grabbed the ghost's neck, and then threw it heavily to the ground. Do you know what you did? Do you know? You be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. You madman. Dianwen's attack obviously did not have much effect on ghosts, but Taoist Wuye was indeed very weak, even if he turned into a ghost, so he did not continue to attack, but collapsed to the ground and roared loudly. I'm just going to kill you. Dianwen picked his ears nonchalantly. Taoist Wuye continued to roar. Be asterisk 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 D. You'll die here. If I die, the formation will be gone, and you are dead. As he roared, his body gradually became transparent, as if he was absorbed by the room. At the same time, the gloomy feeling in the whole room became more and more serious as he changed. Maybe this is what he said about the disappearance of the formation. After roaring for a while, he finally calmed down and his body became almost transparent. So, at the end, he asked himself a question. How did you find out that I wanted to take advantage of you? Huh, Dian Mo sneered. Aren't you talking nonsense? I just saw that Toshio, and I really don't believe it. He can move around in this room at will, and he can't kill you, who is so weak. Guy. Moreover, the spiritual treasures I collected, but I don't know which ghost corresponds to them. Isn't it possible that you stole them from some righteous path and then wanted to refine these for ghosts to be your subordinates? All hit. Taoist Wuye's face was ugly. He didn't expect that he would finally get a chance to escape, but he would meet such a wise person. However, if his expression was ugly now, Dian Mo's next words turned his face into the color of pig liver. Dian Mo's expression changed, and he said with a smile, Actually, this is just hindsight. All the things mentioned above were thought of after I killed you. I killed you just because it's so embarrassing that the Maoshan Taoist priests from Daxia in the Tang and Tang dynasties were caught by the ghosts of the island country and the United States. Taoist Wuye's eyes widened, anger and shame almost bursting out from his eyes. He never thought that he would be killed for such a reason. Then, without waiting for him to speak, his body became completely transparent, and he completed the standard of dying without resting in peace. 666. The old lady won't help me, so I'll ask my brother for help. Taoist Wuye. MMP. Why did I meet a mentally ill person? Dumb girl. Dian Mo asked, because it's too embarrassing, so you have to die. LG Dway. 2333. This reason is really amazing. Drinking alone by the lake. Actually, you have overlooked one point. Brother One was able to figure out the entire process just by relying on the system prompts of Kill Demon Road Wuye, without any clues. This is truly incredible. Han Yinro, I agree. It's true, Brother Qian is so powerful. KLA gives the anchor 10 million gaming coins. Drink alone by the lake and give the anchor 100 million game coins. Han Yinro gives the anchor 50 million gaming coins. LGD Wei give the anchor 10 million gaming coins. Daimeyer gives the anchor 10 million gaming coins. Dian Mo was quite surprised. I didn't expect that this wave could also defraud 90 square meters of RMB. 5.7. After all, it's the boss of side mission. It shouldn't be an NPC that simply introduces the plot. He glanced at the storage room full of centipedes, hesitated, and walked up. After trampling countless centipedes to death without any hesitation along the way, he opened the door of the storage room. Seeing the densely packed centipedes inside, I curled my lips in disgust. Even if he doesn't feel scared and doesn't have trypophobia, he still feels nauseated. However, Brother One was not an ordinary person after all. After comparing disgusting with possibly having equipment, he decisively chose the latter. Wrap your sleeves with gloves to prevent centipedes from crawling in. After finishing the preparations, Dian Mo put his hand into the centipede pile without changing his expression. After going through an indescribable period of digging and digging, Dian Mo finally explored the entire storage room, and then the audience who had been scared away came back. Dian Mo returned to the living room, sat on the sofa, and looked at the two things in his hands: a file-size cardboard card and a gift box. These two items had systematic introductions, so he took them out. Name: Palm Thunder LV.1. Skill category: Active skills. Skill effect: the palm emits a weak thunder that restrains evil spirits. Consumption: 100 spiritual power. Learning conditions: spiritual power, attribute F. Note: the palm thunder practiced by Demon Dao Wuye is because he prefers to practice ghost arts, so this skill is only LV.1. Name: Crocodile Belt. Type: Equipment. Quality: Ordinary. Defense: Normal. Function: it has a weak ability to attract bugs. The smoke after burning is just the opposite and can repel bugs. Conditions of use: none. Can this game be taken out? Yes. Can it be brought into reality? No. Note: a mentally ill woman secretly hid a gift for a mentally ill man. You understand, right? Yeah, I understand. Dian Mo nodded repeatedly with a smirk on his face. If he still doesn't understand after reading this note, then it's really a waste of his head. After reading the item information, there is nothing left to explore in this room. However, Dian Mo looked in the opposite direction of the door, where there was a clock hanging on the wall. 4:34. A smile appeared on Dian Mo's lips, and he muttered in a low voice. It's interesting. Although I don't know what geographical location and season I am in this game, it is already very close to dawn at 4:30. The main mission is survive until dawn. In other words, as long as he stayed in this seemingly harmless room, he would probably be able to easily complete the main mission. That's so boring. After muttering to himself, he stood up without any hesitation and walked towards the Tian men. Easy. The door opened easily and Dian Mo walked out. Regardless of whether it would be dangerous to stay in the house for too long, as a game player, how could he tolerate himself not exploring everything in the entire game? After leaving the door, what was in front of him was not the familiar corridor that Dian Mo was familiar with, but a 50-meter-long, straight corridor. The shot of the corridor seems to have a large space, but it is not a normal structure. Dian Mo strode forward and continued his exploration. At the same time, several other people did not have the same progress as him, and some of them were even in quite miserable conditions. In a sense, this was all his fault. Regardless of whether Taoist Weya is a demon or not, the formations he left behind are indeed very effective, inhibiting the actions of undead creatures to a great extent, especially the weak undead, which cannot appear at all. But after the formation is broken, these factors no longer exist. Originally, the game only had a few powerful ghosts that could move, but now the difficulty has greatly increased, and many little ghosts have also swarmed out, leaving Li Wenbin and others in a panic. As for why there is absolutely no situation on Dian Mo's side, firstly, because he has not yet opened his spiritual consciousness, he cannot see even if there is a ghost passing by him. And secondly, even Juan Xiong has been abused by him. Which kid dares to cause trouble for him? All in all, without knowing it, Dian Mo tricked Li Wenbin and Mengshi Bantu again, this time with miss. In a certain room, a shrill scream echoed, making people wonder if that person had made the last cry before death. But actually it's not, because the person who made this cry has long since died. Spare my life, spare my life. I was wrong. I don't dare to scare you anymore. Please spare me. An old, hoarse voice was crying for mercy. This is an old lady dressed in white, with wrinkles on her face that could kill a fly, but with 10 heads of black hair. This old lady with a weird aura all over her body is the old white woman in The Grudge. However, she, who killed many people in the movie, was sitting on the ground with a look of fear at the moment, holding the ground with both hands, crawling backwards, and did not stop until her back hit the wall. In front of her was a door. Well, or rather a door frame, because the door itself had been cut into several pieces by some kind of sharp weapon and fell to the ground. The sound of leisurely footsteps came, and Yi Yanran walked out of the room proudly, holding a long sword in one hand, and looked down at the old woman by. You want to live? She spoke coldly. Yes, it is. The old woman by nodded repeatedly. If anyone else saw this scene at this time, they would be confused because of this confused position. And if Dian Mo's fans see it, they will definitely say that they are indeed brother and sister, but they are not normal people. Yu Yanran was silent for a while, as if she was considering whether to let go of the ghost in front of her, who was so arrogant before and wanted to scare her. After a few seconds, she made a decision. Then I'll give you a chance. As soon as she said these words, old Madame Bai's face, which could make adults cry, showed the joy of helping others survive. I didn't expect this mentally ill person to be easy to talk to. That's what she was thinking. At this time, Yi Yanran said erroneously, "What should you call me?" The old woman Bai was stunned. Her expression was as if she had just traveled through time. Just a moment ago, I was talking about giving a chance. How'd it change to something else? However, the situation is stronger than that of humans, and ghosts are also discerning. They don't waste any nonsense and just bow to you. My lord, you are my master, and I will obey you in everything from now on. Duh. Yu Yinran's straight and pretty nose made a nasal sound. Old lady Bai raised her head and peeked, laughing in her heart and saying, "Ha, little girl, just call you master and you will be happy. When you go out, I will want you." With a flash of cold light, old woman Bai's proud self-talk stopped. Her eyes widened, filled with disbelief, and her head tilted to one side like a building block, then rolled down. There was no blood, and even the body didn't last long before disappearing. Looking at this scene, Ma Ran snorted without changing her expression. "Idiot, you should call me queen." So, it is really dangerous to face mentally ill people. Taoist Wia and Old Lady Bai are also close friends. One was too embarrassed, and the other was called by the wrong name, so they were inexplicably killed by the mentally ill brother and sister. This is a space with an equilateral pentagon structure, with a 50-meter-long corridor on each side of the pentagon. At the end of the corridor, there is a room, one of which is the direction Dianwen came from. At the moment, he was standing in this pentagonal space, looking down at a well in the middle. This is not an ancient well. It looks very new. In Dianwen's opinion, it is more like a passage than a well. Although the well was covered, he couldn't open it despite all his efforts, so he could only guess whether it was a passage or not. In addition, there's a bloody skull printed on the walls of 2 of the 5 passages. You don't need to get close. You can tell his blood just by smelling the smell. The above is all the information about this space that Dianwen obtained within 1 minute. You are really considerate. He touched his chin and looked at the 2 skull marks. This must be the room of those 2 guys. The number of mood swings between the 2 people on the blue side reaches 10 times in total, and the player on the red side gains the right to take out an item from the space backpack. Ouch! The sudden appearance of the system prompt made Dianwen's eyes light up. Although he didn't know that the 2 people were frightened because of him, it didn't stop him from feeling happy. After feeling happy, he had almost no hesitation. He immediately turned back to his room and dismantled the trap he had set up in the living room to deal with Li Wenbin and the 2. I have to thank the system for its high degree of restoration. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to create a mechanism again in a short period of time. After dismantling the mechanism, he went to dig into the locker for a while, took out useful things, and returned to the pentagonal space again. Let me give you a surprise. Dianwen sat down on the ground, smiled sinisterly, then lowered his head and started to make traps. A few minutes later, he skillfully completed the design of a trap. The most critical part of the trap requires the use of a prop. Alien egg. Wow. It's too risky to ask, brother. No one can use alien eggs as traps. LGD way. Then the question is, what if you are attacked the moment you take it out? Han Yenro, no. Drinking alone by the lake. Why? Daimeyer, I'm curious too. Han Yenro, you will know after seeing it. In fact, Dianwen was already doing it when Han Yenro said it. He randomly picked a corridor with skulls printed on it and went in. Then he set up a ladder at the end of the corridor in front of the door, and then fiddled with setting the mechanism to the ceiling. After the first step was completed, he set up a wire trigger device about 1 meter from the door. After that comes the 3rd step, which is also the most dangerous step. He suddenly took out the alien egg and quickly taped the opening with tape. That's right, he used tape to seal the opening of the alien egg. However, although his surprising idea shocked the audience, the surface of the alien egg is filled with mucus, so the effect of the tape is almost minimal. If the alien egg really wants to open, it won't take long to open. But all Dianwen needs is this little time. He started to work with his hands, using sealing tape to stick dozens of pieces of transparent tape, then put a knot on it, and finally tied 4 stones on the end of the knot. After finishing the last step, he immediately climbed up the ladder with the alien egg in his arms and used the mechanism he had just designed to fix the alien egg on top with its opening facing downwards. Done. Dianwen smiled and clapped his hands, returned to the ground, carried the ladder, and ran 20 meters away, then squatted there to observe the situation. After a few seconds, the tape was stretched open and the alien egg opened, but due to the knot, the opening was not enough to fully open. After a few more seconds, Dian opened his mouth and got together. At this point, Dianwen's alien egg trap is completely completed. In fact, if the alien egg really wants to open the knot, there is no problem at all. But here Dianwen takes advantage of a characteristic of the alien egg. In other words, it's the characteristics of a facehugger. The lifespan of the facehugger is not long, and it will die soon after leaving the alien egg. So unless the prey is close at hand, the facehugger will not take the risk of jumping out. This is not for itself, but for the continuation of the race, because the face-slapping bug can perceive non-existent or alien eggs around it. Therefore, if it dies in vain, the result will be the annihilation of the race, at least in this game world. 666. Ask Brother Tongjin. Alien egg trap. Do you want to know more about it? I don't know who caused this road to be unlucky, but it's really an open door to kill. The audience admired him and gave him 1U coins one after another, but Dianwen didn't watch it. The trap was done, and he didn't intend to stay in this area any longer, so he randomly chose one of the 2 remaining passages and walked in. A minute later, he came to the door, stretched out his right hand with the Mo demon glove, and pulled the door handle. The door opened unexpectedly. Pushing the door open, one sees a well-furnished living room, which is more than twice the size of Dianwen's house. However, there are no pots and pans in the kitchen. It is estimated that the owner of this house does not cook. In fact, it is self-evident who the owner of this room is, because he's just lying on the sofa. Dianwen looked at Miss with her eyes closed tightly and her pretty face full of pain, and he already had a definite answer to her current situation. There is only one ghost who can cause this situation. At this time, everyone in the Miss live broadcast room also saw Dianwen's appearance, and they immediately sent out a barrage, asking Dianwen to save her. As a result, Dianwen acted as if he hadn't seen Miss, walked around the room, and then walked into the bathroom. In this way, people in the Miss live broadcast room could not see his figure, so a group of people all poured into Dianwen's live broadcast room. And when they saw what Dianwen was doing now, an ominous premonition arose from the bottom of their hearts. Probably not. Isn't Brother Chi very gentle to Dian Mo? Yeah, we must be overthinking it. Brother Hui just wants to wash his hands. Yes, Dianwen is now holding a basin and filling it with water. Zhao Li Zhao. Then, after the water fills the basin, the hopes of the Miss fans are dashed. He took the wash basin and walked to Miss's side. Hey, it's time for Sleeping Beauty to wake up. After saying that, he poured a basin of water, on Miss's face. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room was stunned. A few seconds later, that is, damn it, ask me, are you going to be an orphan? Goddamn Sleeping Beauty woke me up like this. Brother Q, I'm going to fight you. The above is the audience of Miss. Number 23333. Young people, you still don't understand Brother Qian's mental state. That's right. When Dian Mo fell in love with me, what did I do? I just frightened her with a head. Yes, that's right. This is considered light. You should be lucky. Dian Meyer. If we don't mention this, we are still friends. This is what Dianwen's fans have to say. Well, the water flowed down, immediately soaking Miss's hair. The color of the sofa beneath her became darker, and the clothes on Miss's upper body also became a little see-through. Dianwen immediately turned his head in embarrassment, and at the same time took off his jacket and put on Miss's body without any hesitation. The material of the Miss top is not the type that will become transparent when wet. Otherwise, the audience may see something they shouldn't see. In fact, in addition to Dianwen's own bad character, what's more important is that Miss's current situation is obviously dragged into a dream by Freddy. The most effective way to revive her in this situation is to splash water and slap her. Of these 2 options, splashing water is obviously more gentle. Cough, cough, cough. Miss did wake up immediately, but because she choked on the water, she started coughing violently after waking up. Dianwen didn't do anything, just looked at her quietly. After more than 10 seconds, Miss recovered, looking around with confused eyes. After seeing Dian, she rushed towards him without saying a word, while still crying in his arms. Ask brother. Ask brother. It scared me to death. That ghost, woo. This scene seems familiar. Dian shrugged helplessly and patted her back gently. At this time, DZ, the door was pushed open, and Yin stood at the door. She immediately saw clearly the man and woman hugging each other in the room, and her eyes changed from surprise to coldness. 1 minute. Bump. After saying these 3 words coldly, she closed the door again. During this process, you would be confused if you asked, why do I feel like being caught in our ****D? He said this subtly. Because of Yu Yinran's appearance, Miss also calmed down. When she heard his words, she immediately blushed, pushed Dian away, and ran to her room in panic. I'm going to change some clothes. By the time this sentence reached Dian's ears, Miss had already entered the room. She hugged Dian's coat and leaned against the door with a blushing face. Her upper body, which was better than Dian Mo's, was rising and falling due to nervousness. Well, I'm so embarrassed, dead man. The audience in the Miss live broadcast room burst into tears again when they saw her looking like a young girl in love with her child. Miss File Size seems to have fallen. Don't hold me back. I'm going to fight with Deputy 1. Brother, come on. We won't pull you away, go ahead. You better hold me back. I don't dare to face that mental illness. Stop talking nonsense. Miss doesn't have the bad habit of asking questions. She often conducts live broadcasts to communicate with the audience, so she immediately saw what those people said. Brother Win's girlfriend is much prettier than me. Obviously, Miss misunderstood that Yu Yinran was Dian Wen's girlfriend, especially when she thought about Kwang Yinran's pretty face and proud figure, which was much more beautiful than hers. Her expression suddenly darkened. Seeing her expression, the audience naturally became even more reluctant. I won't tell you anymore. Miss screamed and immediately canceled the live broadcast. Now that the audience couldn't see her, she sniffed Dianwen's coat by accident. Is this what a man smells like? Miss, who was exposed to men for the first time, thought the strange smell above was the smell of men, but in fact, that's just the smell of centipede. The other side. After Miss entered the room, Norwin opened the door with a dry smile and looked at his sister outside. Hey, Yinran, I knew you could come out of the room. Yu Yinran slapped Dianwen all over his body. After confirming that he was not injured, she said coldly, Is this why you hugged that woman behind my back and made her wet by the way? I'll go. What the hell is getting wet? I haven't taught you such a dirty way of using words, have I? Carrying something. Dian scratched his head. She was dragged into the dreamland by Freddy just now, and then I splashed water on her face. She was probably too frightened, so she woke up ***. No need to explain to me. Yu Yinran raised her hand to interrupt Dianwen's explanation, but the expression on her face softened. I'll go. Are you really asking about my brother's girlfriend? Although I can't remember it, it always feels beautiful. Drinking alone by the lake. Don't ask if brother has a girlfriend. Don't ask if brother has a girlfriend. Well, it's obvious that Her Royal Highness the Princess is a little bad. She even used the pet name she usually calls in private. Zero, please give me flowers. LG Wei. My lord, something is wrong. Han Yinro. Drinking alone is bad. Dai Meyer. If you drink alone and don't cry, stand up and **********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************̈̈̈ Anyway, as long as you are strong, you can have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Mei Dai has exposed her true thoughts. Because he expected this situation, Dianwen still opened the live broadcast interface this time, and his eyes stayed on what Han Yinro, drinking alone by the lake, and Dai Meyer said. Then he smiled and introduced to the people in the audience. Come on, scumbags, let me introduce to you. This is my sister, Shuang Yinran. I guess you will start live broadcasting soon. Let them call me Queen. Yu Yinran interrupted. Although she couldn't see the live broadcast interface, she knew what Dianwen was doing. Then she added, I'm not interested in live streaming. LGD Wei, as expected of Brother Wen's sister, she is really different. Brother Q, The German orthopedics department welcomes you. You, brother, are you sent here because you have unwanted thoughts about your sister? This time, none of the girls posted any comments while drinking alone by the lake. The reason must be that they felt inexplicably relieved after hearing the word sister. If you have books, you will be long. If you don't have books, you will be short. By the way, Dian Mo and Yu Yanran were settled here, and Miss also finished changing her clothes and came out. The three people gathered together and each talked about their own situation. When the audience heard that the ghosts were kneeling down in front of Yu Yanran, they immediately wrote the words, "She is indeed a mentally ill sister." Miss, on the other hand, briefly talked about her experience and then said that Freddy would never be able to compete. Finally, she took out a bead with ripples on the water from her arms and handed it to Dian Mo. The moment he took the bead, Dian Mo received a prompt that the side mission had been completed. Obviously, this was also one of the 4 spiritual weapons. At the same time, bang, the door slammed shut under the influence of invisible force. Immediately afterwards, the lights in the room went out, and the floor and walls of the entire room seemed to be corroded, with various mold-like patterns appearing, and at the same time, a large number of centipedes poured out from every corner. Different from those Dian Mo encountered before, these centipedes all have a strong desire to attack. At the end of the bright corridor, a door slowly opened, and Ban Suen's head cautiously stuck out, hitting the front. After confirming that the front was very safe, he walked out boldly. The moment he walked out of the door, he didn't notice that something on his head slowly spoke. "What? Have you finally finished this damn game?" Ban Cun2's face was obviously a little pale, and the curses in his mouth were just to embolden him. Obviously, even for him, a former soldier, the horror of this game is quite unacceptable. In this comparison, Dian Mo and Yu Yanran, the mentally ill brother and sister, are really a bit outrageous. The same sound that caused all these nightmares sounded again. The steel wire broke in 907. The mechanism is triggered. The thin plywood on which the stones were originally placed was instantly pulled away, and then the stones fell together with the knots. There was a bump sound, and Ban Cun2 reflexively looked in the direction of the sound, and his action put an end to his life. This was definitely planned by Dian Mo. He knew that for cautious people, especially soldiers like Ban Cun2, once the trap was triggered, the first step would be to pounce forward. If this is the case, it is very likely that he will be able to avoid the facehugger. But when the stone fell, his first reaction was to look in the direction of the sound. The alien egg above Ban Cun's head squirmed, and then the facehugger jumped out. Ah! Screams filled with resentment echoed in this space. "Ask, what should we do?" Yu Yanran looked at the approaching centipede with an ugly expression. The queen is a woman after all, even if she is not afraid of ghosts. These centipedes make her extremely disgusting. She was already like this, not to mention Miss. Her whole body was completely weak, and she could only hold Dian Mo's hand with both hands to support herself, so that she would not fall down. "Don't worry, I'm thinking of a way." Dian Mo kept rubbing the palm of his right hand with his left thumb, which was his habitual action when he was concentrating on thinking. The reason why it has not appeared before is definitely because the previous problems were too simple for him, and there was no need for him to concentrate at all. After thinking for a few seconds, he immediately turned to look at Miss and asked quickly, "You just said that you did not trigger the 'Are you sure your house is still yours' decryption element in this room?" "Yes, it is." Although Miss was scared, she answered his question immediately. Yu Yanran immediately understood what Dian Mo meant and asked, "Did you notice anything different about this room from your reality?" Miss shook her head and said, No, I don't know. I just came to the living room and fell into a deep sleep." Hearing her words, Dian Mo had a flash of inspiration and asked, "You mean you were dragged into the dream by Freddy before you discovered anything?" "Right." Dian Mo lowered his head and continued to think. The centipede was getting closer and closer, but Miss and Yu Yanran knew the general situation well and did not disturb him. Yanran said that she also met the old lady after solving the puzzle, and so did I. Although 2 are not enough to become an absolute argument, it can be guessed that 2 puzzles must be solved to trigger the encounter with ghosts. But that's not the case here, miss. Then can I assume that Freddy is not the boss of this room? He just skipped this link for some reason. It's impossible for me to know what's different about Mrs. House without searching, but I can force this situation to stop or disappear. At this time, a paragraph of text in the game introduction flashed through his mind. Ghost crying in the dark. The chastity between the ugly and the ugly. Yin-yang gap, evil soul madness. Chaos ghost laughs in the dream. This obviously introduces the conditions for the appearance of the 4 ghosts, and the second and fourth of them can obviously be forced to trigger. It is unreasonable to go to Freddy in the current situation, and Freddy's place is in a dream, which has almost no impact on reality and cannot break the situation. In this case, Dian Mo smiled. He had already thought of a way 0. Stand here and don't move. He said something to the 2 women, then strode out, ignoring the attacks of the centipedes, and rushed to the door. He stood on tiptoes and raised his hand to turn over the clock hanging at the door. The next second, Mrs. Eyes widened, and she realized that it was not her clock. The reason why she was so sure was because there was another clock face on the back of the clock. A clock face with the hour and minute hands exactly at 1 o'clock. The moment Dian Mo turned the clock over and placed it on the wall, the centipede disappeared. What follows is jingle bell bell. The phone in the living room rang. It is as expected. Dian Mo smiled proudly and didn't bother with the phone at all, but slowly sat down on the sofa. What is going on? Brother, how did you find out that the clock is different from the one in my real room? Miss glanced at the phone that kept ringing. Having watched the movie The Ring, she definitely knew what this meant. But at the moment, she was completely focused on asking questions. Since he didn't care, she naturally wouldn't say much. Besides, she had something even more incomprehensible she wanted to know. Even she herself couldn't notice the difference in the clocks, so why could Dian Mo see through it at a glance? For point 6, I didn't notice any difference. Dian Mo raised his eyebrows and showed off. Desire suddenly came up again. If you can't solve one thing, use another thing to interrupt it. This is the simplest solution. Do you still remember what was said in the introduction of the game? The virgin and the cho, reverse words? Yu Yanran's expression changed slightly, and she said with a slight smile, I see, between Z and cho. It refers to between Z sure and cho sure. Although the ancient algorithm time is very inaccurate, the word between is used exactly. Z hour is from 23 o'clock to 1 o'clock, and cho hour is from 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock. Of course, the relationship between Z cho and Z cho is, that's right, it's 1 o'clock. Dian Mo raised his finger and pointed at the clock that stopped at 1 o'clock. Actually, our time has never changed. It has always stayed at 1 o'clock. This is a problem that Dian Mo discovered at the beginning. Whether it is this room or my own room, time is always moving. He didn't pay attention at first, but after hearing Yu Yanran say that he didn't know why, there were suddenly more ghosts for a while. Only then did he understand the problem. The increase in ghosts was definitely because he killed Taoist Wuya, but there was no problem on his side. In other words, if he had stayed in the room at that time, it was really possible to spend a few hours safely. By then it would be dawn, and his mission would be completed. But are the tasks assigned by the system really that simple? Won't. Survive until dawn. This is originally a very inductive task. In addition, the clock in a room keeps ticking, which inevitably gives people the illusion that they can complete the task as long as they stay in the room. But in fact, Dian Mo can guarantee that as long as you stay in a room for a long time, some stupid things will definitely happen. Well, the scary thing here refers to other people. Based on this, I was thinking, since this time may be fake, where's the real time? Dian Mo said. Miss looked at him with eyes completely filled with admiration. As a little fangirl, when she saw Dian Mo's live performance, she was naturally filled with admiration. The look in her eyes naturally made Dian Mo extremely proud. So much, so that he almost had to write, "Don't be obsessed with me, brother. He is just a legend," written on his face. Yu Yanran may have already fully understood her brother's wisdom, so she didn't react much. On the contrary, her focus seemed to have been on Dian Mo's waist, to be precise, the belt he wore. Her eyes flickered and she said, You didn't seem to have a belt when you came in. Dian smiled, full of shamelessness, and introduced the items to Yu Yanran. After reading it, Yu Yanran was silent for a while and said, "It says burning can drive away insects. Why didn't you just use it?" "Yes, bugs and definitely centipedes too." She didn't say anything like, "Didn't you think it could be used to repel centipedes?" Because she knew that Dian must want it. Dian blinked and said, "Huh? Dear sister, what are you talking about? This is a gift from a female psycho to a male psycho. How can it be burnt?" After hearing this, Yu Yanran blushed in an extremely rare way, and then, clang! She didn't know where she bought the long sword from its sheath and placed it straight on Dian Wen's neck. Seeing this scene, Miss immediately became nervous. However, as the person involved, Dian Wen's eyes lit up as if he was saying that I had finally waited for this opportunity. He immediately made an affectionate expression and couldn't wait to speak. At that time, the sword was only 0.01 centimeters away from my throat. But after a quarter the incense was burned, the mistress of the sword would completely fall in love with me because I decided to tell a lie. Before Dian Wen's second disease was over, the distance between the swords was reduced to 0.01 centimeters. Yu Yanran raised her eyebrows and sneered. "Keep talking. Why don't you stop talking?" "Huh? Threatening me? Don't think that because you're my dear sister, I will be threatened by you." Dian Wen puffed up his chest, and with the phone ringtone as the BGM, he boldly continued. "There was once a sincere love in front of me, but I didn't cherish it. I only regretted it when I lost it. In this world, the most painful thing is this. If God could give me another chance, I would say 3 words to that girl: I love you. If I have to add a deadline to this love, I hope it is." After saying that, he raised his eyebrows proudly and looked at Yu Yanran. In the end, Yu Yanran really didn't do anything. Instead, she put away her sword uncharacteristically, turned around, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised, as if she was happy. I don't know if it was to cover up this, but she said impatiently, "The phone is so noisy. Won't you answer it?" From Dian Wen's point of view, he definitely couldn't see the scene just now, but Miss, who was standing next to Yu Yanran, could vaguely see it. So she looked at Yu Yanran with a look of admiration. As expected of Brother Wen's sister, forcibly cut off the word lie, and then induced Brother Wen to say the following love words. "Hi, really hi. Let's leave aside the mentally contaminated Miss for the moment." After listening to Yu Yanran's words, Dian Wen also felt that the ringing of the phone was a bit annoying. So he stood up, walked directly to the phone, and answered it without changing his expression. "Hey, are you annoyed? Didn't you see that we are busy here? I should be more discerning if I don't answer your call. Tell me, do you have the sinister idea of wasting my electricity bill? You insidious female ghost, don't let me see you, or I'll beat you every time I see you. Believe it or not." Miss was shocked, the audience was shocked, and even Sadako was shocked. They have never seen such a shameless person. What AF asterisk 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 G waste of electricity. How much electricity can you use just to make a phone call? The key is that this is not about asking my brother's family. LGD way. Come on, let's buy it, and let's see if this ghost will be scared away by Brother Wen this time. It will definitely scare you away. Definitely scared away +1. Definitely scare away plus 9,528. Well, because everyone would be scared away if they pressed, the bet could not be established 520. This shows how confident the audience is in Brother Wen. Putting aside the relaxed atmosphere here, Brother Wen held the phone and talked nonchalantly for 5 minutes. Finally, Sadako couldn't bear it anymore and hung up the phone. "Little guy, I can't stand this anymore." Dian Wen sighed with disdain. But after saying this, he quickly ran to the TV in the living room. A few seconds later, a snowflake-like picture appeared on the TV series. The snowflake picture lasted for a short while, and then the black and white picture of an old movie from the 1990s appeared, and in the middle of the picture was an ancient well. Time passed by, and the audience held their breath, and they were no longer as relaxed as before. Even Yu Yanran clenched the hilt of the sword in her hand. Suddenly, a pale hand stretched out from the ancient well, followed by long black hair and a snow-white dress. The moment Sadako appeared, one took out Killer Scream and pointed it at the TV. Sadako's movement stopped, and she was completely confused. "Girl, don't stop. Crawl over here and let me give you a shot." The air suddenly became quiet. Sadako, one of the top 3 ghost kings of an island country, was teased, and it was extremely vulgar and could be called sexual harassment. Sadako's body froze in the distance for a while. Miss and Yen all held their breath and stared at the TV. Definitely, their level of tension is definitely not on the same level. If I had to describe it, it would be that Yen is worse than Dian Mo, and Miss is better than the audience to that extent. Time passed by, and with everyone watching intently, Sadako moved. She straightened her feet that were still resting on the mouth of the well, raised her hands gripping the ground, and then, with a plop sound, it fell. It fell. Can you believe it? Halfway through the climb, Sadako jumped back into the well like a mouse seeing a cat, because she was sexually harassed by humans. Cut. When everyone was stunned, Dian Mo curled his lips in disdain and then immediately asked Miss, "How many TVs do you have at home?" Oh, there are 3 TVs, and 2 more are in the bedroom and the living room." It has to be said that Miss's reaction at this time is really much faster than that of the silly girl. After all, she is one of the few female anchors whose strength is not worrying. "Let's split up. I'll go to the bedroom, and you go to the living room." While Dian Mo was talking, he picked up the TV that had been turned off in front of him and smashed it heavily on the ground in front of the owner of Miss. Miss looked at it with a dark look on her face. If it weren't for the fact that this was not her real room, she would have complained. Dian Mo completely ignored her expression and walked quickly towards the master bedroom, where he had seen getting water before. Yen and Miss, who stayed where they were, looked at each other, followed, and finally stopped in front of the guest room door. Let's not mention it for the moment. Dian Mo didn't have any consciousness of entering the women's bedroom. He raised his leg and kicked the door open, and then immediately looked in the direction of the TV. As a result, what I saw was a snow-white hand protruding from the inside of the TV set and resting on the edge of the TV series. Sadako probably also noticed Norwin's appearance, and after being stunned for 0.01 seconds, the TV screen seemed to be going backwards, and Onion crawled backwards back to the ancient well very quickly. At that speed, the rabbit is her grandson. Here I go, it's amazing. After watching The Midnight Ring, I didn't dare to turn on my phone for a whole week. As a result, Sadako was so frightened by Brotherwin. It's obviously a horror game, but Brotherwin turned it into a funny game. Even if you say so, if it were anyone else playing, they would be absolutely scared to death. When the audience was expressing their opinions, Brotherwin was going crazy again. Oh no, he was sexually harassing again. His face was close to the front of the TV series, and he grabbed both sides of the TV series with both hands and shook it desperately while shouting outrageously, Hey, don't run away. Come out and let me feel good. Anyway, your bones are so amazing. Even if you break a few knees, it's not a big deal. Come out. The way he looks now is like a drug addict. The difference is that what makes him addicted seems to be a broken knee. Just then, a scream came from the next room. Dian Mo curled his lips, smashed the TV, and ran to the living room. When he came to the door of the guest room, an interesting scene unfolded before his eyes. In the corner of the room, although Miss was nervous, her legs didn't give out and she fell to the ground. The soprano sound just now was made by her. Then in front of the TV series, 2 people were confronting each other. One is lying on the ground, with disheveled hair and twisted bones. She looks extremely weird, but if you look carefully, you can see a look of fear through the gaps in her hair. One stood in front, holding a strange pistol in his hand, staring at the female ghost in front of him with an arrogant expression. In the whole world, everything is the land of the king. On the shore of the land, there are the ministers of the king. Since I have come to this world in person, this world is my territory, and you are my people. As long as you kneel down and call me the queen, I will spare your life. Well, as a player who plays the game for the first time, his original level is only level 0, and he has at most 2 pieces of equipment in his hand. Yu Yanran actually asked Jinzi to surrender. Although he was extremely domineering, his strong Chuyuni aura hid his face. However, Dianwen also knew that his sister was fundamentally different from Chinibyu. She is not acting, but is extremely arrogant and arrogant from the bottom of her heart. If I had to describe it, it would be the difference between Yuta Togashi and Jean Shining. "Aren't you afraid of me?" Sadako said with a confused look. Yu Yanran said disdainfully, "I'm just a kid. What's there to be afraid of? I've just entered this world, and I still need a dragon chair. If you are willing to be my dragon chair, I will spare your life." What a F asterisk 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 G dragon chair. Mrs. Eyes widened and she was shocked. Now that she is so scared that she can barely stand, Yu Yanran, who is also a woman, is still thinking about the dragon chair, and she even lets a ghost act as the dragon chair. She pictured that scene in her mind. The picture was so beautiful that she didn't dare to look at it. Point 666. Let Sadako be the dragon chair. There is no one else. As expected of a mentally ill sister. "Greetings to the queen. I kneel down to you. Your Majesty, the queen is here. Why don't you kneel down?" Sadako was silent. She lowered her head, and those who didn't know thought she was really thinking about the importance of being a dragon chair. The next second, she raised her head and said rudely, "You brothers and sisters are all mentally ill." "Yes, that's right." Faced with 2 brothers and a sister who almost spoke in unison, without changing their expressions, and admitted without hesitation that they were mentally ill, the whole audience was stunned. "You deny it." After holding it in until now, Miss finally couldn't help but complain. The moment she complained, Sadako twisted her butt and crawled towards the TV series. "Hey, where can the goblin go?" In the midst of his busy schedule, Norwin co's brother monkey again, and at the same time he swooped down and grabbed Sadako's feet. "Well, it's quite sliding down." This was his first thought. Yu Yanran looked at him with empty eyes and said, "What are you holding back?" At the moment, Sadako's state is that half of her body is inside the TV series. The waist below is outside the TV series, and 1 foot is being grasped by Norihiro's right hand. Dianwen quickly got up and said with a smile, "You guys get out of here. I'm going to make a big move." Although Queen Yu Yanran likes to argue with Dianwen, she is very obedient to his brother in her heart, and transferred to Miss's side without saying a word. Ziani, a scene that Miss Yu Yanran, the audience, and even Sadako herself will never forget happened in this room. Look at the master's ultimate move. Sadako storm. Dianwen said in a tone that was so unimpressive that he even wanted to laugh. Costs a certain green-skinned swordsman. But his movements are very simple, just spinning in place. If what he was holding at the moment was a sword or a knife, it might be a Chinibyu at most. But the fact is that it was Sadako's right foot that he was holding at the moment, and the overall image was that of a woman's lower body with a TV set above the waist. This scene really knows whoever is watching it. Even just listening to it can shock you even if you don't watch it. Miss covered her face, and like the silly girl, after having a real close contact with Dianwen, her idol worship diminished and was replaced by an indescribable feeling of pain in her balls. Definitely, because of Dianwen's personal charm, there are other things hidden under this speechless feeling. As for Yu Yanran, her expression was cold. Her eyes were full of boredom, and her expression clearly explained 2 words. Shameful. Simply, Dianwen would not be killed because of shame like Taoist Wuya. In this way, Dianwen probably turned around dozens of times, and finally, "That's enough. I have to go home and be embarrassed." Yu Yanran said this with a cold voice. I don't know if her words had any effect. Dianwen really let go, but the TV set hit the wall with the idea. Immediately afterwards, Dianwen also lay on the bed dizzy. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sadako kicked her legs wildly and quickly climbed into the TV and disappeared in a way and speed as if ordinary humans were seeing ghosts. Well, just a joke. Sadako saw a ghost and was frightened. Dianwen was lying on the bed, with 2 Miss and 3 Yu Yanran floating in the sky in his eyes. "Ah, dear sister, have you learned the duplication technique?" Yu Yanran shook her head helplessly, feeling really speechless for her brother. Stop making trouble. That Montessori is dead. Probably because she thought the ID was too vague. She stopped halfway through saying her name, but the meaning was expressed quite clearly. It can be seen from this that Yu Yanran is quite tolerant of her brother's secondary disease. Isn't she even willing to pronounce the names of other people without looking at them? Oh, that's how it is. Dianwen immediately sat up, and his expression returned to seriousness. He immediately opened the team column and took a look, and sure enough, behind the ID of Ban Kuntu, alive had changed to dead. As for whether Ban Kuntu died because his chest was broken by an alien or for some other reason, he had no way of knowing. Because the moment Ban Buntu was hugged in the face, his series of tasks had advanced a step forward, regardless of whether his chest was broken or not. By the way, the progress of his at the moment task chain is 2, not 1. The reason is that the hug he gave him at the last moment of Contra was also included in the calculation. However, this method of brushing up progress cannot be replicated in a short period of time, because at that time, he was calculated as a humanoid creature above level 25 due to his alienation. Sadako has been scared away. What's next? Before he finished speaking, a system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the player for opening the spiritual attribute. I instinctively opened the status bar and looked up. Sure enough, after the 6 attributes, there was an additional spiritual attribute, but the 3 question marks were still there. There is no doubt that this is the result of his successive contact with several ghosts. With almost no hesitation, he directly took out the Palm Thunder skill card to complete the learning. After doing this, he looked at Yu Yanran as if he remembered something and said, "Speaking of it, I heard you say that you were the white woman who was killed with a sword." What's wrong? Yu Yanran asked doubtfully. Dian asked, "Your sword shouldn't be a 4-spirit weapon." "No." Yu Yanran shook her head and threw the strange gun in her hand to Dianwen. "This is the one. I forgot to give it to you before. I don't know how to use a gun, so you can hold it." Abs. The moment he got the gun, Dianwen immediately received a prompt that the side mission was completed. He looked at the item introduction and found that it was an item that could not be taken out of the game. I didn't care much about it, but because of this, he thought of something, put the gloves, beads, and gun together, and then handed them to the 2 women. "Take it and complete the mission." The 2 women followed the instructions and touched the spiritual weapons that they had never touched before. After they all completed the 3 side tasks, Dianwen handed the beads and gun to Miss. "I have weapons. Please take 2 things first." "Okay." Miss is proficient in shooting, so she knows how to use firearms. The episode ends and the conversation returns to the previous topic. Dianwen asked, "Yanran, have you turned on the spiritual attribute?" Yu Yanran nodded and said, "Well, the banquet will begin as soon as you come in." As she spoke, she set the status bar to the display state. When Dianwen saw it, he was immediately shocked, and at the same time, he was sincerely happy for Yu Yanran. Compared with her starting with all F, Yu Yanran's attributes are all E, which means that her original physical fitness is more than double that of ordinary people. It seems that the ancient martial arts that Dad left behind are quite powerful. Dianwen touched his chin and recalled the ancient martial arts in his mind. His parents, who had already received lunch, were both anchors during their lifetime. As for their strength, he didn't know, but they seemed to have obtained a very precious ancient martial arts that could be brought back to the real world. This is what Yu Yanran practices. As for asking herself, simply put, he is not suitable for learning, and if he insists on learning, he will only go astray. "Let's go." Out. After understanding the reason, Dianwen said no more and walked out of the room at the lead, followed by the 2 women immediately. When they arrived at the door of the room, it turned out that the door could be opened. Then the 3 of them left the room and came to the pentagonal space in the middle. At the moment, the well in the middle was already open. It was dark inside, and there was something wrong at first glance. "Ask brother, there is blood here." Miss shouted in the corridor where Dianwen placed the alien egg trap. Dianwen walked over to take a look, touched his chin, and said with a smile, "It's really cruel. Because the body will disappear after the player dies, there are only bloodstains here, but just based on the direction and distance of the blood spatter, he is enough to identify the way Ban Buntu died. To put it simply, Ban Kuntu did not die from an alien chest rupture, but was killed by someone else cutting his throat with a knife. Ordinary people may not see much of it, but Brotherwin is also someone who keeps all kinds of must-read books for murderers on his bookshelf. He saw the difference between the two at a glance. The situation is obvious, according to the information obtained from Yenran. It should be after her that Li Wenbin came out of his room, and then found Ban Kuntu being hugged to the face, so he killed him ruthlessly to avoid the appearance of aliens. And it was precisely because of his appearance that all 5 of us completed the puzzle of our own room, so the well in the middle was opened. Dian Mo perfectly restored what happened here, just through a piece of blood. Is this so? Yu Yenran looked in the direction of the well thoughtfully. In other words, that Li Wenbin has probably gone down. That's right. Dian Mo smiled meaningfully. The next step will be the dividing point of this game. In fact, we can choose not to continue, so that the 4 ghosts will have accomplished their purpose, and we can probably complete the mission as well. Miss interrupted at this time. Hey, what is the purpose of the 4 ghosts? It's very simple. As Jianwen spoke, he walked towards the well, and the 2 women looked at each other and followed him. He explained, "Don't you think there is a sense of violation in this game? We are obviously ordinary people, but none of us died in the room. The only person who died in this area was because of my trap." Yenran nodded and said, "So what you mean is that the 4 ghosts here don't want to kill us at all? Or they can't. So what is their purpose?" Dianwen lowered his head and looked at the gloves he was wearing and the 2 spiritual weapons held by Miss. 4 spiritual weapons. The 4 ghosts cannot touch the 4 spiritual weapons by themselves, so they need us to take them out and put them in front of them. That's why they don't kill us. Miss suddenly realized, looked at Nori with admiring eyes and asked, "So now it's all right as long as we don't go in front of them?" "Yes." Dianwen nodded. If it were other games, this method would definitely not work. But in the gambling mode, our task is just to kill the enemy. You are neutral, and whether you survive or not will not affect the completion of the main plot. Yu Yenran sneered. "So, now that Li Wenbin has gone down to die on his own, we just need to stay here, and we will be fine." Dianwen shrugged and said, "If nothing else, the scope of action of the 4 ghosts should be limited here. The word, in plain realm, is a good reminder. Since there is yin, there is naturally yang, combined with the word, yin and yang gap. I can conclude that the environment we are in now should be yang realm. Our purpose is to kill the enemy. The purpose of the 4 ghosts is to escape from the restricted situation. As for the method, I don't know, but it must be related to the 4 spiritual weapons in us. Just tell me your suggestions." Yu Yenran said with a slight smile. She could see that her brother was already paying attention, so at this time, she would definitely leave everything to him. Dianwen smiled and spread his hands and said, "As a game player, you must explore. But completing one more task is a problem. Anyway, time has really started to move. We will wait until dawn before going down." Miss rolled her eyes and said, "As expected of Brother One, everyone else's first priority is completing the main story." "It's actually not a contradiction," Yu Yenran said lightly. "The other purpose of asking is to test whether the 4 ghosts need 1 person or multiple people. If they only need 1 person, then Li Wenbin will die soon. By then, we accomplish the task naturally." Dianwen smiled and continued, "If they need more people, they might keep Li Wenbin alive and lead us down. So, for us, it doesn't make much difference when we go down. On the contrary, if we wait until dawn, we can complete one more task." Misunderstands what the audience is saying. Although some people still don't understand it, most people still understand it. What follows is a boring waiting time. The other side. Let's talk about Li Wenbin's situation. After he jumped down the well, his vision went dark. When he regained consciousness, he found himself standing in the middle of the street in a deserted village. He was not surprised by this situation and immediately began to explore with caution. He held a torch in his hand, which was the spiritual weapon he found, but the temperature brought by the torch could not drive away the cold. And above the coldness, The unwillingness to have his IQ crushed was boiling in his heart. From the beginning of this game to now, he feels extremely humiliated. Now his mood swings have reached 7 times, and his bodyguard was killed by a trap. 0, please give me flowers. But Dian, who caused all this, didn't even appear in front of him. This is like saying that he, Li Wenbin, is not even qualified to be Dianwen's opponent head-on. Dianwen doesn't even need to deal with him head-on. He can already play with him in the applause. Damn, damn, damn. Dianwen, I will definitely kill you. No, I will play with this ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** times the humiliation I suffered today." While cursing and moving forward, Li Wenbin unknowingly noticed something was wrong around him. When he looked up, his pupils suddenly shrank. There were 10 figures not far in front of him. Ancient well, a pale hand stretched out from inside. Oh, children's laughter echoed in his ears at the same time. He was familiar with this sound because he had heard it more than once in his room. It was Jiuanxiong's laughter. Li Wenbin's face changed drastically. This situation was like a wolf in front of him and a tiger in the back. But rather than fear, he felt more of an emotion called grief and anger. "Why are you all staring at me?" Well, that's what he wanted to say. At the beginning of the game, he was in Freddy's dream, and then he finally got out of trouble and started to solve the puzzle. As a result, Toshio started to scare him one after another, causing his mood swings to rise again, and now even Sadako appeared. This is without counting those brats. Strangely, upon hearing his words, both Toshio and Sadako, who had just stuck their heads out, froze, and the next second, they actually showed even more dissatisfied expressions than Li Wenbin. Because those two siblings are mentally ill. Li Wenbin bit his back molars fiercely, making a rattling sound. He would rather hear these two go say that he is easier to bully or other reasons, than hear that what he has experienced so far is all because of Dianwen. Dianwen, with a roar of grief and anger, Li Wenbin finally couldn't hold on and fainted. Dizzy. This is what the saying goes. Before I take action, the enemy has already fallen. Don't ask me where this saying comes from. Quack, quack. At the moment when Li Wenbin was unconscious, the ugly and sinister laughter echoed in the deserted village. A few hours later, the system prompts sounded in Dianwen, Yu Yanran, and Mrs. Heads at the same time. At the same time, a checkmark appears behind the side mission of Survive Until Dawn, indicating completion. As expected, I didn't kill him. As Dianwen spoke, he dropped the last 5 cards in his hand on the ground. Shunzi. TCH, good luck. Yu Yanran calmly threw down 2 cards and exploded. These were also her last 2 cards. Miss looked at the dozen or so cards in her hand expressionlessly and put them down silently. 3 hours ago, the 3 of them started playing poker in this pentagonal space due to the mental illness caused by Dianwen. Miss was a little panicked at first, but by the end of the game, she was completely immersed in playing cards, so much so that she forgot about the fear of 260. As for why she is expressionless, we will know after we list a series of data. 57 innings. Dianwen won 29 times. Yu Yanran won 28 times. Miso wins. After being tortured for 3 hours and not winning a single game, she became a ghost because she could express herself. By the way, Yu Yanran's calculation ability is extraordinary. Even if Dianwen relies on facial expressions, reasoning, calculations, bluffing, etc., he can barely beat her by 1. Okay, let's go and complete the final mission. Dianwen stood up with a smile and patted the non-existent dust on his clothes. As for the playing cards, they were taken from the simulated room anyway, so just throw them away. Let's go. Good. The 2 women also stood up and responded. Dianwen didn't say much. He just turned over and jumped down the well, followed closely by Miss Zhan Tingran. 1 minute after they all entered the well, the pentagonal space where there should not be wind suddenly felt a dark wind, and then a strange figure appeared at the edge of the well, silently watching the well mouth. The long black hair, pale face, and black and white pupils are none other than Kayako. Weird and unclear words came out of her mouth, but strangely, Her lips did not open or close at all. After she finished saying this, the playing cards on the ground floated up silently and were put back into the box and finally floated into her hand. At the same time, the originally bright pentagonal space suddenly became dim, and the originally smooth, white iron walls changed into wooden walls covered with black vines. The most important thing is that the original pentagonal space became a mourning hall at the moment, and the well that Dian Mo and the three jumped into became a deadwood coffin at the moment. Kayako raised his head and looked at the top of the mourning hall where black and white photos of Dian Mo, Yu Yanran, Miss Ban Kuntu, and Li Wenbin were hung on it. The last voice echoed. The entire space was completely dark, and she disappeared. The other side, after experiencing a period of dizziness similar to teleportation, Dian Mo and the other three appeared in a deserted ancient village. A deserted village with no popularity at all, more than half of the wooden houses remaining in ruins, and countless dead souls. Hanged ghosts, starved ghosts, infant corpse ghosts, Rakshasa ghosts, water ghosts. Like almost all Huxia and Western ghosts, these ghosts crawled, walked, or flew, slowly swarming towards Dian Mo and the others. Everyone, look at your appearance. Are you going to join the makeup party? Add me. I'm attracted to Kayako. This is what the mentally ill Dian Mo said. Oh, very good. As a scene to welcome me, there is no disrespect. Well, Yi Yanran is also mentally ill. Well, after staying with you for a long time, I feel that my nerve have become much stronger. Miss File Size said this, and at the same time raised the pistol, one of the 4 spiritual weapons. Although her body was shaking a little, her hand holding the gun was steady. As she said, this scene was enough to scare her silly, but with Brother One and the Queen by her side, she felt extremely at ease. Definitely, this is also her quality as a powerful anchor. The audience watching this scene were all trembling. Not to mention being immersed in the scene, just looking at it made their legs weak with fear. TD, the green-skinned kid, well, Toshio walked out and stared at Dian Mo with a pair of eyeballs without whites. You seem to be very interested in my aunt. After hearing what he said, Mrs. Eyes widened, and the tension she had felt just now disappeared instantly. Listening to Juanxiong's tone, it really sounds like he is here to participate in a party, and the nephew is here on behalf of his aunt. It goes without saying. Dian Mo raised his hand and made a stop gesture with a rare, serious look on his face. But the next second, give me Kaiko's contact information. Usually when a mother turns into an aunt, 99% of the time, it's because the consciousness of the world is suggesting such things as push down, and push down. Although I don't know who the protagonist of this world is. Who? But this great uncle is willing to take his place, to help your aunt become a Buddha. Dian Mo made an expression like a martyr who was bound to die through fire and water, and his body was shattered to pieces. At this moment, the audience's barrage stopped, the ghost crowd's wailing stopped. Miss was shocked, and Juanxiong was dumbfounded. The same sentence flashed through their minds. I have never seen such a shameless person. Ask me if you won't even let ghosts go. There are queens, file-sized sisters, and silly girls, but Brother One is still not satisfied? Ask me, bro, if you can be serious even for a minute. The last sentence was said by Miss. She said the same lines as the silly girl in the previous game. Dian Mo glanced at Miss with disdain and said, We are both women and you don't understand? According to my observation, when Kayako wipes off the white powder on his face, he must be His 5.0 word stopped, and he was speechless. It turned out that when he said this, Yu Yanran had already raised her sword and stepped forward with a cold face, and chopped off Juanxiong's head with the sword. I don't know if she is too lazy to talk nonsense, or if she wants to prevent Juanxiong from actually giving out his contact information. Juanxiong's head rolled several times on the ground. Yanran, retreat quickly. Dian Mo shouted and stepped forward quickly. At the same time as he shouted, Juanxiong's head that originally fell on the ground disappeared, and at the same time, another head grew out of the fracture in Juanxiong's neck. A sharp roar went down towards Yanran. At the same time, the ghost group that had been motionless also moved. The mighty ghost group flew together, covering the sky and the earth, with such force that even Dian couldn't help but tremble in his heart. The distance between Zhuan and Yu Yanran was very close, and he could reach Yu Yanran almost instantly with such a flying move. However, when he opened his mouth to bite, the attack failed. Yu Yanran's trust in Dian was almost instinctive, so the moment Dian reminded her, she touched the ground with both feet, retreated quickly, and successfully dodged the attack. Dian is moving forward, while Yu Yanran is retreating. The two figures overlapped after a second. Dian stretched out his left hand and hugged Chu Yanran's waist as thin as a willow branch. At the same time, he stretched out his right hand and pressed it on Jun Xiong's head. Although you want to introduce your aunt to me, I'm sorry. I can only let you become a Buddha now. Dian smiled maliciously and at the same time activated the thunder in his palm. Electric current burst out from his palm and hit Jun Xiong instantly. The black demon gloves were originally the spiritual weapon corresponding to Jun Xiong, plus the palm thunder that restrained demonic evil spirits. The combination of the two is not very powerful, but it has a miraculous effect on Jun Xiong. Oh! With a shrill scream, Jun Xiong, the little boss, turned into ashes on the spot. Because 01 is the ability of palm thunder obtained after the system was sealed, he can use it. Ask. At the same time, Yu Yanran shouted, Del. Dian nodded. The two of them clearly understood each other's meaning without any excessive verbal communication. Dian spun on the spot, while Yu Yanran straightened her right hand and raised her long sword. Puff puff. The sound of flesh penetration was heard one after another, and the ghost that was about to pounce in front of him became the soul of the dead under Yu Yanran's sword. Miss stared at this scene in shock from behind. This series of changes only took a total of 2 or 3 seconds. The two of them advanced and retreated like a dance. With incredible tacit understanding, they killed a small boss and a dozen ghosts. And in the process, they just said one word. However, this does not change the current situation much. Even if Toshio is dead, the surge of ghosts will not stop. Dian stood still with Yu Yanran in his arms, his brows slightly furrowed. At this moment, 2 gunshots bang bang rang out. He immediately looked up and saw 2 ghosts preparing to pounce on him, and Yu Yanran, each with 10 holes in their foreheads. Dian turned around and smiled at Miss, who was holding a pistol. Although he has only been exposed to one game, he has basically recognized Miss's strength as a player. Yes, not the anchor, but the player. Anchors can be entertainment anchors who just muddle along and don't take the so-called doomsday as a matter of fact, but players must have corresponding characteristics and strengths. He was tortured by Freddy in his dream for more than 10 minutes. Although he cried when he woke up, he immediately adjusted his state, and now he can still shoot accurately when surrounded by ghosts. All these prove that Miss has this characteristic. What should we do next? While he was talking, Miss had already run over, standing back to back with Dian, looking around cautiously. I just looked at this pistol. It only has 50 rounds of ammunition. Now it only has 48. At the same time, she also immediately reported her details to Dian. Because she is a neutral party, the rewards brought by the blue party's mood swings do not apply to her. The only weapon she can use now is this strange pistol in her hand. And Yu Yanran is even worse. Although she has the authority to take out 2 things from the space backpack, she has nothing to take out at all. Dian didn't reply, but frowned in thought. He has a way, and he has already thought of it, but if he uses it now, it will be troublesome to deal with the remaining 3 ghosts later. Leave it to me. While he was hesitating, Yanran on the side suddenly spoke. When she spoke, both Dian and Miss looked over. Miss doesn't understand, and neither does Dian. Of course, now that the system strengthening ability is sealed, Yu Yanran has a relationship with learning ancient martial arts originally, and her personal strength is indeed stronger than them. But this power is not enough to face thousands of ghosts. However, I don't understand why I don't understand. Just like Zhang Yanran has absolute trust in Dian, Dian also completely trusts her. So Dian glanced at her and said with a smile, "If you think you can, do it. But don't force it." Humph. Yu Yanran smiled arrogantly. Who do you think you were talking to? After saying this, she strode forward and faced thousands of ghosts without fear. Miss and the audience were watching with bated breath, and even Dian was curious about what Zhen Tingran planned to do. Ranto! Yu Yanran's next move made them all confused. She inserted the sword into the ground, placed both hands on the hilt, raised her head arrogantly, and said with extremely high pressure and dignity, "Why don't you kneel down when you see me, a bunch of scum?" Ballot box with check. Brother Q. Miss turned to look at Dian seriously. When the game is over, take your sister to see a doctor. Dian Wenshu said with eyes, although I want to say that she and I went to see it together, but it was indeed several years ago. It's time to go and have a look, and it just so happened that I also checked it out. Having said that, he absolutely believed in his heart that Yu Yanran was not a person who had no sense of propriety at such a time. Sure enough, in the next second, the situation suddenly reversed. I saw a purple light flashing from Yu Yanran's eyes, and then covering her entire pupils. The violet pupils were noble and mysterious, extremely majestic, and like the power of heaven. An unknown sound came from nowhere, and then, with Yu Yanran as the center, purple light spread in a ring, covering a range of several hundred meters. Oh, no. Why, is like this? Unexplained words came from the mouths of the ghosts. They all looked painful and struggled, and finally, 90, knelt down on the ground. You can tell by looking at their expressions that this is obviously not their intention, but they can't control their bodies. The black crowd of ghosts kneeling down was even more impactful than when they all pounced together before. What are you doing? Why don't you kneel down to greet the queen? Where's the person you just laughed at? Why don't you kneel down and apologize? My lady queen, I was wrong. Meet the queen. Greetings to the queen. Queen hail, hail, one hail. Greetings to the queen. Queen hail, hail, one hail. If we say that meeting the queen mentioned in the live broadcast room before was just because of the question, the audience was joking. Now that they saw such a shocking scene, they felt completely from the bottom of their hearts. So that's it. Dianwen touched his chin and looked at Yu Yanran's back. What Li Wenbin said before the game started sounded in his mind. Yu Yanran's worth far exceeds your Mr. Disc. He now has a profound understanding of this sentence. At this moment, Yu Yanran's body in front of her swayed. Dianwen immediately put aside the thoughts in his mind, stepped forward, hugged her slender waist, and supported her body. Looking at Yu Yanran's pale face in his arms, he smiled and said, I told you not to be brave, my dear sister. No matter what kind of identity Yu Yanran has, the fact that she is his sister will never change. No matter how unbelievable it was, Yu Yanran did make all the ghosts kneel down and not dare to attack with just one sentence. However, she did not know what kind of method, which consumed her quite a lot. Even now, her face is still pale, and she can only be supported by Dian to move forward. Dianwen thought about carrying her on his back, but it was obvious that the queen was not satisfied with his car. At least she would never agree to it while someone was watching. 10 minutes have passed. With the ghosts not daring to approach at all, Dian and the other 3 walked out of the deserted village. Although he felt that if they searched, they might find 1 or 2 pieces of equipment or something in this deserted village. Kang Yanran's current condition did not allow them to search the carpet. If it were Dai Mei and Miss who were in this state, Dianwen would definitely not have such worries. General speaking, even in the game, he would not allow anything to happen to his sister. Long story short, after leaving the deserted village, a strange scene appeared in front of the 3 people. In front of you is an ancient well, and not far behind the ancient well is a lake. This completely illogical situation. There is really nothing in the game. The hint is already obvious. The ancient well brushes Sadako, and the lake brushes Jason. Dianwen smiled and pointed forward. Yu Yanran nodded, and at the same time let go of his hand, saying, Go and deal with it. Give it to me. Dianwen strode forward, came to the ancient well, bent down, put his ear to the mouth of the well, and then knocked on the edge of the well, as if knocking on a door. Hey, is Miss Sadako at home? Is there your express delivery? After a few seconds, No response. He didn't take it seriously. He lowered his head and looked around, picked up a fist-sized stone, and threw it down. Have you received a fine jade agate? At the bottom of the well, Sadako held the piece of rotten stone, and the corners of her mouth twitched. Goddamn emerald onyx. Well, Dianwen definitely didn't hear what she said. So Dianwen found another stone as big as a ball and threw it down. This time it's tanzanite, which is a world-recognized emerging gemstone. Please accept it well. He threw the stone down while talking nonsense. With a pop, the water almost splashed to the mouth of the well. Sadako raised her head and looked at the stone that was bigger than her head, and her white face turned dark. If it were in the comics, her face would probably be covered with red hash marks. This damn lunatic. I've been avoiding you. What else do you want? Sadako was extremely angry, thinking that as the Ghost King among undead creatures, if she were not in this sealed space, she would only need one finger to crush Norman to death. But now she can only be bullied by him like this. At this time, Dianwen's voice came to her ears again. Oh, your husband really loves you, ah? Do you dare to believe a diamond the size of a bed? Regardless of whether Sadako dares to believe it or not, the audience has been frightened by Norwin's mental illness. At the moment, he was really lifting the bedboard, or a stone as big as Simmons. He was obviously sweating and exhausted. He was panting even while talking, but he had to carry it out to the end. Just when he was about to lift the stone and throw it into the ancient well, a head stuck out. You are G sick. Can you do it? I hit and let you pass. What else do you want? Do you want, Halfway through Sadako's words, she was knocked down by the big stone. She let out a scream that echoed in the ancient well. Dianwen clapped his hands, feeling satisfied. Although he himself didn't know why stones could knock down ghosts, but just be happy. Damn it, brother one is sick again. Are you new upstairs? Don't get excited. Basic operations. Yes, Toshio has been used as a nunchuck before. What's the point of using a Simmons-sized diamond to smash Sadako back into the well? Dumb girl. Even though you said that, I still sympathized with Sadako when I heard her scream. Drinking alone by the lake. Speaking of which, before I knew it, the number of live broadcasts exceeded 20 million. Hanyenro. Well, although the system has a translation function, sometimes there will still be some barges with grammatical problems. Drink alone by the lake and give the anchor 100 million tour points. Drinking alone by the lake. Celebrate, hee. While the audience was leisurely posting barges, Norwin stood there and waited quietly. A few seconds later, a wet head cautiously poked out. The rather delicate face, coupled with the drops of water dripping from the tips of the hair, really smelled a bit like hibiscus. Huh, it's really different after taking off the makeup. Norwin raised his eyebrows, looking at Sadako's originally pale face, which has now regained some color, and nodded constantly. Sigh, tell me, what do you want? Sadako looked at Norwin with a pitiful expression. She was really scared just now, but she couldn't be afraid. After all, 1/10 of her ghostly energy was destroyed in one go. As for why it is so powerful, it has to do with the Black Demon Gloves. As a piece of equipment that can be brought out of the game, it is obviously different from the other 3 spiritual weapons. It may not be obvious at first, but after killing Toshio, his ghost energy was absorbed by the Black Demon Glove, increasing its power. That's why Sadako was hit by a stone. To be more precise, she was actually hit by the Black Demon's gloves. Dianwen grinned and said, Originally, I wanted to kill you. Sadako shuddered and shrank in fear. But Dianwen gave a thumbs up and gestured behind him. Since my queen's sister wants a stool, it's the dragon chair. Yu Yenran interrupted dissatisfiedly from behind. Okay. The dragon's chair is the dragon's chair. Norwin turned around and smiled fondly. Yes, he promised. Then turned back again, leaned his head forward, stared at Sadako at close range, and said with a twisted smile, Either give my sister will be the dragon chair, or I will make you unable to become a ghost. You can. I make the dragon chair. Before Norawan could finish saying the words, you choose, Sadako answered simply. At the same time, Sadako thought in her heart, I can earn money by making chairs for people with such noble blood, and it is better than being locked up here. Oh, that's it. So that's it. Norwin nodded with a half-smile, and his eyes made Sadako so scared that she thought her thoughts had been read through. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. He just stared at Sadako. After 5 seconds, he narrowed his eyes and whispered something in Sadako's ear in a tone he had never heard before. This is a sentence that makes even a ghost feel cold all over his body and chill to his bones after listening to it. If you dare to hurt my sister, I will swallow every piece of your flesh, drink every drop of your blood, crush every bone of yours, break your tombstone and dig out your grave. Even if you die 1,000 times, you will never be at peace. Understand? At this moment, Dianwen's expression seemed to be hidden in darkness, and madness roared wantonly in his body, trying to bite everyone who disobeyed him. Sadako really felt fear, which was completely different from the previous fear. She had a feeling, compared to her, the king of ghosts, Dianwen is a person closer to darkness. No, he is originally darkness. Yes, I understand. Haha, follow me. As if nothing happened just now, Dianwen returned to his lazy expression. He laughed while patting Sadako on the shoulder. After a few times, he grabbed Sadako and threw her back. Sister, take up your throne. Having said that, it is definitely impossible for you, Yanran, to pick her up. Fortunately, Sadako was still flexible and turned over in the air without landing face first. At the same time, there was silence in the live broadcast room. As the audience, they clearly heard every word of Dianwen. At the moment, they deeply felt the same fear as Sadako. At this moment, they knew one thing, how wrong their previous understanding of Norwin 333 was. If Dianwen is just a lunatic under normal circumstances, then when his sister is threatened, let alone antisocial, he will not even blink an eye even if he is against humanity and the world. Han Yinro, well, she is a girl. Now that no one dares to speak, Dashin Han made such a sharp comment. If you have books, you will be long. If you don't have books, you will be short. Besides, Sadako didn't know how she turned into a gray bead and was then put into the space backpack by Yu Yanran. Because this bead is a prop that can bring out the game, Sadako is basically destined to be a dragon chair in this life. What to do next? Miss asked. Before Dianwen could say anything, waves appeared on the lake ahead, and then a 2-meter-tall pervert with a hockey mask on his face walked out. No matter how many times I see it, Jason's appearance is still really ugly. Miss has been asking brother for a long time, and has also gotten into the bad habit of complaining. However, Brother One, who is the source of the infectious disease, was very dissatisfied with her words. Abda, shut up and shake your M. Dianwen shouted loudly. Miss's eyes widened, and she was completely confused. Ivy, because she was so shocked, she could only hold back this sentence for a long time. Dianwen pointed at Jason, who kept walking towards him, and looked at Doe with a dissatisfied expression. It's not Miss. Look clearly, look at this invisible face, look at this atavistic figure. Hundreds of people have been transformed. Oh no, Brother Sun is the greatest and hardest-working murderer in the history of horror films. Miss said with vacant eyes, You just wanted to say pervert, right? Don't interrupt. How can the shaking M who is just lying on the ground and moaning understand the greatness of Brother Sun? As a young man, he works tirelessly every day to do the dead-end job of a murderer. In every movie, he's sent to the grave by his antagonist, and then a year later, he's out of the grave, swinging his machete again. Dianwen excitedly grabbed Miss's shoulders and said excitedly, Faced with such a being, have you ever examined yourself and said what you said before? Miss was silent for a while, then lowered her head and said, I'm sorry. What are you apologizing for? The Queen was shocked. However, before Dianwen finished speaking, he grabbed Miss's hands, held them in his palms, and then continued. The most important thing is that no matter who he is facing, he never changes his face. Complaining about being tired, but not complaining about suffering, he is simply a model worker among murderers. The audience no longer knows what expression to use to face all this. More importantly, At the moment, Jason had already walked behind Dian, but as if he wanted him to finish his words, he delayed, raising his machete. Well, even if you praise me so much, I will kill you. Jason spoke. Jason, who never speaks in a movie, spoke up, and it's a bit shy. Huh, don't worry. You deserve it. Dian turned around with a bright smile. His expression didn't look like he was facing a murderer who was about to kill him. Instead, he felt like he was chatting with a neighbor's child. While turning around, he seemed to have grabbed something from Mrs. Hand, then flicked his right hand, holding something up, and forced the front end of the thing into one of the two eye holes on the hockey mask. That's a pistol as a force-spirit weapon. You're going to die anyway. Have a sweet dream. The bright smile on Dianwen's face remained, but his hand pulled the trigger. Boom! The pistol fired. Jason's head exploded like a watermelon, and he fell heavily to the ground. Even Jason, who has been killing people for hundreds of years, never thought that there would be shameless people in this world who would praise you with excitement one moment and then put a gun into your eye socket the next. Huh. Dian imitated a Western cowboy and blew into the muzzle of his gun that was stained with red and white stuff. Miss was confused again and again, and now her brain was completely shut down. Miss was completely dumbfounded. Then, after a few seconds, she realized it belatedly, as if her brother had just excitedly praised Jason for acting just to take the pistol from her hand without leaving a trace. Brother, when Miss looked up at Dian and said conclusively, "You are so despicable. Thank you for the compliment." Dian smiled with pride rather than shame. Also, Mrs. face suddenly darkened, and then she roared loudly, "What the hell is a P******? Guess why? I'm not a P******. Guess why? Apologize. You insulted my personality. If you don't apologize, I will sue you for slander." Well, there's no need for such a trivial matter. Dian tried to make a joke, but it was obviously not necessary. A distorted voice appeared and interrupted his words. Ha ha ha. As expected of you. You are as despicable and shameless as ever, killing Toshio, threatening Sadako, and sneaking up on Jason. Only someone like you could do such things. The person coming slowly from the direction of the deserted village was Li Wenbin. However, Li Wenbin at the moment is completely different from when he first entered the game. He was wearing black and white striped clothes like a prison uniform. The left side of his face seemed to have been attacked by some kind of sharp weapon, leaving 3 blood marks. The blood was dripping, and even the flesh was turned out. And these are nothing. What's more important is that, as if he can't bear the itching, he is constantly scratching his right face with the hook of his right hand, making the flesh and blood there, and even the teeth are exposed. Dian turned around, looked at Li Wenbin, and said with a smile, "Li Wenbin, no, I should call you Freddy." Haha, he's really sharp. Li Wenbin smiled. But that's not accurate. He is still conscious. It's just that he was controlled by me because he was too stupid. Dian smiled and nodded. I agree with this. Li Wenbin made a strange smile and then said, "You are really calm. As smart as you are, I should have guessed the situation." Yes. Dian shrugged. But the future I see is different from the future you think. Gaga ha ha. Li Wenbin suddenly laughed, as if he had heard the funniest joke. Just like that, he laughed for a full minute, then grinned with his ugly face and said, "It's different? It seems that Dian Mo can't even ask, that's all. Quack, this is a very interesting scene. Why not let this idiot come out and talk to you?" After saying this, Li Wenbin's expression suddenly changed, and the original cruel smile turned into twisted anger. Dian asked, "You thought you would win, but you were wrong." I don't know if it was because he had been controlled for too long, but he spoke intermittently and very inconsistently. In a sense, he was a big help to Dian. If he just called the name Dian directly, it would still give Dian a headache. After all, he doesn't want to reveal his identity yet. However, Li Wenbin's intermittent words would make people misunderstand that he was talking about Dian Mo, but the word Mo was too vague to hear clearly. Huh? Why don't you tell me where I went wrong? Dian raised his eyebrows and smiled. He didn't know whether he really didn't realize that he had been forced to die, or whether he was confident. Ha ha ha. Li Wenbin let out an ugly, twisted laugh, his bloodshot eyeballs filled with joy that surpassed Dian Wen's. "Can you guess what this thing is?" As he spoke, he took out a torch. Dian Wen said with a look of disdain, "I don't think it's a big deal. Isn't it just mastering one of the 4 spiritual weapons? So what?" Unlike his relaxation, the mist behind him showed a frustrated expression. Now that the 3 ghosts have been solved, it is clear which ghost the remaining torches correspond to. Having experienced Freddy's horror firsthand, she understood that without a spiritual weapon, it was impossible to defeat Freddy in a dream. Definitely, as long as they don't go to the dream, Freddy can't cause harm to them. But this will result in one less side mission. Even if Freddy helps Lee Wenbin, they may fail the main mission. However, Lee Wenbin's hatred for Dian Wen far exceeded her imagination. Just letting Dian Wen fail in his mission does not satisfy Lee Wenbin at all. What he wants is Dian Wen's death. Click! Without saying a word, Lee Wenbin frantically broke the torch of one of the 4 spiritual weapons. The crisp sound indicated that no one could kill or seal Freddy anymore. But this was just the beginning, and then Lee Wenbin suddenly raised his right hand and then thrust it fiercely into his chest. Puff! Blood spurted out, and there was pain on Lee Wenbin's face, but more of it was the joy of victory. Miss and the audience are confused. Yu Yanran's expression changed drastically. Dian Wen raised his eyebrows and tilted his head slightly. "Ha!" Lee Wenbin spit out a mouthful of blood, then laughed wildly, staring at Dian Wen with beast-like eyes, trying to see the panic look on his face. However, Lee Wenbin was obviously disappointed. "You can continue to pretend to be calm. The game is, I lost, but your life is also over." I don't know if it was a flashback, but by the end of his speech, his words became more and more fluent. "Your mission is completed, but the teleportation still takes 3 minutes. These 3 minutes are enough for me to kill you in reality. You are dead." Ha ha ha. With twisted laughter, he turned into white light and disappeared. "The main mission has been completed. You have completed this full dive into the game and will be automatically transferred after 180 seconds. The system prompt sound appeared, but Miss was not happy at all. "0, please give me flowers." After listening to Lee Wenbin's words, Miss and the audience finally understood what was going on, with panic expressions on their faces. This game has no time ratio. In other words, 3 minutes in the game are also 3 minutes outside. These 3 minutes are enough for Lee Wenbin to kill Dian Wen countless times. "Ask brother. You must retreat quickly." Miss hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Dian Wen's hand, with a worried look on her face. "Elder brother." Yu Yanran walked to Dian Wen and looked at him with an ugly expression. "Brother Wen, don't be stubborn. Hurry up and retreat. Yes, this is no joke. That person is obviously a lunatic. He will definitely kill you. LGD Wei. Ask me. Life is more important than the game. Retreat quickly. Han Yenro. It's useless. He can't see you like this unless..." Drinking Alone by the Lake presented the anchor with 50 million game coins. After the gift was given, the colorful words "Drink Alone by the Lake" popped up. Drinking Alone by the Lake. Brother Mo, 1, quickly retreat. In the game, Dian Wen looked at the live broadcast room interface that suddenly popped up in front of his eyes and was slightly startled, then showed a smile. Yes, the system does not create full-screen ads for money, but after all, there are many anchors who like to communicate with the audience. So the system still has a function for giving notifications, but Dian Wen has never set it up, so this function has always maintained the default value, which is 50 million RMB. What Han Yenro said, and what Her Royal Highness the Princess did, was to let Dian Wen watch the live broadcast barrage in this way and persuade him to leave. Dian Wen smiled and said, "Don't worry. As a player, how can you quit the game without killing the boss?" Miss stomped her feet angrily, then grabbed Yu Yanran and said, "Your Majesty, you must be with Brother Wen. Can you force yourself out first?" Yu Yanran did not reply immediately, but gave Dian Wen a deep look. Looking at the indifferent smile on the corner of his mouth, she took a deep breath and said, "I believe, brother." Believe? Just because of these 2 words, she was willing to bet her life. You are simply unreasonable. Miss was really furious with the brother and sister. Her chest heaved violently, and she finally gritted her teeth and retreated. This was the only solution she could think of, because she still remembered that she joined the game through the game search engine, which meant that Dian Mo and Yu Yanran were within 500 meters of her. Although she didn't know the specific locations of the two of them, she didn't make this choice resolutely. After a few seconds, Miss returned to reality. She quickly turned her head. First, she wanted to confirm how many apartment buildings there were around and which ones were within a diameter of 500 meters. However, she was not Dian Mo after all, so it was obviously unrealistic to roughly confirm the distance of 500 meters with the naked eye. However, as a world where even optical brains exist, this problem is actually easy to solve. She took out her mobile phone, immediately called up the 203 map software, and then entered a range limit search. The answer came out in a very short period of time. After staring at the map for a few seconds, Miss took steps and started running in the community. First floor. Tuck, tuck, tuck. Is there anyone? Second floor. Excuse me, I have something urgent. Fifth floor. I disturbed your sleep. I have something urgent. I ran to the 7th floor in a row, but no one opened the door. No, to be more precise, someone might have opened the door, but she couldn't afford to wait, so she only waited for 3 seconds after knocking on the door. As long as there was no response from inside, she left immediately. A minute later, the apartment building with a total of 10 floors reached the top, and Mrs. Face already had a look of despair. QJ. The elevator came up, but Miss didn't respond at all. Then a middle-aged woman walked out. Little girl, are you okay? The middle-aged woman asked kindly. Miss raised her head blankly, and when she saw someone in front of her, her beautiful eyes shone with surprise. Auntie, I'm looking for someone. Dian Mo asked. Do you know Shuang Yanran? Miss was obviously a little anxious. She told a middle-aged woman about the game IDs of Dian Mo and Yu Yanran. Obviously, the other party could not know them. The woman frowned slightly, feeling that the two names looked familiar, but they didn't match up at all. I almost cried when I saw a woman shaking her head, Miss. That's right. Just ask brother and the queen. In her eagerness, she said the nicknames of Dian Mo and Yu Yanran. After she finished speaking, she also understood that her words were the same as if she had not said them before. She sighed and bowed slightly to thank you. Excuse me, I will continue. Excitio. You're talking about the queen, the woman laughed. I'm just wondering why these two names sound so familiar. You're looking for Xiao Wan and the queen. Yes, Brother Wan and the queen are known to everyone in this area, and anyone who picks them up will know them. That's how silly they are. Miss suddenly raised her head and grabbed the woman's hand excitedly. Auntie, please tell me. They live on the other side, 2 minutes ago. Watching Miss turn into white light and disappear, Dian Mo smiled in surprise and said, Nice girl. Yu Yanran nodded silently. Yes. Then, Dian Mo looked at the ghosts around him and smiled at his sister. I'm going to sleep. Go ahead. As long as I'm here, no one can touch you. Can you help me? I like a knee pillow, by the way. Go and dream. Bump. While answering, Yu Yanran hit Dian Mo on the back of the head with a knife, causing Dian Mo to roll his eyes and fainted. When he was about to fall, Yu Yanran reached out to hug him and then slowly sat on the ground. After thinking about it for a few seconds, she put Dian Mo's head on her legs wearing jeans with a slightly red face. In a dream, the moment Dian Mo fainted, he entered a dark space. Quack! I really didn't expect it. Dian Mo asked, You actually saw yourself falling into a dream? A harsh sound echoed around. Dian Mo looked around without changing his expression and said with a smile, Hey, pedophile, do you only dare to bully children? I am here, and you don't even dare to show up? You're a madman who thinks so. As soon as the words fell, the darkness swept away. Dian Mo found himself in a cabin in the United States in the 1990s, with cheap sofas, dirty carpets, and mountains of garbage. That's what this house is all about. No, not all. Suddenly, words with a sinister and cruel tone appeared in his ears, and at the same time an iron claw stretched out. Dian Mo had almost no hesitation. The moment the sound sounded, he immediately rolled forward. But even so, the iron claws still left 2 bloody marks on his shoulders. Tisk, even being a ghost can't change the despicable, cockroach-like, disgusting nature of a pedophile like you. Almost without thinking, Brother Chien just said a string of words that were not blocked by the system. Although the audience wanted to be amazed, they were more concerned about Brother Wen's life at this time and still kept urging him to retreat. Definitely, their dissuasion had no effect on Dian Mo. After standing still, he looked at the person in front of him, wearing a brown and black top hat, a black and white striped sweater, and a glove with metal claws on his right hand. He was as skinny as a stick, and his face had horrific burn scars. Freddy, a cunning, sinister, and evil ghost king. Hey, when we first met, you were more generous than I thought. Dian Mo started teasing. Freddy showed an angry look on his face and sneered. You are more annoying than I thought. Haha, where are you? Dian Mo gave a disdainful look, then tilted his head cutely. By the way, why aren't you dead? Freddy said, huh? Are you scared to death? You should be the one who dies. No. Dian Mo smiled evilly. I mean, I'm so handsome at 5.4. After comparison, shouldn't you cry because of your own ugliness and then burn yourself to death? Oh, he made a long sound as if remembering something, and then continued. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have mentioned the words self-immolation and death in front of you. This is obviously exposing your scars. Although he said he was sorry, even people without eyes and ears could tell that he was unapologetic and extremely bad. Anyway, he was very happy, but Dian Mo asked. Usually at this time, the other person involved is going crazy. I will torture you until you cry and beg for mercy. Even if you use these nonsense to delay time, it is useless. Definitely useful. It's useful. Dian Mo's voice overlapped with a charming voice. His trump card has arrived. Without warning, a dark mist rose, followed by the sound of a series of high-heeled shoes. She has long silver hair with twin tails, thick blue and red smoky makeup, a curvy figure, and a crazy smile. Dian Mo smiled without looking back. You are really a little slow, Harley. That's right. The one who appeared in this dream was Harley Quinn. Harley Quinn. Harley smiled coquettishly and said, You can't blame me. Master, I got lost from my soul to my dream. Dian Mo turned his head and glanced at her. A different color flashed in his eyes and then disappeared. For Psycho, what could be more attractive than Harley Quinn? I have a question for you later. Kiki, I already know the answer. Do you want to answer? Hey, you too. Freddy's voice interrupted their conversation. He was already furious, but now a woman appeared inexplicably, and the two of them actually dared to ignore him in his dream. Dian Mo frowned and said, It's so noisy. Didn't you see the mentally ill 01s flirting? F***KU flirting. Freddy Rage rushed forward and rushed in front of Dian Mo at extremely fast speed. Puff! The metal claws instantly pierced Dian Mo's chest. Freddy laughed wildly and said, Quack, quack. I originally wanted to torture you slowly, but now it's not bad. Huh? Dian Mo lowered his head and looked at his chest. I'm wearing it. Harley Quinn also took a look and grinned. He was penetrated. Dian Mo rolled his eyes at her and said, Watch your words. Harley Quinn raised her proud waist and said, What more do you want from a mental illness? The two ignored Freddy again, but this time he felt completely different. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He stepped back quickly and said in horror, Why? Why are you okay? Huh? Dian Mo made an expression of disbelief. Are you Beep? Stupid Beep. This is a dream. Even in a dream, if you were controlled by me, you would still feel pain because... Freddy's words stopped, and his expression became more frightened. He raised his head with difficulty and looked at Dian Mo's expression. You have no fear. This was the only possibility he could think of. Only those who have no fear in their dreams can regard the dream as a dream, or even... As soon as Dian Mo stepped out, the surrounding environment changed dramatically. The United States cabin that was originally in the 1990s has now become an operating table. I must correct you. He showed an evil smile. This dream is not under your control. Suddenly, The restraints on the operating table stretched like a snake, entangled Freddy's limbs, and finally found their way to the operating table. At the same time, Dian Mo also happened to walk to the operating table. Let me figure it out. This is my dream, and you are the lamb to be slaughtered. Freddy struggled wildly on the operating table, but he was absolutely terrified and could never regain control. No, no, no. You can't do this. Dian Mo asked, you can't do this. I'm one of the top 10 ghost kings of undead creatures. If you kill me, you will become the enemy of all undead creatures. Undead. Dian Mo touched his chin. He had noticed this keyword before, and now he had time to think about it. Is this game and the Contra game in the same universe? Or are all game worlds the same universe? His thoughts misunderstood Freddy as fear, so he smiled, feeling that he had taken back the control again. Yes, the consequences of killing me will be very serious. Oh, yes, and you can't kill me at all. Even if you can control it in this dream, you will never be able to cause harm to me. You don't have this means. He said, I have no means? What do you think? Norwin turned to look at Harley Quinn, who had already walked to his side. Harley Quinn twisted her waist, put a hand on Dian Mo's shoulder, and said in a sweet tone, Master, do you want to dance? The words that were totally wrong were met with a response from Dian Mo. I think so too. As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed Harley Quinn's wrist. Yes, not holding but grabbing the wrist. Maybe it's the dance of psychosis? However, what shocked the audience and Freddy even more was Norwin grabbed Harley Quinn and suddenly lifted her up, grabbing her whole body and throwing it at Freddy. Harley Quinn's figure drew a semicircle in the air. She did not panic at all because of this change, but instead read a crazy smile. When the semicircle was halfway drawn, Harley Quinn's figure became blurry, and finally, bump! A baseball bat with good_night written on it hit Freddy hard. F***K. I thought Brother One was really crazy. Damn, two mentally ill people, it's so scary. Yeah, it's not 1 + 1 at all. LGD way. But what's going on? Brother Chin shouldn't have unlocked the permission to use the third item. Han Yinro. Don't you understand? 737? This is just the soul that resides in the suicide baseball bat of Harley Quinn after her death. She is not Harley Quinn, nor is she baseball pants, but the soul that exists in Dian Mo's soul. Drinking alone by the lake. Brother One really gives us a surprise at the end every time. Drink alone by the lake and give the anchor 5 million gaming coins. Han Yinro gives the anchor 100 million game coins. Network Ghost gives away 50 million gaming coins to the anchor. Kuanpeng Dian gives the anchor 50 million gaming coins. Oh, Freddy let out a scream. As a ghost, he can definitely be attacked by spirits. Dian Mo's eyes were blood red, and endless madness surged in his eyes. Obviously, he was affected by the negative effects of suicide baseball bat. I'm telling you. Are you ready to make my dinner? Ha 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 ha. A wild, crazy smile bloomed wildly on his face. At this moment, the identities of ghosts and humans seemed to be swapped, and no one could tell who was the devil. Bump. Fit. Fit. Fierce blows, splashing of flesh and blood, cracking sounds of broken bones, screams of ghosts, and wild laughter of humans. All the sounds echoed in the operating room in this dream, forming a hellish picture. Phew, I feel refreshed. After opening his eyes, Dian Mo exhaled a sigh of relief. He felt very happy when he remembered the picture that he had just been able to mosaic across the entire screen. However, he found that the system didn't seem to care about blood at all, and it didn't even make mosaics, causing many people in the live broadcast room to vomit. But he doesn't know what happens now, because he has turned off the live broadcast. How is this going? Yu Yanran turned to look at Dian Mo aside, the corners of her mouth twitching slightly. Dian Mo smiled and shrugged. I have been prepared for it a long time ago. To talk about what makes Yu Yanran show such an expression even in the Queen state, this matter needs to be explained in detail. First of all, the game of For Ghosts Entering the House has ended, and Dian Mo and Yu Yanran have also returned to reality. Secondly, the table that originally existed in front of them was gone, No, to be more precise, it was split in half. What caused this was an extremely sharp iron plate that was ground at one end, and an iron chain was connected to the ceiling at the end of the iron plate. Simply put, it's like an axe blade magnified 10 times. Finally, the room was filled with an extremely strong smell of blood, and a pair of handcuffed hands rolled down at you, Yinran's feet. They were hands with a round head. Dian, the name was read out with gritted teeth, and the speaker was definitely Li Wenbin. He is still alive, and he still maintains the same movements as when he started the game, not daring to move at all. As for his bodyguard band Cun2, he fell to the ground, lost his hands, and died of excessive blood loss. Dian looked at him and smiled. Hey, little brother Li Wenbin, we meet again. Why am I still alive? Is this different from what we promised? Taunting the opponent when the victory is in hand is something only a villain can do, but if Brother Wen does it, there is no sense of violation. Li Wenbin growled. You plotted against me from the beginning. What are you talking about? Dian stood up and said innocently, I warned you at the beginning. He strolled to you, Yinran's side, squatted down, and picked up a key from those hands. That was the key he placed in the center of the table at the beginning of the game to unlock the handcuffs. He shook the key in his hand and said with a smile, I said you must abide by the rules. But why don't you listen? Yu Yinran's eyes flashed, and a picture flashed through her mind. That was the action of my brother pushing the key to the middle of the table very slowly and carefully. When she saw this action, she felt it was very inconsistent, but she didn't think much about it. She just thought that Dian wanted to put more pressure on Li Wenbin and Li Wenbin in this way. But now it seems that it is completely different from what I thought. This key, it's a trap. Dian moved slowly just to avoid triggering the agency. He said at the time not to violate the rules, which was actually a psychological hint to Li Wenbin. Moreover, he made the lights in the room very dim at that time, so that no one, including himself, noticed the iron plate hanging not far from his head. You see, the situation is very simple. Dian said as he walked towards Li Wenbin. Your bodyguard quit the game first, but he violated the rules and wanted to use the key to unlock the handcuffs. So bam, the punishment for violating the rules came. The hand is gone, and the person is dead. It's that simple. He stopped nearly 1 meter in front of Li Wenbin, bent down, and patted Li Wenbin's face contemptuously. Use your brain, idiot. Your bodyguards have failed the game for so long, and we are still living well in the game. There is obviously a problem. You actually thought you could kill me? 3 minutes? Stop being funny. Li Wenbin looked at Dian with resentful eyes, clenching his back molars so hard that the roots of his teeth even bleed due to excessive exertion. For him, who had a high self-esteem, everything at the moment was extremely humiliating, even more painful and angry than the physical torture. But even so, he still didn't dare to move because it was against the rules. Who knows what kind of mechanism Dian had installed in his home. There is a saying that Li Wenbin's brain is not weak, and his strength is even more not weak. In less than a year after obtaining the Wanyu bracelet, he has strength that surpasses Gao Dui. All this relies on his wisdom. However, if Brother Bai Jiwen dumps him for dozens of streets, even if he is slightly inferior in strength, these dozens of streets are enough to smooth things over. Well, it's not even smooth, it's just a slap in the face. Wrong. When his anger almost went to his head, Li Wenbin suddenly calmed down and looked at Dianwen's slightly weird posture at the moment, and then looked down at the distance between him and himself. A subtle smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. No more traps. Yes. Judging from Yu Yinran's expression, it was obvious that she didn't know he had set up a trap, and it only took a day for him to discover my existence. How much time can he have to set up a trap in 1 day without letting Yu Yinran know about it? And with his posture and distance, he is obviously afraid that I will suddenly become violent, and I will fight him desperately regardless of violating the rules. After thinking about this, he tried his best to maintain an angry expression. Dianwen, please think clearly. The power of our Li family in S City is definitely not comparable to that of someone like you who has a name, but no strength. I have appeared in your live broadcast room. Sooner or later, My father will find out that you are the murderer of me and my brother. Now you just need to let me go, and I can forget about it." While talking, Li Wenbin used anger to cover up and pulled the handcuffs slightly in a subtle way. "It's totally fine. Let bygones be bygones." Dianwen smiled. Just when he was about to say the next thing, his door was suddenly knocked up. "Ask brother. I'm here to save you." Miss broke into the door with great momentum, but the scene in front of her made her a little confused. The corpse, blood, Li Wenbin and brother, when who were tied up, clearly dominated the scene. Why? Just when Miss was stunned and Dianwen and Yu Yinran's attention was attracted by Miss, Li Wenbin pulled hard with both hands, and the handcuffs broke instantly, and then he jumped up and headed towards Dianwen. Still, a sound so subtle that it was almost inaudible sounded. Under the dim light, Miss could vaguely see that there seemed to be a wire tied to the belt behind Li Wenbin. The wire straightened and broke instantly because he left the chair. Whizzing. There were two tearing air sounds in a row, and with a flash of cold light, two iron arrows shot out from above, instantly piercing Li Wenbin's right shoulder and chest, and pinned him to the ground. Blood spattered and flew on the already sluggish face of Miss. Dianwen squatted down, grabbed Li Wenbin's hair, raised his head, and then said with a smile, "No matter how many traps are set for you, you will get in obediently. Does a distance of 1 meter make you so eager?" What a fool. These last two words became the last words Li Wenbin heard in his life. With a click, his neck bone was completely broken. Like a villain, Dianwen's declaration of victory is never simply about showing off, but has a deeper purpose. Therefore, when it's time to be decisive, he will never show mercy, even if there is an outsider present. Therefore, after the final induction was completed, Brother One, who knew Li Wenbin's strength well, would not give him the slightest chance to counterattack and killed him directly.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.